How we doing, everybody? 皆さんおはようございます。お元気ですか？元気です。すごい。日本語すごいですね。Great job, everyone. You learned 3 words yesterday and used them all successfully. Great job. All right. Welcome to day 2 of Laravel Live Japan. We're super excited to have you all back here again. Did everyone have fun yesterday? Did we learn a lot? All right. Cool. Couple of housekeeping things before we do too much. The Wi-Fi has been having some problems, it seems, so please bear with us on that. Hopefully that is resolving itself. People are working on it. Once again, please remember to visit our sponsors in the back. All of the sponsor booths are along the back. You can go out and up the stairs and around, and there are many sponsors who you can talk to. Also, don't forget, down at the end, we have paper fans that you can get calligraphy on. And actually, the calligrapher is Hamasaki-san, Ryuta's wife, is the calligrapher, who's doing an amazing job, so thank you very much to her. Please remember to check out the sponsors and check out that whole area. We've got water outside, bathrooms along the side, so hopefully you have everything you need. Please remember you can't smoke immediately on the premises, so if you need to smoke, you can walk down to Family Mart and smoke down there if you need to. Cool? All right. One other thing. We found a lost bag that had some stuff in it, a lost tote bag. So if you lost a tote bag that had your stuff in it, please talk to a staff member. We've got it stashed away, and we can get it back to you. All right, cool. Before we get sort of into introducing speakers and all of that, I just wanted to bring up an important decision that everyone has to make when they come to Japan. So if those of you who are new to Japan might not have made this decision yet, so I'm going to make you aware of it. There are two sports drinks in Japan. One is called Aquarius, and the other is called Pocari Sweat. And they're very similar. They're water and sugar and electrolytes and a little bit of lemon flavor, I think. But they're slightly different, and you have to choose which is going to be your sports drink. So for the Japanese people in the audience, minasan, who is a Pocari Sweat person? Pocari Sweat no minasan wa? Okay, cool. And who is an Aquarius person? Okay, see, there you go. Me personally, I'm an Aquarius person. I've been an Aquarius person since the age of 5. And I will die an Aquarius person. But the Pocari Sweat people, we tolerate them. So please, when you go down to Family Mart to smoke or something, pick up an Aquarius. Don't buy a Pocari Sweat. All right, that has been enough of that. Maybe later we'll find out what everyone's favorite konbini is. All right, we're going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker of the day. All right, our first speaker of the day is Mr. Simon Hamp. He's the creator of Native PHP. He is going to be talking about Native PHP, and later he's going to bring up his partner in crime, Mr. Shane Rosenthal. So, Simon, come on up.
Ohayou gozaimasu, Tokyo. I hope you're all well and having a good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Good, good. There's a few of you who are awake. That's great. We are in exciting times, don't you think? I would say historic times. This is a moment that will be remembered, where AI is coming and it's changing humanity. Depending on who you are and where you are, maybe it's for the better, maybe it's not. But it is changing what we're doing. Does that have to change everything that we do as software engineers? We're in a great place. We've got incredible tools, we've got great languages and frameworks, and I think PHP and Laravel are fantastic for the jobs that they do. And when we put those two tools together, and many more, and we add AI, we get some really incredible results. Does that mean that we should change what we're doing? Can we switch to different languages? Should we switch to different languages? Well, PHP and Laravel are fantastic, in my opinion. But I think there's something that's happening because of all of the tools that we have that we cannot ignore. And we're now presented with an opportunity, a new frontier, mobile apps. Something, oh, do we have slides? I was expecting that to be up there, sorry. That's not a slide. Let me see if I can show you a slide. Nope. There they are. I can't believe you didn't see that the whole time. You didn't tell me. That's okay. That's my fault. I'm not paying attention, clearly. Many of you already know that there is no substitute for an app-based experience in the user's hand. The big question we have is, can PHP and Laravel allow us to do that? Can we put really good experiences in our users' hands? I'm here to tell you today that yes, the answer is yes, you can, resoundingly. But there are things that we need to be able to achieve. PHP has been focused on the web. Laravel is focused on the web. Mobile is a completely different beast. We have done the work. The native PHP team, which is me and Shane, you'll see Shane in a moment, we have done the work to make PHP fast, to make it work in a multi-threaded, zero-process environment, to make it so that you don't have to worry about inter-process communication and all of these complexities of systems engineering. We've worked so hard on this over the last just over a year. We're at this next stage where we're very excited to share with you exactly what we think is coming next for PHP. And we call that super native. Fully native mobile apps from PHP. Without further ado, Shane's going to come out and demonstrate this for us. Please welcome my co-founder, Shane Rosenthal.
Thank you. Arigato, Simon. Simon-san. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Did I say it right? Yeah? All right. Arigato. Arigato. Can we also keep clapping for Ryuta and David and Daniel and the whole Laravel team? And they've done an awesome job. Isn't this a great conference so far? I think they've done amazing. And thank you also for being here. If you weren't here, it would be like I'm just at home talking to myself like every other day. So speaking of home, also thank you to my biggest support out there, Carson, my son, and Matthew, and Vika, Lovimia, Yetsubi. I'll see you soon. I can't wait. I've only got a few minutes to talk through a couple slides because I want to spend most of the time doing some demonstration, if that's all right with you. Does it sound good? You want to see a demo? Yeah? Okay. Thanks. So super native, why do we call it super native? If you're not familiar with native PHP in general, native PHP at least for mobile, you won't really get it why we're calling this super native. We used to, historically, only focus on a web view. So if you can imagine your Chrome or Safari browser on your phone, that is a web view. It just displays something from the web, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And that's what we've done. We had a web view rendering HTML, CSS, and JavaScript because PHP is great at that. But we know that you expect, and your users expect, and your clients' users expect a real, full, native mobile experience. And so we've worked very difficultly, very challengingly, very hard on trying to figure out exactly how that can be done. In any comparisons that I might do today, I'm not going to talk much about Flutter. Flutter's great, but it's really a virtual machine that paints pixels to the screen. It's not really native UI. So we talk a lot about React Native because React Native does do native UI, native widgets, native elements. And that's what we want to do. We want to do a native experience, fully native. So we're using Jetpack Compose on Android and Swift UI for iOS. The widgets are absolutely real. And it's like, how did we do this? How did we figure this out? Well, three of these things we already have in place, and they're already released. Native UI is what we are working on now to release, hopefully within the next couple months. But we want it to be really polished and really good for everybody. So it's important to know that we have PHP is embedded on the phone inside of the application. I think most people would be like, that's crazy, that's stupid, PHP is clunky, you know, it's fat, it's not very fast potentially for something like mobile. But we find that that's not actually true. And if you think about it, your phone is actually kind of like a server, and PHP is a server-side language. So we found a lot of things inside of that to make it like, well, the OSs, both Android and iOS, make it possible to just load a system library or something like PHP, and that's what we've done. Additionally, if you're familiar with Octane, Laravel Octane, the persistent runtime, so that's something we've introduced in the last few months as well. It's taken our request, so request into PHP and then a response coming out of PHP from roughly 200 to 300 milliseconds, which is great for the web, down to 5 to 10 milliseconds for the request lifecycle. And then last fall, I think it was Simon actually came up with something we're calling the God method. It's a bridge. We figured out a way to have one single method inside of a PHP extension that's running on the device that we can call any native Swift or Kotlin code from PHP or JavaScript. And with that, we've created a bunch of plugins. A plugin is a composer package that has PHP, JavaScript, HTML, all of your Swift and your Kotlin, all wrapped up in one package, and it allows you and your users to be able to just do anything that they can think of from PHP on the device. So if you have augmented reality needs or biometric authentication, we can do all of those things. I think the last component that we needed to figure out was the native UI. And just real quick, because I want to get to the demo, this for me started last fall, or maybe winter. I started asking the question, how does React Native, if you're familiar with React Native, how did they turn JavaScript into native UI? That's exactly what they do. And why can't we do that with PHP? So React Native has something called JSI. It's a JavaScript interface. It's a virtual machine that boots up inside of an application when your user clicks on the icon that shares a physical memory location between C++ or C and with JavaScript. So all C++ objects are immediately available. There's no time in between. There's no transfer protocol or anything. It's just immediately available because they're sharing a memory location. So I asked our French friend Claude, I said, why can't we do the same thing with PHP? Claude said, well, you don't have to, because PHP is a server-side scripting language. We don't need a virtual machine to accomplish the same thing. We can do it with PHP. We can just carve out some shared memory location, and we're in. Beyond that, it's great because we have now some precedents with React Native on what they're doing. We can kind of mimic how they've done things. And until 2024, what they were doing is building large JSON trees to describe what the UI should be, and then letting the OS render and parse through that JSON and render that out. And in my experiments, that's great until you get to like 5,000 nodes inside of JSON, and then you start to see a little bit of a stuttering effect. So I dug another 3 or 4 weeks just in the last couple months and figured out that you can actually turn JSON directly into binary code through the PHP extension in C, and now we're writing binary into a shared memory location, and we have almost zero latency from the PHP side to the native side and back and forth. And that is how we've accomplished the speed and performance that you need in order to accomplish something like native UI. You guys want to see? Yeah? All right. Any Livewire fans out there? Yeah? If you know Livewire, this is going to feel very familiar to Livewire. And I want to make a note. Everything you see here might look like HTML, CSS, or no JavaScript, but HTML or CSS, this is all 100% native UI. There's no web view, there's no HTML, there's no CSS. This is a counter. If I go into this class here, you can see I've got a little function up here for a nav title. I've got a public count. I've got an increment function, a decrement function, and then I'm just rendering out a view. If I go into that view, you can see I've got a column, some text, row. These are custom Blade elements. These are our elements. We've overridden Blade, and instead of rendering out HTML or some HTML file, we're actually creating some classes in the back that is what we're using to manage the lifecycle to turn JSON into binary, essentially. You can see here we have like native colon syntax. That's actually what everything used to be not long ago, but I just felt like this felt a little bit less kludgy, less fat, I guess. But I wanted this because it gives me the type ahead that I need for my IDE. So we're going to keep that in there. And yeah, so we're just going to click this button. This button is this icon, and we're seeing the count increase and decrease, just as you would expect. We have these CSS classes here. Any fans of Tailwind CSS? Yeah? I think everybody uses Tailwind now, right? Pretty much. So this is not Tailwind. It looks like Tailwind. It was actually very easy to take Tailwind classes and parse them into what the OS would expect those values to be. So something like text blue 600 has a certain hex value. We just turn it into that hex value and feed that into the OS. We also have hot reloading. So I can just say, make this orange. Now, this is not Vite. This is not, it's a local WebSocket that's just saying, hey, we've changed that binary tree, and just go ahead and re-render that binary tree out. So we have full native, full hot reloading, and then as far as PHP goes, we can just do something like times 10 or something like that, and we'll see that it's full PHP. So it's full native and it's full PHP, and it's pretty exciting. What do you guys think? Pretty cool? Yeah? All right. Let's take it up a notch. This is a slider, and this is one of the first things that I really wanted to see. I knew that either my computer was going to melt or it was going to be successful. What I'm about to show you, it was successful, or I wouldn't have shown you a melting computer on stage. That's kind of strange. So this is liquid glass, so you can see the little bubble up there. And this is like on release or blur. It's going to update that value. So this is native UI, a native slider, and then as I release, it's sending that signal back into PHP and then re-rendering the UI. So that's the speed, that's what we're really looking at here. This is on a 150 millisecond debounce, so if I pause just for 150 milliseconds, it's going to update that value. And you can see the syntax here. It's kind of nice. We have the column, text, slider, and then if you're, again, familiar with Livewire, we have the native model, .blur, and then we have the model that we're passing into it, and we're just echoing that out. Same thing here with a debounce, 150 milliseconds, etc. This one was kind of interesting, though. This is full. Every single tick on the drag, on the slider, is passing right into PHP and back out again. You can see how fast this is. It's about 100 nanoseconds to process through PHP. Very, very fast. And again, just to show that it's real PHP in here, we can do, we'll just round it to 2 decimal places or something like that. And there we go. Pretty cool, right? Yeah? I wanted to play with some animation stuff, some native interactions, things that you and your users might expect to have just out of the box. We can delete things and, just this little slide over, whatever. You also have pull to refresh. And yeah, refreshed at 03933. We have sheets and modals. We have draggable. So this is it's got a detent, but you can actually go full screen with it if you want to. This one's stuck, fixed at 40%. We have action sheets, and we have dismissibles, and we have blocking. So this one you can close, and this one is blocking. It's going to force your user to go into it. We've got menus. So you guys like the liquid glass stuff on iOS 26? Yeah? Have you seen it? Have you played with it? Any fans? I kind of like it. So we've got support for that as well, built right in because it's Swift UI. And we'll take a look at some of these menus here in a second. And speaking of glass, this is kind of a cool demo. So this is a column with a stack inside of it. A stack allows you to place items on top of each other. And so you can not really see it, but if I drag this around, you can see it says liquid glass, baby. because we're inside of a scroll view, and we have axis set to both, so that allows us to scroll vertical and horizontally. And then inside of that, I've just got an image. The syntax or the API for this is probably going to change over time, but I wanted to get a cool demo. And then we've just got a column here with some text inside of it. But that doesn't look like liquid glass, right? So I created my own class called Glass. There we go. So we have real liquid glass on any element you can think to put liquid glass on. It doesn't really look that good, but iOS actually has a modifier for this called Clear. Nice, right? And then there's another one that you can pin on, and you can put these in any order that you want to, but you can make it interactive, so when you click on it, it gives this little bouncing effect. And you can put that on really any element that you want to. This one's pretty interesting. So we have native tabs, not really anything interesting here, but you'll see that we have a search icon down on the bottom, and if I go to profile, we don't want that. So we had to think about how we're managing state and how we're managing some like Chrome elements and stuff like that, and we're going to show that really closely in a minute. But when I go back to home, you can see that it pops up. And I've got a list here, so let's go into this. So this is that component, and I've got my nav title here, and I've got my search items. And I've just got an array here of title, subtitle. And I can just do a little search here, and it's just going to search against that. So I can search for Brian, and that's great. But how often are you going to want to search against a static array? That doesn't make much sense, right? So I took it a step further, and I added this other function called onSearchQuery. And so what this is going to do, it's going to take whatever we're typing, that query, and we're just going to make sure it's not an empty string, and then we're going to go to JSON placeholder, as long as I've got internet here. I think I've got internet. I hope I've got internet. And we're just going to pass that in as a query string. We're going to come back with some JSON. We're going to do a collect over those. We're going to take 20 items. We're going to map over them, and then we're going to render out these columns, and we're going to add child, text. So those blade components that we were looking at before, this is actually what they render to. These are the classes that those blade components are actually doing behind the scenes. So let's go ahead and do a search here. Let's type EST. There we go. So that just went out to the JSON placeholder, and it came back with some stuff, and now we're putting all of these into some UI elements. But that's not how most people would want to do this, I think. You would want to just do a view, right? Wouldn't that be nice? We could just take that and map it into a view and then just use a view. So let's go into the search post row and make sure that's saved, and it looks like it is. And so EST. Yeah, so you can see it's green here because we're using this view instead of the other thing. So if I change this to like, let's go red or something, just so we can see something different. And it inits with an empty array, so we'll have to retype in here, EST. Now you can see it's red because it's pulling from that view. So very, very fluent, very nice API to work with. Last, we're working on a video course with Shruti Balasa. She's done a few courses on Laracast. One of the things that we're building with her is a messaging application. There's no functionality with what I'm going to show you now, but I want to demonstrate some of the navigation in Chrome that we've done with this. So let's look at, right here. So this is my web.php, and I've got, everything is route : native. It's not get or post, it's native. And then we have this native group. And what native group does is it takes all of the routes that are inside of the group, and it passes them into a class. And in this class, we have a couple functions that we can render a nav bar and a tab bar. So nav bar is going to be at the top, tab bar is the liquid glass items on the bottom. And we can switch this to like not liquid glass. If you just don't want liquid glass, we can just change that to false. I'm running out of time, so I want to skip that part for now. But we can take away the back button if we want to, and these are going to apply to every single one of the pages inside of that native group. But if you look at all of these have that back button by default. This one has this ellipsis, and actually, if we go into a single chat, we've got a bunch of options up here, and that whole tab bar on the bottom is gone. Well, with tab bar, we have the ability to we can have it labeled visibility or unlabeled. We can show the label or not. We can also change like the color, so we can say active color is, let's do black or something. So that's just going to be black here for the active one as soon as that's done reloading. Yeah. So nice little API for that. But inside of this sync up native chat ID, so that's this route right here, you can see that we're passing in this hides tab bar true. So that's what's actually disabling the tab bar on the bottom for this view specifically. So we're able to override from the child what we want that's different between them. But what this does is it also creates the back stack for us. So when we go back, it knows where to go to. And then I think on top of that, we also have this navigation options. So navigation options gives us the ability to override whatever we have in the tab bar on the top, in the nav bar. And so we have these actions. We have a nav action, make video, that has an icon. So we have this iOS phone down icon, and on Android, it's an Android outlined. And then when we press it, we're just going to hit this function. So this is using one of our native plugins. This is the alert plugin. So if I click this, is that good Japanese? Yeah? And then we've got menus, and so if we look at this one here, so this is another nav action, but we just have like this items function, and we just pass an array of more actions inside of that, and then we can just call press on any of those and just trigger whatever function it is that you want to, and you can even call native stuff, just like I demonstrated. We have a divider inside of this, that's this little dividing line, and then you can see this last one here is destructive, which gives it that red or like, hey, warning, this can delete something, are you sure you want to do that? And that is the most of this that I wanted to show to you guys. Let's go back to the slides here for a second, and we'll bring Simon back on stage. This is unreleased, or we like to say public beta. You can scan the QR code. This is actually going to take you to the GitHub repository. It's a Laravel application inside the composer.json. It has the dependencies for a plugin for the UI components, as well as which branch we're using on native PHP mobile, so that you can just start playing with the stuff if you want to, or tell Claude to play with it and start building out whatever kind of native function that you want to. Simon, are you there, man? He's back.
Here.
I've left you with a minute. You want this?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you
I'll
very
sit here
much.
quietly.
You sure?
I'll sit over here quietly.
Okay. Thanks, Shane. That was amazing. What do you all think of Super Native? Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and we're working, as I said, really hard on it. We're continuing to work on it. It's still baking, as Shane said, it's coming soon, and we'll have more about that in a moment. But people are using native PHP in its current form, and if you were thinking, oh, but this is just a web view, you're right, at the moment, it is still a web view. But people are having great success with it in that shape. They're really enjoying it. They're able to build their app features faster than ever, getting them up to par with what they're building on the web, down from months to weeks. They're having impacts not just on their business, but on their end users, their customers, and in this case, even their patients. And they are seeing the technology as being more than just an experiment. They're seeing approvals through the app stores, and now it's becoming a core piece of their business. We love to hear this. We love seeing people building their apps, and we can't wait to bring Super Native to everybody. And we're going to make it as easy as possible to move from the web view to the fully native experience. But just in these last few moments, remember we had a question at the beginning. Is PHP really capable of this? Hopefully you've seen already that it is. But I want to take it even further. We've been doing some benchmarking. More of this will come out. We'll make the repositories open source. We're doing a lot of comparisons between Flutter and React Native and native PHP. Right now, we're seeing that PHP can support not just 60 frames per second, not even just 120 frames per second, but all the way up to the high resolution that something like Apple Pencil requires, so that you can have PHP operating at up to and in excess of 240 hertz, 240 frames per second. In fact, it goes much higher. We've pushed the bar super far, and we cannot even believe how staggeringly good Super Native is. How do you stay up to date with all of this? How do you keep on top of what we're doing? Hopefully this will click through to the next slide. Thank you.
I got you, buddy.
Thank you. Please scan this QR code. Come to join the newsletter. We'll keep you posted about everything that we're doing. And in the next few weeks, we hope to have the beta fully out there for Super Native. And we'd love for you to come and give it a try. Arigatou gozaimasu, Tokyo.
Arigato.
All right. Thanks so much, guys.
You're welcome.
That's great. How long has sort of Super Native been in the works? What's the timeline for that been?
How long has it been in the works? I started looking into like asking how does React Native do this probably in November, and like actually writing code, I think right after January or so.
Okay.
Actually getting it moving.
And you guys recently have open sourced some stuff. What sort of led to that decision, and sort of how do you sort of anticipate that's going to affect the future of the project?
Yeah, so at the beginning of the project, it was paid. And we were licensing people's access to native PHP because we are a small team and we're trying to build a business around this to support an open source project, what we want to be open source. We open sourced in February because the community was basically demanding that we have this available to them. And we wanted to do that anyway. It was always in the plan to do that. But since we've open sourced it, it's gone kind of wild. We've got way more downloads of native PHP than we had before, so we're really excited to keep on building and making it open source. And
now that you're not licensing, how are you guys making money from the project? What's the idea?
Yeah, so there's a few ways. If you want to support, we have our plugins. We have an ultra package that gives you a bunch of plugins for free. It gives you priority support. But I think the biggest thing for us is the Bifrost SaaS offering that we have. So if you're familiar with Laravel and Laravel Forge or Cloud, it's a free, Laravel's free to use, and if you want to use a service to help with deployments, that's kind of what we did with Bifrost. So we actually enable it so that you can just hook up your GitHub repository to Bifrost, and you can deploy right to the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store, let your whole team manage that process and over-the-air updates and all that stuff. So.
Awesome. So free code, paid services, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Awesome. A tried and true model. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. It's been great to hear from you.
Arigato.
thanks, Daniel.
Fellas. Alrighty, that was cool, right? Super Native is very cool. All right, I'm gonna save my which convenience store is best argument for later. So sometime later we'll have a conversation about Family Mart versus 7-Eleven versus Lawson versus my favorite mini stop. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and immediately bring to the stage a great friend of mine. I live in Philadelphia in the United States on the Eastern Seaboard. He lives about an hour away in New York City, and so we see each other a lot. He works for Laravel on the open source team. He works on many of the packages that you use day in and day out. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Joe Tannenbaum.
Okay, ohayou gozaimasu. Okay. My name is Joe Tannenbaum. I am the lead engineer of the open source team at Laravel, and this is my first time in Japan, and I'm so stoked to be here. You all have been so kind and so welcoming and so nice, and I really appreciate it, so thank you so much for having me. If you want to find me in the world, I live in New York City, as Daniel just mentioned. I've lived there for almost 20 years, so if you're ever there, come hit me up, say hi. I'd love to hang. If you're not in New York City, come to online, where I exist at Joe Tannenbaum and Joe.codes if you want to hear about all things open source at Laravel. So we're going to dive right in, and I should probably full screen my slides. That would be good. Let's do that. There we go. That's better. OK. All right. We're going to talk today about the modern monolith revisited. So what does it look like to build a monolithic app in 2026? OK? There's lots of strategies to do this, but today we're going to specifically talk about inertia.js. And we're going to talk about how to make that end-to-end type safe in the process. But just so I know how to cater this talk to everybody, I'm going to have y'all take a very, very short poll. It's 4 questions. Scan this when you get a second. Hopefully it works. I'm really crossing my fingers that this works. I think it should be OK. All the phones are up. I love it. OK, waiting for phones to go down. And we're going to see how this goes. OK. Cool. This is an app. Yes, it's working. Yay! This is an app that's hosted on Laravel Cloud in the new Tokyo region, so latency should be pretty good here. It's WebSockets, so it's real time. Let's see what's coming in. OK. Yes, good. OK, so React is a clear front runner so far. Ooh. OK, inertia is wavering. Monolithic is already a good thing. All right. TypeScript, yes. Heavy on TypeScript. Cool. OK, we'll let a couple more votes come in, make sure this doesn't change too much. OK, I've got a good sense. OK, cool. Good, React. We're using React today. That's good. This is going to be good. OK, so in order to talk about this, we're going to go back a little bit and talk about monoliths from the beginning. And so in the beginning, monoliths were just PHP for us, right? So Laravel in the back end, Blade on the front end, and it's just PHP with a little bit of JavaScript maybe sprinkled in, right? And so that was very easy. You had a controller that looked something like this, right? The store method would just return the view profile, and it would just give it some data. And then Blade would just render it out, right? Very simple, very easy, very straightforward. Then along came single-page applications, or SPAs, right? And now you're pairing this Laravel REST API backend with a Vue or React or whatever you want to build on the front end. And you've split your code bases up, generally speaking. You've got REST and you've got the client-side code, OK? So now controllers look like this, right? We've got controllers returning JSON, which then the component consumes usually via some sort of hook or something like that. In this case, this is a React component. And it's using a use API hook. It's pointing to the profile endpoint. It's extracting the data, and it's rendering out the component. Okay, we still have apps like this. This is totally valid, as is the PHP to PHP side. This is all totally valid strategies. But there are some complications with this, right? CORS, cross-origin resource sharing, can bite you a little bit here, can get a little tricky. There's a little bit of auth complexity. It's not as straightforward as that original full PHP story where it's just session-based auth. You have to deal with Sanctum. You have to deal with a lot of other things that can get a little tricky. All of this is surmountable, but it can get a little tricky. You're now in 2 code bases, right? So you can get a little bit API drift. So if something changes on one side, it might affect the other side, and it may become imbalanced. If your deploy breaks on one side or the other, your app might break, right? So these are the complications that we're trying to solve here. And this is where something like inertia comes in. Now, it seems like a lot of you are fairly familiar with inertia, but I'm going to do a quick overview of exactly how it works, and then we're going to dive into a demo app, OK? So inertia is just a thin library that sits between your Laravel app and your Vue, React, or Svelte application, and it intercepts requests, and it auto-magically creates a single-page application. That same experience that we just saw with the REST API and the client front end, inertia makes that happen in a monolithic code base, OK? So the controller looks something like this. We're back to looking at something that looks a little closer to the full PHP story. So it's just inertia render. You specify the component. You pass through some data, right? And then your component becomes much simpler than that SPA story. You just receive that data as props on the component. This is just a vanilla React component, right? So it's just passing data through. The React component accepts the data. You're good to go. How does this work exactly? The browser initially gets that request. It renders the initial page. The user clicks the link, inertia intercepts it, sends it async back to Laravel. Laravel generates an inertia response. This is a much simpler version of this response, but it looks like this. It's just a JSON payload protocol, right? So specifying the component, you're specifying the props, you're specifying the URL, and then inertia gets that, and it says, oh, I know what that is. That's an inertia response. Let me handle that. I'll take it from here, right? It loads up the component specified, it hydrates it with that data, and it swaps it out on the page, and you have that single page application, right? So this solves some problems for us, right? We don't have cores anymore. That's not a problem. Laravel auth is just regular session-based auth. You don't have to worry about that in the same way you did with the API and client-side code scenario. You have one code base, which reduces API drift, right? It's a lot simpler. The whole story becomes much simpler, but you still get that single-page application at the end of the day. So how would you get started doing this? You need 3 packages. You need the PHP side, which is inertia Laravel. And then on the client-side code, you need one of the adapters, whether it's React, Vue, or Svelte. And then you need the Vite plugin, right? Or if you want to go really simple, you Laravel new. In any of the Svelte, Vue, or React kits, all are pre-configured with inertia. So it saves a lot of that step and a lot of that process. So let's actually see this in action and then play with it a little bit. And I'm going to show off some inertia features as we go. OK, so we can get rid of this. And we are going to do, this is a short podium. We're going to do this. OK. App. I'm sorry. Our demo reset is what I meant to say. And we're going to composer dev. And let's see what we're building here. OK, can you see that OK? Yeah, OK, that showed up OK. All right, so this is a train schedule for the Tokyo station. This is a very busy station in this case. Things change every 10 seconds. So every 10 seconds, if you refresh, it would change the board, right? So we've got a board for the station. You can sign up for alerts, and you can give your name, your email, and the train type you're interested in, and get alerts about different train types. You can also favorite specific trains if you wanted to, so you can go ahead and toggle that on and off, and it will favorite that train for you. I don't know what that does. It doesn't matter. It's for the demo. You can favorite train. So this is what an inertia app looks like on the front side. Let's look at it behind the scenes. So we're going to first look at the app entry point. Okay? So this is what it looks like to fire up an inertia app on the client side. Now, in inertia v3, which we launched about 2 months ago, this is all you actually really need. Create inertia app, and it sets up a bunch of really nice defaults for you. So you can really simplify this setup very easily. But for this particular application, we're doing a little bit of customization. We're customizing the title. We're putting React into strict mode. We're customizing the application itself, so we're wrapping it in some providers, and we're going to do some toast notifications. And then we're customizing the progress bar color. So when inertia takes a little bit longer to actually render something out, it'll show a progress bar at the top, and we're just aligning that color with the color of the application. On the blade side, you're just putting inertia head, right? This is a component that comes with the inertia library, and inertia app, and this is it. This is all you need to make this all work together, okay? Let's go to the routes file. This is our home page. This looks like a totally normal, regular Laravel application so far. We're going to click into this. This is what this method looks like. Can you see that? OK, cool. Inertia render. This is what we just saw on the slides, right? We're specifying the component that we want to render, and we're specifying the data that we want to pass through to that component. OK, let's pop into the component. A vanilla React component. Nothing special here. It receives those props that we pass through, and then it just renders out. There's nothing special going on here. It's just a regular React component, and this all works as you just saw, OK? So this is what the flow looks like in a basic inertia Laravel application. It's just web, controller, render out the component. So let's mess with this a little bit. Let's talk about a couple of things. First, what do we do all the time as developers? We deal with forms. And with forms comes form validation. So first things first, let's pop into the subscribe dialog. And the first thing I want to talk about is this. You'll notice that we have a form tag here, but it's uppercase, right? It's uppercase form, not lowercase form. Inertia ships with a form component that's a drop-in replacement for your HTML form. So you can build a regular HTML form with the regular form tag, swap out this component with that tag, and now Inertia will intercept the request and send it back as an Inertia request. So it becomes really easy and trivial to deal with these forms. It does come with some niceties, reset on success. So as soon as that is a successful request, you can reset the whole form. It gives you the error bag from Laravel. It gives you processing indicators here, or it recently was successful. So if it was successful, you can display this message. You can access the error bag itself here. And then if the form is processing, you can actually show some processing state, right? So what do we deal with validation? Well, validation just looks like normal validation in Laravel, right? So you just have inline validation here. Request validate, name, email, train, okay? Excuse me. So when you do this, you just get the normal error bag back from Laravel, and it renders out. So if I do something like remove this, and then try it again, name is no longer required, right? It's just email and train type. So this should look very comfortable. It should look very, very natural and very normal for working with Inertia. We tried to smooth this path very much so. OK. What happens when your app is slow? Not that anybody here is building slow apps. We're not building slow apps here. But sometimes it takes a little processing. You click something, it takes a minute to process, and so you need to deal with that. And we have some ways of dealing with that in Inertia. So this right here, this toggle button, this is funneling through this here, this toggle watch method, okay? We're going to slow this down for a second. And we're just going to sleep for 2 seconds and see what that does. OK, let's refresh for a second. OK. Oof. Can you see that progress going up top? That's a bad experience. It feels bad for the user to actually have that, right? You don't get that immediate response, that immediate feedback that something happens. What you need here is optimistic updates. You're fairly certain that it's going to toggle on or toggle off, so we can just hit that optimistic update and then let Inertia handle the props in the end. So let's actually do that. Let's go to the row component. Let's go to the top where this happens. And this is the toggle watch status. This is where that's happening. We use the Inertia router. We're sending a patch request to this endpoint, and that's it. So Inertia's handling the rest of it. But let's actually optimistically update it. This actually shipped in Inertia v3. So you chain optimistic on there, and then you tell it what the whole props look like. What do all the page props look like? We're spreading the rest of the props on, and we're going to mutate these departures props. So we had the departure controller. We're mutating these props here. And we're mapping through them, and we're saying, if it's the ID that we're toggling, optimistically toggle that, and then finish out the request. And the cool thing about this is that you'll always get the source of truth back from the server. The server knows what actually happens. Did it fail? Did it succeed? And you don't have to do anything else here. It'll come back with the right props in the end. So let's refresh this for safety. You get immediate response. You can still see that request going across the top. So if you click it, immediate response, you still see this coming across the top, which means the request is still happening. And it resolves, in the end, the way it should be from the server. And how do I know that errors roll back? Well, we have some weird logic in this app. And the logic is, if the platform number is divisible by 5, we're going to error, right? We're going to flash error, and we're going to go back. So if we actually do that, and we do something divisible by 5, you get the immediate response, and you get the immediate rollback with a toast message that says, hey, we couldn't do that. It didn't work. So you don't have to do extra work to get the source of truth from the server. It just automatically comes back via Inertia. So that's optimistic updating in Inertia v3 that we just released about 2 months ago. OK. What if something more significant is slow in your app? Like, what if it takes a long time for some reason to fetch all of these departures? Well, just for the sake of this demo, we're going to do function. I have to be able to type it correctly. There we go. Return. OK. When you provide a closure to the array value of the props in Inertia, it will evaluate that closure first and return the actual value of that closure as the property value. So we're going to sleep here for a second in the same way. And then you can see when we refresh, you can see this loading up here, right? If this was a fresh page load, you would see nothing until this resolved. And that's, again, a bad experience. But we can use what's called Inertia deferred props to fix this, okay? Which basically means hold off on this prop, It's going to take a second, load the page as fast as you can with the stuff that's fast, and then as soon as it's loaded, go back and fetch only that prop again. So it's very easy to do this. You just say inertia, defer, because we're going to defer this slow prop. Okay, so we do inertia, defer, and then when you refresh, you get an instant load, and then it drops in when it's ready. Instant load, drops in when it's ready. We're close. It's still a bad user experience. If I got this first, I'd be like, the app is broken. Oh gosh. Okay, so let's let them know that we're doing something. There is a companion to the deferred props that is, let's find this part, yep. That is a component on the client-side code, right? So we have a deferred component. And what this component does is it says, I'm watching for this data, this departures property, to be defined. I don't want it to be undefined. While it's undefined, render a skeleton for me, okay? This is our fallback. And then let's put this in, the original rows, okay? So now we have a deferred component saying, while this is undefined, show the skeleton, and then show the children of this component when we're ready. So what do we get here? And I hope this shows up correctly. Oh man, you can't really see it. Okay, there is a skeleton here. I can't fix the contrast on this thing, but there's a loading pulsing skeleton. Like for example, we could instead say something like, div loading. And now we get loading here until that comes in. That's maybe a clear example. So you can put anything you want in there while it's loading, and then it will automatically resolve once that prop is now defined. Okay, so that's deferred props in inertia. Last but not least for inertia, we're going to talk about making this page a little more live. We're going to use polling. Now, polling in inertia is very, very easy. We have a use poll hook. Okay, whoop. And it looks like this. You can kind of read it exactly like as it goes. So it's use poll every 10 seconds, only the departures data. So we're only interested in you fetching the departures data. We want to refresh that data. And on finish, we're gonna reset this countdown. Okay. So we're actually gonna have a little countdown component so you can actually see what's going on. So now it's deferring, it's coming in, and you can see here that there is a countdown component happening. And when we reach 0, I'm really hoping we get a little refresh. Boop. Okay, and now we have a pretty live page. Every 10 seconds, it's going to reach back to the server and say, hey, what's going on? What's the new truth? Bring it back to me, okay? So that's polling. It's as simple as that. Polling in inertia is as simple as adding a hook to your component. Okay, I'm going to move a little faster because I am running out of time. Here we go. I lied to you earlier. Just a little lie. Just a teeny little lie. But you can still have API drift with this setup, right? You can still allow that server side and the client side to get out of sync, unfortunately. But we have a package called Laravel Wayfinder that tries to prevent this, right? The server is the source of truth. Everything else should flow through the client. That's the rule. So what Wayfinder does is it analyzes your entire PHP application, and it generates TypeScript that you can then import on the client side. I'm going to show you what that means, because it's a little abstract and a little hard to understand, so you'll see in a second. Let's jump down to this form component again. I would consider this right here to be magic strings, right? These are strings we assume to be true, but have been defined on the server, and then we're sort of just redefining them again on this form. Whatever is defined on the server should flow through the client, right? So let's actually fix this. Wayfinder generates everything based on where it actually lives in PHP, right? So where is this actually going in the PHP code? It's going to the subscription controller, right? So let's grab subscription controller from Wayfinder. That's the method it's heading to. It's heading to the store method, and we're in a form, and I'll show you what that means. So we're spreading these props onto the component, okay? And these props are action and method, okay? Just like we had before, it's the same thing. But we're spreading them on from what is generated from Wayfinder. And what's the benefit here? What does this do? It says this is a post, and this is where it's going, okay? So what if I do this? What if I say, oh, it's not supposed to be a post, it's supposed to be a get, and I forgot to do this. We'll just put a million S's on the back of it. I didn't change any client-side code, and we get and we get this. These two things are now staying in sync automatically based on what is written in your PHP. That's the goal. That's what we're going for. And it can do a couple more things on top of that. This syntax is super weird, so bear with me, but this is what a TypeScript generic looks like for a React form. And again, we're going to think about what is the PHP code path for this form. We are going to app, HTTP, controllers, subscription controller, store, request. Wayfinder knows about the requests. It knows about the shape of the request coming in. We have a name, we have an email, and we have a train type, okay? So if we go to the subscription controller, it's pulling that from this inline validation we saw earlier, right? So if I change something here, if I say like, wow is also now a required field, now wow is a required field, okay? Or more importantly, if I comment this out, well, suddenly our app is broken because the error bag doesn't know anything about that property. It says that property is never to come through. This is now a broken app. We want things to light up red when the two things are out of sync, right? We want the front-end build to break when something changes and no longer aligns with the two sides. So that's form requests in Wayfinder. I'm going to do one more thing that I think I have time for. Oh, no, two more things, sorry. Here in this, we have a drop-down of all these train types. Where is this coming from? It's coming from up here. We just have a constant that's train types, right? But we have that on the PHP side, and we're using it everywhere. We're using that in our models. We're using that in our controllers. It's already defined. Let's pull it in. Wayfinder generates enums for you on the client-side code. We can just remove this. We can come down here, and we can import it instead from Wayfinder. So we're going to do train type, and we should get the same response. Okay? Yep, same. But now the difference is, if we then add this, right? Now, that's automatically in our client-side code. We didn't have to do anything to add that in there. It just, the enum gets automatically reflected on the client-side code. Okay. Last but not least, and I think this is honestly the most important one, in my opinion, when you're dealing with inertia. So we have our departures controller. And these are the properties we're sending through. Well, Wayfinder knows about your inertia properties for your components. So we can actually come back up here, and we can remove this hand-rolled one that will definitely get out of sync. Okay? So we can do inertia, pages, departures, index. Okay, so now it knows departure is coming through, but it might not be there. It's now an optional field, right? And that's true because it's a deferred prop. Station will be there, and it will be a string. So now if we do something like live to indicate that we're in live mode, we could say is live equals true, okay? We get that, live, automatically. So now, if we do this, we can then use it. It knows it's a Boolean. We can use that. And then if we go, actually, we don't need live anymore. Let's remove it. This now lights up red, right? We want things to light up red when the two things are out of sync. Okay, I'm going to wrap up here. This is what it looks like, in my opinion, to build a modern monolith in 2026. Inertia really helps. Wayfinder really helps for that end-to-end type safety. Both of them can do way, way, way more than I had time to show you today. But if you want to talk about it, I'll be up at the booth. I would love to talk about inertia. I would love to talk about Wayfinder. Come find me. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Whew.
Good job, man.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, pleasure.
Great to have you here.
Yeah.
When you got in like the last? Like,
yeah, I got in Monday night, like the night
like
before the
still
conference.
super jet lagged.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on right now.
Well, great job. Congratulations.
Thank
I know
you.
It's the middle of the night
Thank
for
you.
you.
Yeah, for sure.
We had some gyoza last night, though, so hopefully you ate
amazing.
some gyoza and got some good sleep.
Y'all have figured out a lot here that we have not figured out in New York. Food-wise, transportation-wise, killing it. Very, very good.
It's a good situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love inertia. I love Wayfinder. It feels like the idea of like kind of like letting your front end inform letting your back end inform your front end and your types and all of that is like a very powerful metaphor that can go like a lot of places.
Oh yeah.
Where else do you see that going at some point?
With Wayfinder and like what we can do with
where
it.
do you see like the future of like the Wayfinder
We could go a lot of places with it. I think the good news is that like whatever you don't use on the front end gets tree shaken out, so it generates a ton of TypeScript.
Yeah.
But it tree shakes out, so you like whatever ends up in your bundle is only what you're actually using. But that means that we can generate a lot more. We could generate translations, so like localization could now move like directly into your front end code from your back end code. I have a laundry list of like 10 things that we could do with Wayfinder that we're not currently doing, but it's still in beta, so we're trying to stabilize it. We're rapidly moving toward a 1.0, and so I don't know, I'm excited.
Awesome. You know, like 10 years ago, there was a little package called Ziggy.
Oh no.
I'm just here to ask, why do you hate me?
So Daniel made Ziggy. I don't know if everybody knows Ziggy, but Daniel made Ziggy. I love you very much. I felt very bad. Did I send you a message before we released it?
No, it's all good.
Okay.
I was happy to see it die.
Yeah.
It was time for it to die.
It was a great package, and it served a great purpose, and we love Ziggy. Big fans. Big fans.
All right, man. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
off
everybody.
That way.
Thank you.
All right. I hope you've all had time to think about your favorite konbini, because now is the time I want to ask. So I think the 4 main konbini in Japan are 7-Eleven, which I actually heard the founder of 7-Eleven in Japan just died, so RIP to a legend. The Lawson. Lawson is sort of a smaller one. It's got a milk jug in the logo. Family Mart, and Mini Stop. So I want to hear from the audience. Who is 7-Eleven Maxi? Okay, we've got a few hands. Not the most, though. Family Mart Maxi. Okay, a lot of Family Mart Maxis. Lawson Maxi. More than I thought. And then finally, Mini Stop Maxi. Okay, there's enough Mini Stop Maxis. Mini Stop is the best, I promise. Mini Stop has like kakigori, which is like the like shaved ice with syrups and stuff on it, and like ice cream parfaits and stuff. It's incredible. You got to go to Mini Stop. So if you get a chance to go to a Mini Stop, that's the one. All right, I'm now going to introduce our next speaker. He's coming to us from VoidZero, and he's going to talk to us about Vite and Vite Plus and all sorts of other things. So introducing Alexander Lichter.
Thank you. All right, how you doing? Good? Yeah, where's the vibe? Okay, I see, perfect. Glad to hear that. You enjoyed day 1 so far? Perfect. So there are a lot of interesting things coming up today, and one of them is hopefully this talk. So let's get it going and rolling. Let me quickly pull up my slides here, and we're gonna make it happen. All right, there we go. Okay, so when we start with a project, then we usually see nothing at first, as you can see here, and commonly then we switch to something way nicer, which is, well, this. A greenfield project. We all love a good greenfield project. Yeah, and you're all laughing because it might have been a while, right? So that's fair. That's fair. But honestly, we all also know what the greenfield project means for us. It means we can use finally our favorite framework, right? And which is our favorite framework? It's obviously, what did someone say? Symfony here? It's like Laravel. Of course, it's Laravel. Obviously, but the thing is, there's a bit more to it, right? We start writing PHP, we're having the time of our lives, and, well, then I have a little meme from Lion Kingu, right? Lion King. Simba, everywhere the light touches is our kingdom. But what's that shadowy place over there? It's the JavaScript ecosystem. So, yeah, we have to touch it sometimes, some of you. And just a quick question, who here likes to write JavaScript or TypeScript? Okay, a few hands, that's great, that's great. We'll see each other outside, have a little gathering, the 3 people here, that's all right. And the thing is, we have to pick, also here, we have to choose a lot of things. For example, a framework, right? And this is just a small selection. I also didn't add any extra logos or Pokemon. I promise these are all real frameworks. If someone can name all of them at once, there's a little prize later on. But they all have one thing in common, yeah? Even Livewire there. And That is, they're more or less based on Vite, right? You might know the old logo. That's the new one. And OK, we pick our favorite framework in JavaScript land. We're already like a little bit of our comfort zone. OK, fair. What's next? We are done. We can ship code. We're happy. No, wrong. We also have to pick a testing framework if we want to test our components, our JavaScript code, like we test on the PHP side with pests, PHP unit. Sure, we need to do the same. And there is a lot of choice there again. Why? Because it's JavaScript. So we can use vtest, Cypress, Puppeteer, Playwright for like more end-to-end test stuff, right? And then there's some logos here like Node.js, Bun, Dino, because the runtimes also have their native test runners. And there's also the good old Jest, right? Someone still using Jest here? OK, it makes some people happy. Nice. And now we're done, right? We can test our components. We make sure everything works, right? We never introduce any bugs, only our LLMs every now and then. So what do? Are we done? No, we have to pick again. This time it is linting. So here we have ESLint or a more modern alternative like Biome or like Oxlint. And then we could say, OK, yeah, some guardrails for our clankers, for our AI, very important, so they don't make the mistakes that we usually would do. And we're still not done. We also need formaters, also in times of AI, to be token efficient and just to make sure that's not like, oh, that code looks like Alex wrote it. I better not touch it. Well, it never happened, of course, right? OK. And then we still have a choice to make, which is the runtime. If you do some JavaScript on the server side, like running some scripts, you might also choose between Node, Bun, and Dino. And, well, at the beginning, it felt like, sure. But actually, it's more like that. And this is a bit painful, right? Other languages also have to figure out. So the question is, can't we like combine that all into one thing? Can we like not make less choices? Maybe you go just back to this one. And the answer is, well, maybe. So the question is, do we finally have a unified toolchain? Or some people say, when do we finally have a unified toolchain? And that's what we're going to talk about today. A few words about me. I'm Alex Devrel at VoidZero. Web engineering consultant as well, speaking, as you can see. I'm part of the Nuxt team as well. Any Nuxt fans in the house? Oh, OK. A few, we'll meet outside as well. That's good. And of course, on socials, etc., website, you know it. Now back to the talk itself, because what we want is the best tools. Now, it is not that difficult in the PHP's universe and ecosystem. In JavaScript, it's a bit trickier, right? So what we want is we want tools that are easy to set up, right? We want to make sure, OK, they're what's going on? That's not what should happen. OK, let's ignore that here. Fine. We want to, easy to set up and use, right? They should work together seamlessly for our needs. Great documentation is very important, both for us and our agents. Rich ecosystem, right? So we don't want to reinvent the wheel all the time. Secure, ignore the warning from before, right? Please just skip it. Blazing fast. There's a TM. It's a bit dark, but there's a TM there. Yeah, they should not run for minutes, but more for seconds or sub-seconds. We want fast feedback, and it's very important. So we not like, go for a coffee while our linter or our build's running. Let's not do that. Reliable would also be great, right? So make sure these tools are actually working in 99.9% of the cases. Future-proof. We don't want to switch them out every 3 months. I know it's a meme in the JavaScript world, so like let's just rebuild my portfolio in the newest framework, and we could do it every week. But we also don't want that for a production application. Yeah, and they should also be extensible, because we all have weird requirements sometimes. And ideally, these tools should also help us to meet them. Not solve them for us necessarily, but give us the option to do so, empower us. And well, maintenance, right? Nowadays, we want to make sure that they're well maintained, and and so on. We could go on, there's a long list, but this all just means one thing: we want great developer experience. But if you think back to all the buttons, we also know picking tools is super exhausting. That's also one of the reasons why Laravel is great. You got things set up, and there are also a couple of reasons why we don't have Laravel in the JS world. That's super popular, right? Anyway, we have to go back picking our tools, so we have a couple of options here. For example, we can stick with the old reliables, like ESLint, Prettier, LintStage and Husky for like local feedback, stage hooks, NVM for node version management, right? TSUp for libraries, Jest, Webpack. Well, maybe a vtest and Vite instead. It's OK. And that works. Like, a lot of applications are built with these tools, and they work great, these applications. But there are some pain points. We can't ignore that. Well, First of all, performance, right? There are performance issues in the sense that, like, okay, if my linting suite takes minutes, I don't want to run that locally. So I just let it run in CI, and then I come back to it, and I forgot what I was actually doing. Not good. The X issues, like configuration hell everywhere, is also not very helpful. You want to have helpful error messages, and not be like, oh, what does E13 whatever means? It's tricky. They're not necessarily future-proof, so ESM in JavaScript, right? We have CJS and ESM as these two ways of writing modules. ESM support is not always there. New features, making sure they support new parts of the language as well. That's another point. And honestly, we're also just tired of choosing and then seeing, oh, tool A doesn't work with tool B, so I have to use a weird workaround created by some guy in Nebraska that is not maintaining it anymore. Talking about not maintaining it, right? So these are fair pain points, and we kind of have to go for a trade-off, unless we say, well, we go the other way and say, let's go with the next gen of tooling, like the modern stuff, the shiny things, right? So we can migrate from ESLint, for example, to Oxlint, prettier to Ox format. LintStage and Husky, well, there's some alternatives like left hook, but there's not like this one clear thing. NVM also has a couple options, but it's still not that easy to choose for node version management. TS up can go with TS down, sure. And vtest and vt, well, they can stay where they are. They're quite OK. So if we do this, does it solve all the pain points? Well, we have a few things here, right? They're faster. The new tools written in Rust, for example, they're quite speedy. But the X-wise, yeah, they're also better, sure. Better error messages, more helpful, great. Future-proof? Well, I mean, future will show, but they are designed with the modern things in mind and what might come. And they are not necessarily based on some legacy things, which, well, at some point everything will become legacy, but that's a different story. But there is still a lot to configure. If we choose like all the tools from this slide before, we still have to configure like an Oxlint RC or oxlint.config.ts, same for like Ox format, same for vtest, etc. And we still had a few gaps there, so some tools were still missing. And also, what's with compatibility? Do they all work with all the things that we need? Yeah, difficult. And then, maybe let's zoom out a bit. Let's look at other languages, maybe other non-web languages. This, for example, here, Rust. Rust has a tool called Cargo, and Cargo does all the things like building, right, analyzing, creating docs, scaffolding, testing, benchmarking, etc., even installing packages, what we all love. So that's not bad. And then there is also Go. Don't have to zoom in too closely here, but same idea. You have Go build, Go clean, and so on. And in a way, that feels like JavaScript is a bit of like the odd one out here. And people are mocking us for that. I mean, I kind of understand. So there should be a solution for that. And, well, some of you already know, but there is, and it's called Vt+. So what is this ominous thing? Well, Vt+ is the one big wrapper for your front-end toolchain needs. So it includes all the next-gen tools. It also manages your node version and package manager, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. It has monorepo support, a task runner with caching. So, I mean, monorepos are kind of a standard nowadays if you work in JS world. You can set up your Git hooks to make sure, let's run some commands when things get staged. That's all still built in that one thing. And there's this one config to rule them all. Just a single config for all these needs covered. So you don't have to jump between hundreds or dozens of files. Also, you can start with nothing. You can just get going. Plus, it's framework agnostic. It works with your favorite stack. There is no assumption. The only thing is it should be built on Vt. And even that is not fully true, because you can still use things like linting and formatting and caching without using Vt at all. So technically, you can even say, like, yeah, let's run Next.js with Vt+, which is kind of funny. And it's also not only for front-end applications. You can run your libraries, your CLI tools with that, and more. You can even run some Laravel commands inside. And if you have enough time, that's something I'd love to show. Talking about showing, demo time. OK, let me switch my screen here and mirror it back to my VS Code, and then we can get going right away. So, anyone up for a demo? Yeah? OK. OK, you want to see things. That's great. All right, zoom a bit in here. So I started with a very simple application coming from Laravel Herd, right? Because that's the easiest way to set up Laravel applications if you don't have PHP, Nginx, etc. straight away installed. So we're just getting started. We have the Laravel V plugin here, inertia, right? Joe was just talking about it. Set up React, but it doesn't matter. We can take any starter kit, Tailwind, Wayfinder as well, and we're good to go. Now, I already took the freedom of just installing packages, so we don't have to do that here right away. And the next thing, what we can do is, well, we can say npm run lint, or if we use pnpm, which is a little bit better package manager, we can just run it. And we see it takes a bit. That's fine. We can also say pnpm format, and same thing. It will format all the things. So these are the old tools. Now, if you want to use V+, we can just start. First of all, we have to install it. But also there, we can skip that for this demo. And we can just run VP. Now we have a couple options. We can create our own application. We can start a VDEV server. We can do a lot of things, like also installing dependencies, so you don't have to worry which package manager to use. You just use VP, like VPI, and we're done. Already there, of course. Great. And we're talking about greenfield projects in the beginning, so obviously this is quite a luxury that we don't always have. So of course we want to make it easy for you to migrate things over. And I'll show you how easy it is. There is the VP migrate command, which helps you with that. There's also VP migrate help, -- help. So you can actually have all the things listed. Plus, there's also a migration prompt, so you can just tell your agent, like, hey, look, run VP migrate help, figure things out. That will even go better than a manual migration, because it will paper over a lot of things. Nevertheless, we just do it here right away. So we start with VP migrate here. The first thing it will ask is like, hey, do you want to have pre-commit hooks set up already? You're always up to say no. I prefer to say yes, so we get better feedback. Sure. Now, we already have agents MD and Claude MD, right? V+ also adds a fair chunk, so your AI knows about it and knows what to run and what not to run. So we can just call append here, and also there for Claude. That's fine. Then we have editor configs for like VS Code or Z if you want to. There are also others that you don't need, like JetBrains IDE just works out of the box. And then, yeah, VS Code settings, we'll just merge this. Go ahead, you can always skip this if you don't want to. And now we come to the fun part. Now, we have our ESLint setup here, right, in this ESLint config. And this whole thing can be migrated over to auxlint with auxlint migrate, with a migration script. So we say, yes, we do want that. And the same, actually, from prettier to aux format. This is the easiest migration you ever had, I promise, because it's just one command. They're compatible. So that's straightforward. Linting is a bit more sophisticated, but it's fine. And then there's another thing. Because of the next-gen tooling, TypeScript 7 is used under the hood. So if we take a look here at the TypeScript config, the default one, we see this like red squiggly line here saying base URL dot, and that's deprecated and will be removed in TypeScript 7. And TypeScript 6 is already like, yeah, it's not good. So of course, V+ is detecting that and saying, hey, do you want to run this command to fix that? This is like the official, semi-official workaround. So you can do this, or you say, hey, no, I don't want to touch it. I just want to do it manually. So you can say, yes, sure, and it will just go ahead. It will do it. It will migrate all the things. You see base URL is already gone, and we get the steps here. Migrating prettier, 2 seconds, not too bad. I mean, that's probably faster than running prettier itself. We migrated then the aux and RC from our migrating things, and it's all in V+. So let's have a look what happened. If we open our vconfig now, and I'll quickly restart also the TypeScript server, we see, OK, there's a lot more in here. Let me go through this step by step. The plugins, they're the same. They're all good. But now we also have a format one, a stage, and a lint. So stage is obvious, right? Stage is just, OK, let's run git hooks. For every file, just run vp check fix. What it is, well, you can think of it, but we'll see in a second. For linting, we have all our configs here. It's a bit lengthy, of course, because there are a lot of different rules that you want to set. You can always improve this later, but it will also just work out of the box. And for format, same idea. This is just copying from prettier over. There's also still a prettier ignore file because we don't port it manually. You can do so. It's very easy, but there's some syntax that the vconfig itself and aux format doesn't support. In most of the cases, it will just work fine. OK, so what we can do now is we can just run vplint. And that will run linting. Actually, it detects a few more things because it also adds more type-aware linting. Things like, oh, there's a promise that is not explicitly handled, so there will be some things that maybe your lint config didn't catch yet. So you can take a look at that. Same for format. We can just run vp format -- check, so we don't write to it. We'll see like, oh, OK, there are some MD files that are differently formatted. It's fine. You know what? We'll just add it here to our ignore array, say star.md. We don't need this. We can run it again. We'll see, great, only these would be changed. So we can remove it. We're good to go. And now, even better, We didn't do type check yet, but it's still also ran during the linting, so linting covers that as well. And there's just this one command called VP check, and it will run all the things for your front end. It will just do all of that, tell you the errors, and you're fine. And also, what you've seen, VP check -- fix. And you're good to go. So that's pretty decent. We have all our things at disposal. Everything works with Vite as before. And now we can even do one more trick. So due to time, there are like roughly 7 minutes left, I prepared something. We can add a new task inside our Vite config. So let me quickly gather that. And oh, you know what? I'll just take it from here. Perfect. So through our run config, we can set up, OK, we want to have tasks. So besides a bit like composer scripts, right, or NPM scripts, you can set up tasks here, and they're way more powerful. This is a whole system. So there are things like tasks depending on each other. There's caching built in, if you don't disable it, of course. There are a lot of different ways to run commands, so we can just define our own. And the interesting part here is we see, OK, this is not a JavaScript command, right? We have PHP artisan here. This is like a Laravel command. So what we could do is we have our routes generate, right, to say clear all the routes, generate with Wayfinder. It's great. We do some type checks on them. And then we have a contract command. The contract command says, OK, we run the test that we have. It depends on type check. Type check depends on generate. So V+ is clever enough to know what to run. And type check, well, we see there is a special treatment there. So now what we can do is we can call VP run. It will give us a couple options from our package JSON, but also the newly generated routes, :contract, for example. And if you run this, under the hood, the commands will run, and in the right order. And we see it all passes, it all works. And we have this little 0 out of 4 cache it here. If you run it again, can select it again or type it, then we even see, oh, here, there's a cache hit for TypeScript checking, of course, for the compiler, because we didn't change anything. The rest, we disabled the cache. We can also improve this, and this saves a lot of time. So you can even design workflows in mind that work with both your front end and your back end, or whatever. You can put any kind of command in there, and it's amazingly powerful and saving you and your team, hopefully, a lot of time. So Vite+ can cover all of these things, and in a way also bridge the gap in tooling between Laravel and the JS ecosystem. OK, and then we can continue. There are a lot of other things, a lot of other cool things to give it a try, but time, I know. So you might still wonder about a few things. Compatibility, we didn't really address that so far, and it's true. The thing is, compatibility is pretty decent. aux format is 100% prettier conformant, so you can use all your JavaScript and TypeScript that was formatted in prettier, one by one, copy it over, there will be no changes. There were even bugs that we reported upstream, which helps the whole ecosystem. You can also use your favorite ESLint plugins and rules. Actually, this is quite interesting. We can have a look at that real quick. So in the Vite config, in our lint part here, we have something called JS plugins, because aux-lint has a couple of native ones, but in this case, we can just use any existing ESLint plugins with a small restriction that I'll come to in a second, and we can use all of the rules there. So if you say, OK, I'm not a prettier fan, I rather use ESLint stylistic, or both together like the default setup uses, no problem. You can just go ahead, and it will run fast and without issues. So that's a big plus. And then we also have a compatibility overview for frameworks. So that's one of the things where we don't support everything fully out of the box right now. JavaScript and TypeScript, of course. React, fully supported. For Vue, Svelte, Angular, we are working right now on the support for the template. So there's no template linting yet. But the good part is there is an RFC. So also there, if you're interested, please take a look at the aux-lint repository. We're getting there. There are a lot of other things that Prettier can do that we don't cover yet. That's also something on the list for the future. But generally, it looks pretty decent right now. So if you have a project in React, Vue, Svelte, Angular, SolidQuick, and the others, give it a try. Worst case, you can always run ESLint in parallel, like afterwards, for the rules that you can't cover, like for your Vue template rules or Svelte component rules. And then you still get fast feedback. But that's also a bridge that we want to cross later on. Now, OK, we are in a pretty good step. But what's the future plans here? The good thing is there are a few things we want to plan. Most of this can change, so take it with a little grain of salt. But we want to add more dedicated templates. Now, we didn't get into creation due to time, but you can scaffold fully new projects that just work out of the box. And we want to make sure that works even better with your favorite framework. Hopefully, we'll also get V+ into the Laravel starter kits there. It's right now also still in alpha, but it's pretty stable, and we'll going to release a mature version soon. Managing the package manager version itself is also something we want to do. So right now we can say like, okay, use pnpm, bun, classic npm. We default to pnpm, but we don't manage the version itself. So we'll just come with whatever your package JSON says. VP release to make release just a bit easier. Having an automated changelog generation, version bumping, especially for monorepos, is great. Docs generation, of course, and as I mentioned before, Vue, Astro, Svelte support for the Auxland for the templates. So the script part already works. The templates, they don't yet, but we're getting there. And more. So if you have any feedback, if you're interested, well, also catch me outside, and otherwise leave a comment on GitHub, shoot me a DM. We're always happy to hear, like, oh, I tried it. This is a paper cut which we can improve. There are always a lot of use cases. So if this sounds interesting, please give it a try. vplus.dev is where you have to go to install it. As I said, it's open source, MIT, free forever. So you can just use it. And to answer the question from the beginning of the talk, when do we finally have a unified toolchain? Well, the answer is now. All right. Then that's it. Thanks for your attention. And looking forward to questions later on.
All right. Great job, man.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Have you been to Japan before? Is this your first time?
Second time.
Second time.
Yes.
All right, cool. Well, great to have you back, and great to have you here. We always love the sort of like the general relationship we've had to sort of the Vue community and the sort of Nuxt.js and Vite, and that community has always been a close friend to the Laravel community. So we always appreciate that relationship.
I wouldn't be here without that. Like I talked with Taylor earlier, or like yesterday. It was about like, okay, the tweet and the connection. Like I came from Laravel all like back in 5.4, 5.6.
Great times.
Over to Vue. Amazing time.
Laravel
like,
5, what a beautiful time. I loved it.
Now I feel old though, but but yeah. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. So that's also thanks to Laravel.
Awesome, cool. Well, we're super glad to have you here. What do you see as sort of like as Vite and Vite Plus sort of grow and become sort of like de facto tooling across lots of ecosystems? Like, how do you see like what difficulties and like what opportunities are there building, you know, tooling? Like the JavaScript toolchain is something that like every single stack has to utilize, right?
Yeah.
So what like difficulties and opportunities are there building something that is going to be utilized from so many different contexts of people building apps in ways that you might not think of?
Yeah, also a lot of opportunities, of course, and opinions, a lot of opinions everywhere. I think the key part is we want to make sure we can empower people to build what they want. So making sure, like, Vite doesn't necessarily need tons of new features. It's more like giving an API, especially now with the environment API, that works not only for like server-side rendering and client, but also like in your worker, giving the opportunity for plugin authors, framework maintainers to express what they need and don't hold them back.
And you're telling me that you don't miss Webpack?
So the thing is, I don't miss the compile time or the build time. I don't. But funnily, when we built Rolldown, the new Rust-based bundler that powers Vite 8, we also took inspiration from Webpack because there is one thing, probably many more, but there's one thing Webpack was really, really good at, and that is like chunking. So like splitting up the JavaScript files and defining how you do this, like groups, tagging them, and making sure, okay, you can decide what goes where. Rollup and ESBuild, that was what Vite was using before, they were not that good at that. Like ESBuild was like, whatever. Rollup has some options, and we definitely took inspiration there and said, like, okay, we want to make sure users have like an option to find, like, granularly define that, and making their JavaScript part as performant as their backend might be.
Awesome, cool. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, of course. Thanks for having me.
Yep, it was great here. And
Thank
we'll
you.
see you later on a panel, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, cool.
See you then.
All right, everybody. We are a little bit ahead, so we're going to take a little bit of a longer break, which should be nice. There have been issues with the venue Wi-Fi. We know. We are aware. We're going to reboot the whole system during the break, so the Wi-Fi might not be available during the break. It will be rebooting during the break, and hopefully when we come back, it will be better. Please remember that during the break, there's the Ask the Speaker area. Outside here, under the stairs, there are chairs, and there's live translation there, and so speakers will be there to answer questions. So if you want to ask questions to the speakers, please do that during the break at the Ask the Speaker area. Remember, there's a bunch of water and coffee and tea up here by the sponsor area. This is a good opportunity to talk to the sponsors as well. With all of that out of the way, I think I'm just going to encourage all of you to go talk to each other, mingle, make connections, follow each other on Twitter, follow me on Twitter, whatever you want to do. All right, cool. Everyone have a good break. I'll see you back here 11:30. So 11時半ここに戻ってください。
just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah. Mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, I'm mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, I'm mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, I'm mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. just wanna make you. I 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 just wanna make you. Make you mine. I
All right, welcome back, everyone. How we doing? Great to be back with all of you once again. Everyone have a good break? Yeah. All right. That is awesome. The weather's really nice today. I was just sitting outside for a while talking to people. It was great. The nice breeze, nice sun, nice temperature, not too hot. That's what we like to see. Sometimes in Japan it can get really hot during the summer. Today, not too hot. I love it. All right, cool. We are going to bring up our next speaker. He's one of our Japanese speakers. He is an engineering manager at PR Times, and he's going to talk to us about technical debt. please help me welcome Kawase Shogo-san. Shogo-san, お願いします。
はい、安心してください。日本語で話します。はい。皆さんね、日本人の方が多いはずなのにずっと英語のセッション、楽しいんですけどちょっと疲れたんじゃないかなと思ってこれから日本語で話します。ちょっとここまで結構エキサイティングなトークがいっぱいあった中で技術的負債というちょっと一見地味なテーマにお話しするんですが、ちょっと大事な話だと思うのでよろしくお付き合いください。はい、改めて川瀬翔吾と申します。 PR タイムズという会社でエンジニアリングマネージャーをやっていて、プレスリリースの配信プラットフォームの開発に携わっています。 PHP とは長い付き合いで PHP4 の頃からずっと一緒にいます。でララベルも結構長くて11年ぐらいララベル4のプロジェクトを他社から引き継いだっていうちょっとマニアックな経緯が始まりでした。キャリアの大半を PHP とララベルと共に過ごしてきました。今日このステージに立つことができてとても光栄です。浜崎さん本当にありがとうございます。さて今日のトークのゴールなんですけど、技術的負債という言葉をきちんと理解して非エンジニア、ノンエンジニアとも語れるようになることで、もう一つが技術的負債との付き合い方のヒント、特に AI を踏まえて技術的負債とどう付き合っていくかっていうところを皆さんに持って帰ってもらうことの2つがゴールです。はい、本日はこちらの順番のお話をしていきます。はい、まず最初、そもそも技術的負債とは何なんでしょうか。さて、ここにいる皆さんであれば、この写真の人物が誰なのか、もちろんご存知だと思います。このウォード・カニンガムさんは、すべてのウィキのルーツであるウィキウェブの開発者、そしてアジャイルソフトウェア開発宣言の署名に名を連ねる一人としてとても有名です。でも今日ここで紹介するのは他でもありません。彼こそが技術的負債という概念の生みの親として広く知られているからです。彼の有名な言葉を引用します。負債のメタファーを発明したのは当時のプロダクトで、についてリファクタリングについて上司に説明するためでした。上司に説明する際、それが金融系のソフトウェアだったので金融の例え話を使ってそれを負債のメタファーと名付けました。彼は現実世界の仕組みと目の前のプログラムにズレが発生した時で、それが増えていくことで開発スピードが落ちることをまるで借金の利子を払い続けるかのようであると上司に説明しました。つまり彼が語った負債のメタファーというのは今日の我々が語る技術的負債よりもかなり限定的な概念です。しかしその例えが非常に分かりやすかったことからあちこちで引用されて徐々にその解釈も拡大していきます。そして技術的負債という言葉は当初の負債のメタファーよりも幅広い意味を持つ言葉として今日においては広く定着しています。さてここまでお話ししてきたように技術的負債という言葉について実は、学術的で統一された定義というものは実は存在しませんと。今日のタイトルなんですけど Understand it rightly and engaging it rightly 正しく知り正しく付き合う、正しくって何でしょうかっていう話なんですけど、ここからは、全て私個人の意見見解ということになります。ただこれまで長年技術的負債と向き合ってきた中でお伝えする内容についてはかなり自信を持っているのでもうしばらくお付き合いいただければ幸いです。その上であえてシンプルな言葉で技術的負債を改めて定義したいと思います。技術的負債とはソフトウェアの変更容易性を下げるありとあらゆる要素と私は考えます。変更容易性、まだ少し難しい言葉かもしれないですね。変更容易性が低いとはどんな状態でしょうか。コードが十分に整理整頓されていなくてドキュメントが貧弱な状態、これは変更容易性が低い典型的な例です。ドキュメンテーションが不足しコードが十分に整理されていない場合、それを理解するために時間がかかります。つまり変更するために人間のリソースはもちろん AI のコンテキストを大量に消費します。そして古いまま放置されているライブラリやランタイムも変更容易性を下げる原因です。ララベルもバージョンアップのたびに便利な新機能がたくさん追加されてきました。しかし古いまま放置されているとそれを利用することができません。例えば皆さん昨日ララベルブーストテイラーの話とっても魅力的でしたよね。そうでもない僕はすごくエキサイティングだったんですけど、 ララベルブーストを使うためには、ララベル11以降が必要です。11。もし、それより低いバージョンを使い続けている場合、ララベルブーストを使うことはできません。ちょっと古いバージョンですけど、それをまだ使っているっていう人も、少なくないと思うんですよね。で、バージョンアップ作業は労力を伴います。仮に致命的な脆弱性が発覚したとき、バージョンが古いままだとすぐに対応できず、大きなリスクになります。また、これらの問題をさらに深刻するのがテストの自動化不足です。テストが自動化されていない場合、リファクタリングもままなりませんし、バージョンアップ作業の工数は跳ね上がります。変更のたびに手動でリグレッションテストが必要です。そういう状況においては、変更することに対する腰が重くなって、ソフトウェアの進化が大きく停滞します。現代においては、AI がコードを生成する場面が増えています。テストが十分に自動化されていない環境においては、AI が正解を見つけられません。そのような状況で AI が生成するコードの品質低下は避けられません。じゃあ、そんな技術的負債、なぜ生まれるのでしょうか。一つ目は、スキル不足と事業ドメインの理解不足です。皆さんも身に覚えがあるんじゃないでしょうか。誰だよ、こんなひどいコードを書いたのは。Git ブレイムを見ます。俺じゃねえか。It's me。これは実装当時のスキル不足、事業ドメインの理解不足によって発生します。そういったスキルの向上や知識の習得などによって、数ヶ月前、場合によっては数日前に書いたコードがひどいものに見える。実装当時はベストだと思った選択が振り返ると失敗だったということは日常茶飯事です。そういうコードを放置すると、それが参考にされ、コピーされ、増殖していきます。現代において最も厄介なのは AI が既存のコードをやってやりましたみたいな顔で大いに参考にするということです。2つ目は技術の進歩と環境の変化です。ここ若い方が多いんで見慣れないと思うんですけど、これは PHP4、20年前のクラスです。もちろんプロパティにプライベートやプロテクテッドなんていうことは指定できず、アンダースコアで始めたらそれはプライベートだというアピールになっていたという時代でした。当然型も指定できません。コンストラクタのメソッド名も異なります。この時代、クラス名と同じ名前のメソッドがコンストラクタでした。現代の PHP ではこれはもう動きません。引数にもちろん型ヒントはありません。モードリーチにもありません。もちろんコンストラクタープロパティプロモーションなんて便利なものはありませんでした。はい。で、これが現代的な PHP8 スタイルのコードです。かなりシンプルになりました。このように同じ言語であっても時代とともに大きく変化し、古いコードが陳腐化したり動かなくなることさえあります。で、PHP7 以降に行われた言語レベルでの大きな変更点を抜粋しました。これだけでも抜粋ですね。全部は網羅できていません。この10年でこれだけ多くの変化がありました。で、追加される機能だけじゃなくて、時代の変化とともに非推奨となり削除される機能もあります。このように環境や技術の進化によって我々が何もしなくてもコードは勝手に腐っていきます。実装当時は問題なくても時代の流れとともに陳腐化して動かなくなっていきます。またユーザー数やアクセス数の増加に伴ってデータベース設計やパフォーマンス面での問題が顕在化することもあります。またクラウド移行であったり冗長化、コンテナ化などによって問題なく動いていたコードでも急に使えなくなる、そんな場面を僕はこれまでいくつも見てきました。これに似た例としてフレームワークやライブラリの導入も負債の原因です。ここから先ちょっとこのカンファレンスで話すと勇気いるんですよね。はい、まず前提としてライブラリやフレームワークの導入は開発を加速します。フレームワークには必要な機能が揃っていて、我々はビジネスロジックの実装に集中できます。素晴らしいですね。人気のフレームワークであれば採用においても有利です。さらに豊富なドキュメントや参考コードがインターネット上にあります。AI の生成精度向上も期待できます。ララベルウェイに乗ればララベルブーストが全部やってくれるんですよ。で、ララベルもそんな人気のフレームワークの一つです。しかし、かつてこんな出来事がありました。ララベル5のリリースです。さっきララベル5、あの時代は良かったよねって話があったんですが、ララベル5、いくつもの破壊的変更がありました。本当にたくさんありました。当時、ララベルを使っていた開発者はみんな頭を抱えたと思います。僕もその一人です。これは何もララベルがおかしなことを言っている、悪い、失敗しているという意味ではなくて、本当、世の中にたくさんある出来事です。多くのフレームワークやライブラリが 時には言語までが破壊的な変更によって大きな分断を生んできた歴史があります。このコードセプションプラススペシファイが使えなくなった時は本当に僕は悲しくて、そのおかげでペストが出てくれる本当に良かったって、今日ヌーノに会えて良かったっていうずっと今日言葉に詰まるぐらい嬉しかったです。はい。説明してきたようにライブラリやフレームワークの導入は開発を加速します。しかし導入は始まりに過ぎません。使い続ける限り継続的なアップデートが必要です。破壊的変更や EOL のリスクもあります。人気がいつまで続くか分かりません。特にニッチなライブラリの場合はその傾向が強くなります。導入を推進した第一人者がチームを離れ一気に負債化するというケースはこれまで何度も繰り返されてきました。次の話です。はい、また例え話ですね。身に覚えがあるんじゃないでしょうか。やばい、納期が近い、コードの整理を明日にしよう、レビューをお願いしますと。さらにレビュアーの方も気になる点は残ってるけどやり取り多くなってきてしんどいな、時間も残ってないし、まあいいか、アップロード。なんだこのひどいスパゲティは。下手に手を入れるのも怖いから指示された部分だけちょっと変更してコミットしよう。今回はデリバリー優先だし、誰も自動テスト書いたことないんだよな。余裕ができたらやればいいよね。このように我々は日々デリバリーのプレッシャーにさらされ本能に振り回されています。デリバリーを優先するあまりさまざまなことに時間を割けず不完全なコードが生まれることは全く珍しくありません。普段は強い意志で品質を保っていても疲労や過度のプレッシャーの中で無意識に楽な道に逃げてしまう、そんなことが誰しもが経験があるはずです。そうして生まれたコードがコピーされ増殖され AI がさらにそれを増やしていきます。でその極端な例がプロトタイプの本番運用です。また例え話をします。とある架空のスタートアップで速度に勝る価値はない、スピード優先で雑にプロトタイプを作ってくれ、よくある話ですよね。わかりました、本番用には作り直す必要がありますが大丈夫ですよね。もちろんその時は予算も時間もしっかり確保するから。すでに笑ってますね。A few weeks later、 評判は上々だ、このまま一気に本格運用だ、今すぐ Right now。 ちょっと待ってください、実際は作り直すって約束でしたよね。そんな時間はない、今回は諦めてくれ。ところでこの機能を明日までに追加してくれないか。案の定約束は守られませんでした。これまでプロトタイプと言われて作ったプロダクトがそのまま本番にリリースされる例を私は何度も目にしてきました。はい、極めて稀な恵まれた例を除いて残念ながら後で作り直せるといった約束が守られることはありません。はい、またプロダクトの初期フェーズでは単納期での機能追加や仕様変更が頻繁に発生してコードが急速に複雑化していきます。そうして生まれたコードが参考にされコピーされ増殖していきます。さらに現代は AI の活用によって産業廃棄物とでも呼ぶべき負債が急速に増加しています。とある調査によれば AI 導入後プルリクごとのインシデントの可能性、インシデント率は 3.5 倍に増えているそうです。毎月のインシデント数や開発者1人当たりのバグの数も大幅に増加しているという事例があるそうです。またスタンフォード大学の調査によれば AI によってプルリク数が増加しレビューのスループットも向上しました。しかしコードの内部品質は約 9% 低下していわゆる手戻りも 2.6 倍に増えました。結果として実質的なアウトプットはほぼ横ばい、変わっていないんじゃないかという結果が出ています。これを別の調査では AI はスピードを前倒しにする一方で失敗のリスクを後回しにするに過ぎないと表現しています。これはつまり AI によって技術的負債を負っているということです。さらに理解負債という言葉も使われるようになりました。 AI が大量なアウトプットを素早く生み出すその裏で人間が誰も理解していないコードが増殖しています。この現象に理解負債という新しい言葉が使われていますが、私からすればこれも典型的な技術的負債の一種です。ここからはそうして日々生まれる技術的負債との付き合い方についてお話しします。さて、そもそも変更容易性が低い状態を放置すると何が起きるんでしょうか。そういった状態では作業量が読めず時間も余計にかかります。開発速度が下がり開発コストは増えます。また改修によって生じる影響の度合い範囲が読みにくくなって プロダクトの品質は下がり、インシデントのリスクが高まります。さらに変更の手間やストレスが大きいことで開発者に負担がかかります。開発者のモチベーションは下がり、離職率が上昇する危険性が高まります。つまり技術的負債というのは我々開発者だけの問題ではありません。組織全体で向き合うべきビジネス上のリスクです。じゃあ技術的負債がビジネス上のリスクだとしたらそれは悪なのでしょうか。これはジョブズとウォズニアック2人のスティーブの物語で描いたスティーブズという日本の漫画のワンシーンです。そこで紹介されているのはインテルが当時掲げていた価値観の一つ、リスクテイキングです。ビジネスで成功するためにはリスクを負う必要があるという考え方です。その後インテルの掲げる価値観というのは何度もアップデートされていますが、今でもフィアレスイノベーションとしてリスクを負うことの大切さというのを掲げ続けています。またビジネスの世界では Fail Fast, Learn Faster という考え方があります。素早く失敗しより早く学ぶ。これは大きな失敗を避けるために小さなリスクを許容すると言い換えることもできます。これを組織レベルで実践している例としてよく知られているのがスペース X です。彼らはロケットの爆発を失敗ではなく次の打ち上げのための学習の機会と考えます。爆発というリスクを許容し積極的に行動することで急速に発展拡大できているんだと思います。このようにリスクとは避けるべき悪ではなく適切にコントロールすべき対象であると考えられています。リスクは敵ではなく適切に管理すべき道具です。財務的な負債は機械損失を避けるための小さなリスクと考えることができます。それは技術的負債においても同じです。とはいえリスクが少ないに越したことはありません。我々は技術的負債をゼロに抑えることはできないのでしょうか。先ほどいくつか理由を挙げました。それならばエキスパートだけ集めて未来を完全に予想してライブラリはいらない、自分たちで全部書く、スケジュールは全てエンジニアの都合で決める、プロトタイプが終わったらゼロからもちろん作り直す、 AI は変なコード出すから使うのをやめようなんて言い出す人がいたら日本ではこのように言われます。なるほど、完璧な作戦ですね。不可能だという点に目をつぶればよ。はい、というわけで技術的負債は残念ながら必ず発生します。よって我々はこれを戦略的に選択する必要があります。そしてそれは常に制御下アンダーコントロールする必要があります。技術的負債を考慮せず手当たり次第に開発するのではなく、必要な負債を自分たちの意思で選び制御し続けていく必要があります。ではそれはどのようにやっていけばいいでしょうか。ちょっと時間が足りないのでいくつか少しだけ紹介させてください。まず1つ目はやっぱりテストの自動化です。仮にリファクタリングに伴って何日もかかる手動テストがあればリファクタリングなんて誰もやりたくないし、そもそもビジネスとして許されることではありません。手動テストの手間がリファクタリングや依存パッケージのアップデートを阻み、技術的負債の返済を困難にします。自動テストが変更後も壊れてないよってことを担保してくれることで初めて自信を持ったリファクタリングが可能になります。さらに AI がコードを生成するスピードに対して我々人間の手動のテストはあまりにも無力です。現代においてテストの自動化は負債を適切にコントロールし付き合っていくための最低条件です。続いて依存パッケージの厳選です。先ほどお話しした通りフレームワークやその拡張ライブラリの導入は短期的にはスピードをもたらしますが長期的にはさまざまなコストが生じることを忘れてはいけません。突然の EOL も想定しておく必要があります。そういった危険性を最小限に抑えるためにも依存パッケージの導入を安易に行うべきではありません。ララベルは大丈夫ですよ。ララベルは大丈夫です。はい。その必要性だったり開発の安定性、そしてパッケージの将来性についてしっかり吟味する必要があります。またその検討や議論背景はみんな時が経つと忘れてしまいます。なぜその意思決定をしたのか後から確認できるように ADR などのドキュメントをしっかり整備していきましょう。 AI の登場により外部パッケージのセキュリティリスクはかつてないレベルまで高まっています。また同時に小さな機能を提供するパッケージであれば AI で内製し保守していくってことが現実な選択肢になっています。我々はこの AI 時代においてパッケージ選定においても新たな局面に直面しているのかもしれません。 そしてコードの共同所有という考え方です。これは非常に大切な考え方です。特に開発の初期段階などでは、ここはこの人が作ったからなどと特定の個人に依存することが多くあります。しかしそうやって任せることが文化として定着してしまうと、いつしかそれがボトルネックや単一障害点となっていきます。そういった問題を防ぐための考え方がコードの共同所有です。ペアプロやモブプロなどの活動を通じて、ドメイン知識やコードの背景を共有することがチーム全体の当事者意識を育みます。チーム全員が目の前のコードに責任を持つことが健全で持続可能なコードペースの土台となります。AI は責任を取ることができません。責任感も持ちません。目の前のコードのオーナーシップは我々人間が握っていく必要があります。でさらにドキュメントのコメントの重要性って当たり前の話なんですけど、時に熟練した開発者であっても、むしろ慣れているからこそコメントやドキュメンテーションを軽視してしまうことがあります。コードは実装の結果です。そこにあるはずの背景を語ることはありません。充実したドキュメント、特にコメントがコードの理解やリファクタリングを可能にします。特に軽視されがちなのが、クラスやプロパティ、メソッドへの PHP ドックです。いくら名前が分かりやすいと思っても、そこに思い込みがないとは限りません。新たにチームにジョインした人間のメンバーはもちろん、AI にとってそこにある目の前のコードは常に初めまして、最初に見るコードです。手間を惜しまない丁寧なコメントが結果的にチームを救います。現代は AI がコードを書いて人間がそれを読む時代です。可読性とドキュメンテーションの価値というのはかつてないほど高まっています。で、5つ目はより具体的な設計パターンとして1つだけ腐敗防止層を紹介します。腐敗防止層は技術的負債をコントロールし、その影響からあなたのコードを守るための定番の設計パターンです。外部 API やパッケージ、さらにレガシーコードとの間に腐敗防止層を置くことで、外部の破壊的変更や EOL、レガシーコードの腐敗を保つことができます。もうこれだけで30分ぐらい話せるんですけど、詳しく解説している時間があと3分しかないので、その名前を知らなかった方はぜひこの後検索するなり AI に聞くなりしてみてほしいです。そしてそんな AI の活用についてお話ししてきたように、 AI は技術的負債を増やす要因の一つです。しかし同時に技術的負債を解消するための強力なパートナーでもあります。人間であれば吐き気を催すような複雑で難解なスパゲティであっても AI は根気強く解読します。さらにこれまでデリバリー優先で後回しにされてきた保守性、可読性を AI を使えば短い時間で実現することができます。さらに AI は働き者です。これまで後回しにしてきた整理整頓、リファクタリングといった作業も黙々とこなしてくれます。AI は我々にとって強力な武器です。使い道を間違えるとひどい目に遭いますが、正しく使うことで技術的負債というリスクを最小限に抑えることを可能にします。最後に継続的な整頓リファクタリングについてお話しします。ここまでお話ししてきた戦略やテクニックを駆使しても、日々負債は生まれ、放置された負債は忘れた頃に大きな問題となって我々の前に現れます。結局は日常的な整理整頓、リファクタリングの習慣が健全でメンテナンス可能なコードベースを保ちます。ただし、現場でリファクタリングが必要だ、リファクタリングしようと声高に叫ぶだけでは何も変わりません。開発プロセスに整理整頓、リファクタリングを組み込み、改善文化を自ら醸成していくことが非常に重要です。各イテレーションの計画にあらかじめ改善のための余白を組み込む、改善のためのイテレーションを設けるなど、日常的に改善を続けることで、やがて組織の文化になっていきます。これまではこれに時間がないことが言い訳にできましたが、今は AI があります。繰り返しになりますが、 AI は強力な武器です。新規開発だけじゃなく、技術的負債の解消やコントロールにも積極的に活用していく必要があります。はい、まとめです。技術的負債は必ず生まれます。大切なのはゼロにすることではなく、コントロールすることです。また、技術的負債はエンジニアリングの問題ではなく、組織全体で立ち向かうべきビジネス上のリスクです。長期的な成長を実現するために戦略的に負債を選び、 そして返すというコントロールを続けていく必要があります。最後に AI は諸刃の剣です。迂闊に使えば大量の技術的負債を生み出しますが、正しく使いこなすことでそれを解消するための強力な武器になります。以上、ご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。川瀬さん。ああ、ちょっと暑いよね。じゃあ質問はちょっと英語でやってみますからこちらに。So I love the topic of technical debt. I too am a manager, so I also manage developers, and I've experienced projects with lots of technical debt. In the age of AI, AI creates a lot of documentation. So as AI is creating a lot of documentation, it can be tempting to let that be the documentation and not have humans writing documentation. And I've seen some projects where we can get documentation debt as well, not just technical debt. Have you experienced that, and what are your thoughts on that?
はい、そうですね。AI が生まれる前から僕たちはちゃんとドキュメントを書くんだって言って意気揚々と書いたのに2ヶ月後には使えなくなってるっていう例はもう本当にたくさん見てきました。なので書けばいいというわけじゃなくて、それをどういうふうに運用していくのかっていうその作戦まで含めてちゃんと考えていく必要があるんじゃないかなと思います。AI の生成するドキュメントは手に負えないですね。
危ないですね、ちょっと。じゃあ、okay, and then sort of one other question. As we're now in this sort of realm of AI, it's faster than ever to sort of refactor the spaghetti code, the scary code, as you mentioned. When do you think is the right time to tackle the big, scary legacy code that you haven't touched in 5 years? Should you plan a whole week for it, plan a month for it, or do you think you can just start trying to do it in the middle of a sprint with AI?
5 years? いや、これに直接答えるのは難しいなと思っていて、やっぱりそれがビジネスにおいてどういう問題になっているのか。例えば1週間でできるはずのものが1ヶ月かかるみたいな状態になっているのであれば時間をかけられるかもしれないし、エンジニアがちょっと吐き気を催しますってだけだったらうるせえやれっていう。なので、そうですね、簡単に一概にお答えできない、申し訳ないですけど。
Alright. じゃあ、本当にありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you everybody. It's great to have speakers speaking in Japanese. I'm so glad that Kawasu-san spoke in Japanese. I hope all of our Japanese attendees enjoyed that. And also, that was a great talk for me specifically. These are the problems that I have to deal with a lot. I run an agency, we're a consulting company, and so we come into a lot of projects that have a lot of technical debt, and we arrive on the scene and they say, don't look over there, and over here, we don't know what that database table is for. And so, these are the problems that I run into, and I often have to sort of communicate these issues to my clients as well. So I love the topic. All right, our next speaker is someone I also see on the speaking circuit quite often, and he is coming to us from the PHP Foundation and is going to speak to us about the PHP Foundation. So coming to the stage now is Roman Pronskiy. All right, man. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Tokyo. Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. It's my first time in Japan, and I'm already in love with this country, and I'm super excited to tell you about the PHP Foundation and what's coming for PHP. But before I go to talk about the PHP Foundation, I wanted to ask you this question. Maybe you had some idea that you thought, oh, what if that will be in PHP? would it be nice? Maybe it was DD in the core, or maybe it was some nice syntax sugar that you saw in other language. Or maybe it was generics, for God's sake. My name is Roman Pronskiy. I'm leading PHP Storm at JetBrains. And I also founded the PHP Foundation and I'm currently serving on this board. And I had tons of ideas. But here's the thing. Many of them were just too big or too complicated, too hard. Maybe not as hard as learning Japanese, but still, it would take me months or years to try them and build them myself. So what changed in 2026 is AI. Now, apparently, I can try those things, and I can implement them myself. So that's what I did. There are already 2 pull requests to PHP core from me. They're not merged yet. They're both related to packing opcache bytecode to far archives so that your CLI tools run faster. But while doing that and a bunch of other experiments, I learned a few things about PHP core. And, and I built agent skill. So you can use this agent skill with Claude or any other agent and use it to build stuff or prototype your ideas in PHP. So you can just check a random bug from PHP codebase on GitHub and ask to fix this bug. Or just prototype your idea. You just type /prototype, idea prototype, and then your basically hypothesis, your idea, and it will do that. And on the next slide, what I did here, I wanted to show it from the start, but it already, no. So I asked, apparently, I don't know the translation, but it should be about implementing DD in the core. And then you can see how it works. And the best part is not just that it reads the whole code base of PHP internals and everything, but it also reads the discussions happened previously about this topic. So it goes to externals.io, which is a website where you can read mailing list of PHP, all the discussions that happened. This website is built by Matthew Napoli, who is here today. And shout out to Matthew. Thanks for building this. And he actually rebuilt the site in Laravel. So at the end, you'll get a whole spec. And this is just a short part of this spec with the results, like notes. Apparently, this DD in the core was already discussed previously many times, and there are some arguments against this. So you can try this for whatever. But here's the thing. Imagine like doing complex stuff in one prompt, and imagine many people doing that and pushing this stuff to core. Apparently, someone registered name php-generics and created pull request to PHP with the whole implementation. But it's huge, and that's anonymous person. Well, would you trust this? Like, imagine everyone doing this. Imagine a whole bunch of pull requests being committed to PHP core, and then you relying on it. Well, imagine security vulnerability happening in PHP someday, and no one being able to fix it because it was all generated by AI and not reviewed or something. And this already happened in different ecosystems. So you can see hacks happening everywhere, in basically everywhere. And there is even a website called Vibe Security Radar. And what this website does, it tracks vulnerabilities found in Vibe-coded or code generated with AI. Not necessarily Vibe-coded, but just code generated with AI. So what do we do with that? And this is exactly why Foundation exists. So the PHP Foundation makes sure that PHP is modern, reliable, and secure for everyone. Whoops. And PHP is a non-profit organization that maintains and develops PHP. But you may ask Roman, well, what exactly does it do? So let's go through these three things: modern, reliable, and secure. What does it mean in practice? So modern means new features, and PHP Foundation builds new features with every release. Let's go through maybe a few. So property hooks is one of the big features that PHP Foundation built. It was shipped in PHP 8.4. This is a syntax sugar, basically, but it saves so much boilerplate code. It's so useful, super cool feature. But there is more. There are some nice additions to different APIs. For example, URL parsing. For example, you can use emojis in domains, right? And this is real domain. You can actually go to this domain right now, or I'll show it later, and this will be a page with all the links to that I mentioned in this presentation. And previously, these domains, you could parse them, but there were some bugs, and there were different other bugs. So we now have a nice API for dealing with URLs. There is Object API for BC Math. And you all know this problem with dealing with float numbers. So BC Math allows you to use floats or integers of any size. But the good thing about this one is actually that it was developed by Saki, Japanese developer of the PHP Core Foundation. She has...
こんにちは。PHP ファンデーション公開発メンバーで、ビシモスナンバーの実装者、高町咲です。ローマンはいつも親切で、コミュニティを支えてくれる頼れる存在です。いつもありがとうございます。ビシモスナンバーは、PHP でより安全で扱いやすい数値計算を実現するため、従来の手続き型の機能を、より現代的なオブジェクト型の API で実現したものです。今日はぜひ、ルラベルカンファレンス、そしてローマンの発表を楽しんでください。では、またね。
Yeah. I hope Saki can make it next time. Thanks for this nice video. So yeah, but features, there are a lot more. I mentioned just a few, but features take only like 20% of the time. And making sure that PHP is reliable is fixing bugs, fixing performance issues, making sure the infrastructure is updated and up to date, everything. This is the main part of the work. And I don't want to go to the details of that because it's maybe a little bit boring. But you know this routine. You're all developers. We all are. And you know how painful can be, fixing bugs. This is not something you can do for free. But I want to stop on the security more. So last year, we organized the first ever security audit of PHP. Can you imagine? Like PHP is 30 years, and for the first time, we actually hired proper penetration team to actually analyze it. And we found a few security issues, some of them with high severity. They were already fixed. But this year, we did more. We received grant from Linux Foundation, and we started a new PHP ecosystem security team. And what this team does, it makes sure that not only PHP core is ready for AI age, but also critical PHP projects like Laravel, for example, that they have access to this project Glasswing and Mythos LLM by Anthropic so that it can be analyzed for security issues. So PHP is modern, reliable, and secure so that millions of businesses and developers can trust it all over the world. And these are just a few companies that sponsor the PHP Foundation and that rely on PHP. And I highlighted Japanese companies here. They are thanks for sponsorship. The foundation was like in 2021, there was no foundation. There were, in the world, there were only 2 developers who were paid to develop PHP core. Can you imagine? With millions of businesses relying on PHP, only 2 developers were paid. But in November of 2021, the PHP Foundation started. And today, in 2026, we have 12 developers working on PHP core, paid by the foundation. We also have new director, and Matt Stoffer, who is from Laravel community. He is a representative of Laravel community in PHP board, on PHP board, the foundation board. But this is the graphic that I want to show you. This is the most important graphic. So these are the contributions to PHP core. And not only contributions from the PHP Foundation developers grow, but also from the community. And this is because the PHP Foundation developers, they review pull requests, they provide feedback, and so on and so forth. This is, I think, the most important part. that contributing to PHP growth. And there's a lot more coming. So pipe operator, this is already delivered, again, by the PHP Foundation. But it's a little bit cumbersome with these anonymous functions that you need to wrap into braces. In the next release, we'll have partial function application. So it will make things even shorter. You see this question mark on the last argument of the functions? This basically means that you take a result from the previous call. Streams revamp. I will not go in detail about streams. For that, you can actually visit the next topic, talk by Tim. He will talk about streams exactly. But this is the most, or one of the oldest and biggest and, let's say, this was the system that PHP core developers didn't dare to touch, to rework. And finally, we got money from the German government, and we will modernize it. And one of the things that I want to highlight from this modernization is polling API. This basically adds support for this ePoll, KeyQ, and other mechanisms of polling on different systems. And that makes PHP actually async ready. You can implement file watcher in PHP. You don't need JavaScript for that. It will be super efficient. You can use async frameworks like React PHP or whatever. It will be super, super efficient these days. And it's coming in the next release. On top of that, TLS session reusage. So TLS, when you establish TLS session, you lose about 100 milliseconds every time. And if you have a lot of requests, that means a lot of 100 milliseconds lost in every request. But you can reuse it now. And error handling improvements and a lot more. So pattern matching. This hasn't been accepted yet, but there is a high chance that it will. Also developed by the PHP Foundation. And these are just a few examples. You can take variable and check if it's some string like type, or if it's an object of certain type. You can use different combinations. You can use even like things like that. So for example, if you want to check if some variable is an object with a specific value, you can do it like this. Super cool. And these are just a few examples of pattern matching. It's actually a lot more there. But as I said, there are a lot of optimizations that PHP Foundation is doing. And this is an example of such optimizations. Looks super simple. Look at this. So this is just a closure, but it doesn't have use from like using variables from outer scope or these. Like it doesn't refer object. And then we create this function 10 million times. The problem is that in current PHP versions, this function will be created 10 million times. And it means the memory, right? But you can actually, essentially it's the same function. Every time it's the same function. So this will be cached. This function will be cached now. And this seems like a very simple optimization, right? But the thing is, it makes your Laravel apps 4% faster for free. You just upgrade to PHP 8.6, and your Laravel apps just 4% faster. Generics, finally, right? So with this one, I actually want to mention that this is a community contribution. This is not by the PHP Foundation. But what's important is that the PHP Foundation developers did a lot of research prior to this. We shared our research on our blog, the PHP Foundation blog, and only because of this research, this was possible. This is now possible. So right now it's been reviewed, it's been discussed. It's not yet clear if it will make it to the language or if it will make it the next release. We'll see. But this is a huge addition, of course, to the language. And yesterday, I forgot the name of the speaker, but he mentioned, he was a Japanese documentation maintainer, and he mentioned generics and he said PHP Storm doesn't support them. This is not true, I want to mention. PHP Storm supports generics already. You can use generics in PHP Storm with PHP doc blocks. And as soon as the new syntax is available, of course, it's a no-brainer. We'll add it right away. So what I'm trying to say with all of this is that the best time to join is now. there has never been a better time. You have all the tools, everything available to you. And I encourage you to contribute to PHP Core. And you can start with something simple. Just give PHP a star on GitHub. Just go and give it a star. Because we have, PHP source has only 40,000 stars. If you compare it to other languages, it's not that much. Just give it a star. Or report a bug. If you encounter some issue, just go report it. It already helps. Could be something more. You can improve coverage of PHP source. At tests, the tests are written in PHP, so it shouldn't be super hard. You can also try fixing documentation. As well, with AI, it's not that hard. But you can also try something more hard. You can use the skill that I provided, and you can try fix bugs. Or you can just play around with your ideas, whatever you have. It could be, let's say I saw this nice feature in JavaScript, or TypeScript, or Rust, or Golang, whatever. Let me try that in PHP, see how it works. Benchmark it with Laravel, see how it works. Try it. And of course, this is the hardest one. Ask your boss to sponsor the PHP Foundation. This actually helps a lot. Please do. If contributing to PHP Core is not your thing, just build with Laravel, or whatever tools you prefer. You have PHP Storm if you like it. If you have your own favorite IDE, use that. You have Laravel Cloud. Why I mentioned PHP Storm here is because we actually added Laravel Cloud support in the latest release. Give it a try as well. Super cool, and I'm curious to see hear your feedback on that. What I'm trying to say is that you're not alone. The PHP Foundation is here to make sure that PHP is modern, reliable, and secure. And remember that brilliant idea that you had when I started? It's still brilliant. It's just that you don't have an excuse anymore. So go build it with PHP and Laravel. That's the last slide. And this URL, you can follow it and see all the links that I mentioned. I can make it bigger. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Roman. Great job. It's always a pleasure. I feel like this is just purely my subjective experience as a member of the community right now, but it feels like the communication from the PHP Foundation has been really good recently. Like it feels like y'all are making a real effort in communication and sort of engagement and bringing people in. Is that like an actual effort that you guys have talked about, and that's an intentional initiative? And if so, like, how has that been, and what are you guys doing to communicate so much better now?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, we hired a new executive director, and previously she worked at GitHub. She was a community manager at GitHub, and she worked for another open source foundation, and she has a lot of experience building the foundation. So we hired her, and basically she's doing that. She's making sure that the communication is better, more transparent, that we take into account all the feedback. So I think it's getting better, and it will be even much better in the future. So yeah, I appreciate your feedback, actually, yeah.
Cool. I think the foundation probably fields some of the craziest feedback, right? Like you guys probably get, if there's feedback that's insane, you guys probably get it. So how do you, what mechanisms do you use to sort of gauge when something is a real grassroots groundswell of opinion, and when something is just a bunch of people are mad?
That's a good question. So just to confirm what your thought, if you go to Twitter, you can see people shouting about different things. And sometimes those are valid things, but sometimes are very like niche edge cases, and that doesn't make sense for everyone. So we try to do our research and analyze best practices. And actually, if you think about it, PHP has always been, it didn't like come up with new ideas. Usually what PHP did is take ideas from other ecosystems, other languages, and take it in. Just take the best things from other ecosystems. So that's one of the parts we do. The other thing is we talk to big PHP users. So I used to go to many big companies that use PHP and just talk to users and see how they use PHP. But also going to meetups, just talking to people. I think that helps. And then with this, this bell curve of normal distribution, so we cut the edge cases and we take what's in the middle.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you very much once again. It's great to have you here. I'm excited that you got to speak to Laravel Live Japan. So awesome. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to lunch. Coming up next, we're going to take a break for lunch. As you may recall, a lot of the businesses right around here in this area are offering a discount if you show your conference badge. Were people able to get the discounts yesterday showing their conference badges? Yes? So? Okay. Well, there's a list, I believe, at laravellive.jp/lunch. You can go there, and it has a list of which businesses are offering discounts if you are a very discount-driven shopper. If you choose your lunch by discount, then you can do that. Please remember that outside here there are trash cans. So if you have trash and stuff, please put it there. And we need to separate our trash. This is something that for the foreigners we don't always separate. There's a difference between burnable and non-burnable, non-recyclable trash, right? And so if it's got like food and stuff on it, if it's gross, it's not burnable. Okay, that's about it. So everyone, feel free to head to lunch, and we're going to be back here at 2 o'clock. That's Juyonji. We're going to be here, and we're going to hear from Tim MacDonald at that point. So go to lunch. Enjoy. Remember to say itadakimasu and gochitosou deshita after, before and after you eat. Everyone have fun. Me up. Okay, hey, sorry, one more thing. I forgot about lunch matching. That's my bad, sorry. So if you want to be lunch matched into a group and assigned a place to eat, or a group of people to eat with, feel free to come up to the stage and we will do lunch matching. You don't have to, but you can. Sorry, I forgot to say that.
just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. I just wanna make you Make you just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine.
hello. Oh, there we go. How we doing, everybody? Welcome back. I hope you all had a good lunch. Was it good? All right, cool. I hope you had good lunch, had good conversations with each other. This is really a nice area. It's nice that we have so many options available to us sort of right here close to the venue. I really like the idea. All right, well, we're going to get right into our afternoon's talks. So we're back from lunch, and we're going to kick it right off with our first speaker. He's a member of the Laravel team based in Australia, working on Nightwatch, I believe. It is Mr. Tim MacDonald. Hi, buddy. Welcome.
All right, konnichiwa, Laravel Live Japan. Thank you so much for having me here. I've spent about 2 weeks here in Japan. This is my first time here, and I've had an absolute blast. It has been one of my favorite places to visit so far in my travels. So thank you so much for having me at this conference as well. I feel very honored to get to be up here and share with you today. So thank you so much. So my name is Tim. As Daniel said, I work with the Laravel team in Australia. You can catch me in all these places online, and of course here today, which is very exciting for me. Today I want to talk to you about streams in PHP. So I've got my talk here called Downstream with PHP, but I try to, whenever I do a talk, incorporate a bit of culture into my talk of wherever it is I'm kind of visiting. Whether that be food, language, or history, I want to kind of bring something in. So I'm going to do something, you know, it might be terrible, but I'm going to try and tell a bit of a cross-cultural joke. So we'll see how this goes. So what do Laravel and Wasabi have in common? They both have built-in rate limiting, which is maybe a bit wabi-sabi, but here we go. Okay. Now, when I started working on Laravel Nightwatch, we built the Nightwatch agent. And the Nightwatch agent uses streams under the hood to kind of collect a lot of data and process different information from your application. Before I started working on that agent, I kind of had this circle of knowledge about what streams were in PHP. I thought I understood everything that kind of fit into this circle of what streams were. But as I investigated streams more deeply in PHP, I actually came to realize this is kind of other extra stuff in PHP I didn't realize was a part of streams. So today what I hope to do is kind of widen that circle for a few of you in the audience as well to get a better understanding of when we talk about streams in PHP, what are we really talking about and what's included in that. So if we look at what a stream is in PHP, this is the kind of definition that we get. We get that streams are an abstraction over file, networking, data compression, and more. And when I read this, I have no idea what that means. Like, I don't know what streams are based on this definition. What kind of abstraction is it? What shape does that abstraction take? And what is this and more bit at the end? It's kind of tantalizing. Like, why isn't there a finite list of things that streams can do? It seems potentially there's an infinite list of things that streams can do. So we're going to kind of work backwards from file get contents through to streams, and hopefully we can understand this definition a little bit more by the end of this talk. So that's what I'm going to aim for today. And we're going to be doing a lot of code today, so let me jump over here into, not that one, this one right here. So, the first thing we're going to do is read a file off disk using file get contents. This is something we've all done before. This is kind of one of the first things we do when we're kind of jumping into PHP. We read a file using file get contents and we echo it out. Okay, so let's just run this code and we see start, hello Laravel Live Japan, and end. This start and end are just some flags, so we'll use that kind of throughout the talk. They just kind of help us see where the output is. And then we see the output from the file that we read, which is hello Laravel Live Japan. And we can come and see the greeting file here that we read, and yep, that's the content that's in there. So everything's working as we expect. But kind of what's happening under the hood of file-get contents? I hadn't really ever thought about, like, why do we have this file-get contents and streams to read files? So I went hunting in the PHP source code to kind of understand more of what's the difference between file-get contents and streams. And it turns out that there isn't much of a difference at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this feature of streams called a stream wrapper. Now this is actually quite an advanced topic of streams that we'll kind of circle back to later. But for now, what I'm going to do, rather than tell you what this does, I think it's going to be easy just to show you. So I'm going to come down here now, and I'm going to use a debug protocol on this file-get contents. So this debug protocol is the debug that I registered up here on this line, and I'm now using that here. And it's going to show us what PHP is doing to our stream under the hood. So let's run this one. Oop. And we can see that PHP has opened a stream. It is then called fstat, it's called fread, it's called feof on it. So under the hood of file-get contents, I've got a little meme here to illustrate, it's just streams. So I thought that was quite interesting, and I didn't know anything about that when I kind of first started this talk, and we can see the output from the file finally comes. So let's take this stream code that's kind of happening under the hood, and we'll copy that, and we'll come over here, and we'll start working with streams directly. So we'll come up here, and we'll paste this code in, and then whenever we do fread, we'll just echo out, okay, and we'll run this code, and we see exactly the same outcome. So why would we ever write this much code when PHP offers this lovely function of just file-get contents? So one of the things I want to cover today in this talk is also why we would use streams. And the first reason is memory management. So PHP, when you're using streams, you get much more fine-grained control over the memory usage in your application. To illustrate this, I'm going to create a large file. So I'm going to create this file by putting 5 megabytes worth of text into it. So let's create that one. Lovely. So I've just created that file. We'll go have a look at it. Large file. It's a big file. It's 5 megabytes worth of just the letter X. So there we go. We've got 5 million characters in there. Great. All right. So we'll delete that now. And now we're going to do the same thing we did in the very first example. We're just going to use file-get contents to echo this out. But this one is a little bit different because I'm also outputting the peak memory usage used within this script. And I think we probably can all guess what's going to happen here. We're going to start. We're going to then output the big 5 megabytes worth of text. We can see there's like, 51,000 lines of text being output there. And the peak memory usage is 5 megabytes. 5.4 because PHP has brought a whole 5 megabyte file into memory, and it was already using a little bit of memory just to kind of boot the world that PHP has. Again, I don't think there's anything too surprising here because we're expecting more memory usage with file-get contents. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here and I'm going to, again, use my debugger to see what's happening and how is this any different to what happened when we just read our greeting.txt. And we'll just register this, okay, and we'll come down here. We'll put our debug in. Lovely. And we can see that although it's similar, it's got the same shape to it, but it's reading a lot more because it's a much bigger file. And if we come down here, all that output was 1,200 lines of kind of looping and reading over that large file. Remember, we're not using streams, we're just using file-get contents. PHP is doing this under the hood. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy all that, just like we did in the first example, and we'll come over and we'll start doing the same thing to work out how can we improve the memory usage. When we used file-get contents, we used 5 megabytes worth of memory. So what does it look like to use streams to improve memory? I could paste all this code in here to kind of mimic what file-get contents was doing, but it kind of seems a little bit crazy. Like there's so much code here, it's doing the same thing. So I'm just going to refactor this a little bit to kind of use a more generalized approach to working with streams. So we're going to do a do here. We'll do contents we'll actually build this up and do fread. We're going to read from the stream. Yep. And we're going to use this, we're we're going to use the same length, which is 8192, which you may remember that number actually from Jess Archer's talk, that's the size of a granule ClickHouse. So we're seeing that magic number again, which is kind of interesting. So let me come down here and create this one. And then we don't want this. All this code can go away. And I'll echo out contents, and we need a while on here. So we're going to keep reading the file until we're at the end of it. Lovely. So this is kind of a more generalized approach to working with streams. Again, a lot of us might have already seen this code before. We're going to loop over it until we get to the end of the thing, and then we'll output all of the contents. So we'll run this one. And we have the same functional output and operation that we saw with file get contents. But now we're doing it manually with streams. But we come down here and we're still using 5 megabytes worth of memory, so we haven't really changed the memory story yet. So this is where streams start to get more interesting, is instead of doing what file get contents does, where it kind of reads from the file and builds up a large string in memory, continually reading, what we're going to do is we're going to read a chunk from the disk and then pass it out. And then we're going to read another chunk and then we're going to echo it out. And that way PHP is never holding on to the whole contents of the file. So we'll come down here and we will just echo that out. Okay, and we'll run this one again. So we've got, again, the same functional output here. We're outputting that big 5 megabytes worth of content, but we've only used 0.5 megabytes of memory. So we've been able to have better control over the amount of memory that PHP has used during us reading and kind of passing out this file. So streams give us more control over memory management. But I also find that when you're trying to optimize for memory management, there's other trade-offs you're also making. And that trade-off is generally, I find, performance. There's kind of a lot of times this decision of, do I want to optimize for performance and for speed, or do I want to optimize for memory? And streams allow us to do both of those things while making the trade-off of the other. So if we want to improve memory usage, we actually still have to, we might be losing some performance. So let me show you how we can improve performance while using the other trade-off, reducing the other trade-off of having lower memory management. So we've got this number here, this 8192 number. This is kind of the chunk size that we want to bring into memory. Now for this particular file, I actually know how big this file is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this, and I'm going to say, hey, PHP, when you're reading a chunk from disk, don't read these smaller chunks. Don't loop and loop and loop and loop and read these smaller chunks one after the other. Just grab the whole file and bring it into memory in one go. So we'll read, oh, that's how you quit them. There we go. So I've just run that one. Same thing again. We're back to the 5 megabytes, which we expected because we're bringing the whole thing into memory, but we've only looped one time. Let me show you that by just echoing out a plus here to indicate every time we're doing an F read. So I'll run this one. We see 1 plus, and there's no other results in this file. So we have this trade-off here of, do we want to do lots of looping and echo out as we go to reduce memory, or do we want to grab the whole thing into memory in one go and improve performance? And streams allow us to make those decisions. File get contents has some really sensible defaults that work really well all the time, but streams give us a more fine-grained control over how we're doing things. So hopefully we can see how that's working. Now, there is a bit of a foot gun here where if you don't know the size of the file, you can accidentally make things even worse for both performance and memory. So let's say, for example, I change this to 10 megabytes just to see what happens. So we know that the file we're reading is only 5 megabytes, but I've said read 10 megabytes of the file, which of course it shouldn't. But if we run this one, what we'll see is we've actually used 10 megabytes worth of memory. And that's because when you tell PHP, I want to read from this stream a chunk, PHP will allocate that memory, and so it's essentially reserved that memory for itself. So we can see that you need to be careful and make some sensible decisions, and not just kind of say, well, I'll just read 100 megabytes, because it will actually allocate all that memory. Great. So I think we've kind of had a look at how PHP streams can kind of give you more fine-grained control over memory management and performance. So the next thing I want to do is come back to our definition. So we've looked at files. The next thing I want to look at is networking to understand this definition a little bit more. So I've got this, this endpoint here, and if we go and look at this endpoint, so I'll open this up in the browser, we can see it's kind of streaming in this response. It's slowly getting generated, similar to like an AI response that we're seeing. So if I come over here, I'll close that one. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that same URL, but with file get contents. And I think we know what's going to happen. We're going to wait. We're waiting. The response is coming in. We're waiting. And eventually, the response comes through, and we can show that to the user. OK, now, again, I'm going to use our debugger here to see what's going on under the hood and see if there's anything interesting happening here. So we'll register this one. Lovely. And we'll use our debug protocol here. And we see that PHP is continually trying to read from this stream. Even when the stream isn't giving us any information, PHP continues to try and read from this stream. And which is kind of interesting because when it did this first read, it would have got content, but we have to wait for the whole response to come into memory before we can show it to the user. So let's see what it looks like to do this example with streams. So we've got this one here. We're reading with a stream, and then we're going to do our fread and echo it out as we read it. And what will happen is we'll be able to see content straight away. So using streams allows us to show information and data to a client much faster. And that's what we're seeing with AI responses. We could wait for the AI to generate the whole thing, but because it's kind of incrementally generating, streams are the perfect answer there so that we feel like we're getting this response much faster. We kind of get this interaction much faster. And you might use a technique like this for search results. If I've done a search in your application, you could have the database start scanning, and if it's a big, long search, you might be able to stream results to the user into the UI straight away so they can see some results from their search and not have to wait for the whole database scan to happen. OK, so that's another reason why we might want to use streams, is that we're able to get that generated information from the server to the client much faster, even if it isn't 100% created yet. Lovely. So one of the other interesting things we can do if we start to embrace streams is read content from different data sources. Now, in Laravel, we've got the HTTP client, and the HTTP client has the pull method on it that allows you to send requests to multiple endpoints all at once that get processed, and you bring them all in at the same time. But what happens if you want to read from different data sources, not just from HTTP? Well, that's where we can drop down to streams to do some more interesting things. So in this example, we're using file get contents to look at an endpoint, our slow endpoint. We're going to read the greeting text we did in example 1, and then we're going to read the slow example again. And we can probably imagine what's going to happen. We're going to wait for the HTTP response. When it finally comes through, we'll instantly read from disk. There we go. And then we're waiting for the HTTP response to come through, and eventually it does, and we see that content. But we can do this with streams, and we get something more interesting. We get more data much faster. So we've got these streams here, and they're kind of hitting the website again, hitting the greeting.txt, and then hitting the website again. And then down here, further down here, we've got this loop. So we're going to continue to read, loop over all of those streams and read from each of them at the same time. And that way, rather than kind of waiting for one, and then the next one, and then the next one, we're actually able to read from all 3 streams at the same time, and we see the content getting interleaved together. Now, these streams are set into blocking mode, and that's why the file read actually seemed to take as long as the HTTP response. We know that reading from the file is really fast, but it's getting interleaved with all the others. So what we can do is set these streams to non-blocking, which kind of changes the way that PHP is able to work with those streams. We're able to get that Laravel Live Japan here much faster from disk while we're waiting for the other stuff to come through from the web. Great. So hopefully we can see there how streams allow us to read from different data sources and do more interesting things to be able to bring those different data sources together and read from them at the same time. Now, I wanted to do this because we've had Marcel talked a little bit about React PHP, and the Nightwatch agent is built in React PHP, and it was really fun to get to build that. And I thought, kind of what we did in the previous example is starting to feel like what we did with the Nightwatch agent, where we have all these different streams we're reading from and then responding to in different ways. So I've built this example here, which again is going to read from the website, and then the greeting.txt file. And it's going to use, it's got these callbacks registered, if I can get there, where we're going to lowercase one of them, we're going to uppercase the other, and then we're going to mask the third one with asterisks. And so this is kind of like React PHP, where we've registered these callbacks that whenever a chunk comes off the stream, we pipe that through the callback, and each of them can kind of have different handling for how that works. So we'll run this code, and what we're going to see is we've got some uppercase, some lowercase, and some with asterisks. And this is kind of a very naive, not very good version of React PHP with streams, but hopefully you get that idea of being able to basically have these streams that you can react to and respond to when there's data available. Yes, lovely. Okay, so now what I want to look at is my slides. So we've already had a look at how streams work with files. We've had a look at how streams work with networking, which means we're starting to see the abstraction now. We've been using our fopen, our fread, and those same methods and those same patterns for both reading over file and network. So we're starting to get a feel for the shape of the abstraction of streams. So the next thing I want to talk about is data compression to understand how that works with streams a little bit more. So I've got this file here. We're going to read that large text file we opened up earlier, that 5 megabyte file. We're going to send a header here because we're actually going to look at this example in the browser, and I'm just setting it to plain text so it's kind of fills up the browser window. If we come down here, we're going to read from the stream and echo it out. And then the last thing we're going to do is output the memory usage into a dedicated file this time, just because this example is going to be slightly different. But we'll see the memory usage on the disk instead this time. So we'll come over here. I've got this loaded, and I'm going to refresh this. And nothing too surprising happens here. We have a large file that we're streaming out to the browser as plain text. So that means that this file in the browser is 5 megabytes, and over the network, we transferred 5 megabytes, which makes sense because we're reading that chunk by chunk, that 5 megabytes, and just passing it out to the browser. But something cool you can do with streams is incrementally compress a stream. And that means that as we read a chunk into memory, we can then compress that chunk. And then we can grab another chunk and bring that into memory and add that onto the compressed chunk that we have. And we can continue to do that in an incremental way. And again, that makes things a little bit interesting. So let's come up here, and we're going to have a look at this one. So in the last example, you'll remember I used callbacks to kind of pipe information. Whenever we kind of got a chunk, we kind of piped that chunk through the callback to uppercase, lowercase, or mask the value. Well, it turns out streams have a built-in feature for that called filters. So this is applying a filter to a stream, and this is a built-in feature of PHP, this particular filter, this zlib.deflate. And we've got some settings here. So we're setting a window of 31. That's the look-back window for the compression algorithm. And 31 just happens to be the magic number for gzip, which is lucky for us. We set the level of gzip that we want. So I believe the level can be anywhere from 1 to 10, I believe. And 6 is generally the default. So I'm just using the default settings here, but you can control this as you need it. And we're setting how much memory we want to allocate to the compression algorithm for it to compress this. So now what we're going to do is go have a look at what gets streamed out to the browser. Remember, we're reading a chunk, compressing it, reading another chunk, compressing it, and then we're going to send it all out. So the memory footprint here is kind of what we're starting to look at. So let me refresh this. And we'll see some binary in here, which makes sense because the gzip is the binary output. But what we'll also see is that this is 5.27 kilobytes. So apparently, if I've done this right, this should be 5 megabytes worth of uncompressed, but we're looking at the compressed data right now. So let's have a look at how this works. So we'll set the gzip header so that the browser knows this is gzip, and it'll automatically unzip it for us. Thank you, browsers. Love it. Okay, so now we're seeing something different. We're seeing this file is 5 megabytes in the browser, but over the network, we only transferred 5 kilobytes. And then, if we come back and have a look at our memory usage, we can see in PHP, we only used 0.6 megabytes, which again, isn't far off our baseline memory of what we started with. So what we've been able to do is take a 5 megabyte file, stream that through PHP, incrementally compressing it so that PHP's memory usage stays very low. Then we've been able to transfer that to the browser, and the network overhead that we have to, like the amount of data that we transfer over the network has stayed very small. And then when the browser gets it, it can then expand that out to 5 megabytes. So we've taken this big thing, squished it down, sent it out, and then had it much bigger again. Through these small pipes, we've been able to do this with streams. We get so much control when we're working with streams. Okay. Whew. That was a lot. Now, I feel like we're getting a better feeling of this, right? I understand now, I'm starting to feel like I understand the abstraction of streams. We're able to do the same, use those same functions, same patterns with streams to achieve things, whether we're working with files, networking, or data compression. So the very last bit we want to look at is this and more. What is this and more bit? So what I've done is created a new stream wrapper, and we've already seen stream wrappers. They allow us to create custom protocols with streams. Our debug protocol was the custom one that we've already kind of had a little bit of a look at, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to register a Redis stream wrapper, and that makes things quite cool. So I've got, this is my Redis over here, my Redis database, and there's no information in this data right now. There's no keys or anything. So what I'll do is we'll come down here and we'll use file put contents to put hello Laravel Live Japan into Redis using file put contents using our Redis protocol here, and the key is greeting. So let's run that one and see what happens. No output, because we're not echoing anything out. I'll come over here. Okay, we've got a database now, and we can see we've got a greeting with hello Laravel Live Japan in it. So we've been able to use file put contents to put information into Redis via streams, which is kind of cool. So what else can we do? Well, we can, of course, read that out of Redis as well. So let's read that out of Redis. And just to make sure I'm not playing anything silly, we're going to come over here and put a few exclamation marks on that, and we'll run it again. And we see that we're reading that information directly from Redis via streams. Okay, so another thing is that a lot of functions in PHP are actually using streams under the hood. Anything that you've worked with files before is probably, as we've seen with file get contents, it's probably streams under the hood. And unlink, which we use to delete files, also allows us to use streams with our stream wrappers. So what I can do is I come over to here to Redis. I've got that key in there. I'm going to now remove that from Redis using unlink, which means we can now delete things from Redis as well. And you might be thinking, well, you know, that's cool and all, but like, what about TTLs? There's like more. We need more customization. And file put contents allows you to do that. Streams have this idea of stream context. I'll just zoom out a little bit here so you can see that. You can create these stream contexts, which is kind of information for the stream, so it knows things like timeouts, connection timeouts, and in our case, the TTL we want to use in Redis. So I'm going to set this one off. We'll come over here. We'll see this, and we should see we've got a TTL now of 120 seconds or so. I'll run it again just to like reset it here. And yeah, it's going back to 120. So you might be thinking, well, why would I, streams seem like a weird tool to use with Redis. I would use something like Predis or PHP Redis. And you might be surprised to find out that Predis is just using streams under the hood. So we've got this stream socket client here, which just creates a stream. It's just a way to create a TCP stream, the same that we used fopen to create a HTTP stream. So Redis and Predis are just using streams under the hood. So using streams for Redis isn't that wild, really, because it's already what's happening. And you might be familiar with Fly System, which is the kind of driver, the abstraction layer that Laravel uses for the storage facade. And it turns out there are stream wrappers that are Fly System compatible, so you can essentially use any storage mechanism you like with streams like this. For example, you can read from S3 with FileGet contents. You can read from Dropbox. Basically, anything you can think of you can do with Fly System, you can do directly with streams in PHP. So I think now we've kind of covered everything in this definition. We know that streams are an abstraction, we see that, and we understand that they work over files, they work with networking, they work with data compression, and more. An infinite list of possibilities of things that you can do with streams. So when I started this journey of looking at streams, again, I had this kind of circle of knowledge of what streams were and what you could do with them. And by the end of building the Nightwatch agent, and I hope by the end of this talk, you've kind of filled in a bit more space for yourselves around what are streams in PHP. When we're talking about streams, what does that mean? So that's all I've got for you today. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Tim. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Streams are really cool. I like them a lot. We do, for one of our clients, we have to ingest dozens of gigs of XML a day, and it's always different, so we're always using streams for that. What sort of weird use cases for streams can you imagine besides like just the good normal ones?
Yeah, okay.
You know?
I mean, I think we saw it yesterday with like Marcel doing crazy stream stuff, right? Like what I demonstrated today was kind of like directly in PHP and kind of trying to fill the gaps of what streams are in PHP. But if we kind of take a bigger zoom out of what streams are kind of just in tech in general, like once we start bringing the browser in and like streaming content there and like, one interesting thing I kind of wanted to do a demo of, which I thought would be cool, was kind of adaptive streaming. And I didn't want to like flood too many examples because I'm already over time here. And that is like if you're streaming data, and then you can kind of respond to what's happening in the browser by basically informing the stream that it needs to change. And we see this on like YouTube, right? You'll start in like low definition, and then it's like, hey, this stream's going all right, let's pump it up to high definition. So you can kind of react to things as it's streaming. So I think that kind of adaptive streaming is
But you keep the same pipe open the whole time.
Exactly, yeah, that's right. You just kind of, you can imagine you're looping and just like reading some data source, and then like you've sent a HTTP request to the client, to the server to be like, hey, change the language that this stream is in, and it's just checking a key every loop to be like, do you still want this language? Oh, the language has changed, let's start streaming a different language out. And so yeah, it's still the same stream, but you can kind of react to it based on what's happening in the browser. I think that kind of stuff's cool.
Well, I appreciate it. I think streams are one of those things that a lot of the times most of us are just like, cast this to a string so I can deal with it. Exactly. But I appreciate you sort of demystifying and digging into streams a little bit. So thank you, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everybody. How we doing? We're going to move right along to our next talk. So our next speaker, he works for Laravel News. He's also the creator and maintainer of some open source projects. And he is going to come talk to us about using value objects in Laravel. So please help me welcome Harris Raftopoulos. Welcome.
Hey everyone, let me make this full screen. Perfect. I'm excited to be here at Laravel Live Japan. Thank you so much for having me. So, my name is Harris Raftopoulos. I'm staff and educator at Laravel News. And I've been using Laravel since version 4, which is roughly about 13 years now, maybe a bit more actually. I also co-organize Laravel Greece meetup. And today, I want to show you something about your code base. So take a look at this method here. So it's a pretty standard checkout method. We've all written something like this in the past. How many bugs can you spot at this code? Let me give you a hint. It's actually 5 of them. And PHP will not catch a single one of them like that. So let's go over one by one. The first one, the email. There is no validation in this case. So if someone tries to pass something like not an email as a string, then we send a notification to nowhere. We don't throw any exceptions. We don't throw any logs. We just suddenly fail. The second one we have is the amount, and it's a float. And this is a big issue in this case because I don't know if you're aware, but in PHP, 0.1 plus 0.2 does not actually equal 0.3. So if you're actually using financial calculations, and you're using floats for that, you're losing money, literally. Next one, we have the currency. So is it all lowercase, all uppercase? Is it US underscore dollar? The lookup table receives a string, and if there is nothing to find in there, it returns null or empty, which is an issue in this case. Number 4, we have the status. And nothing stops someone from writing something like YOLO in your database in this case. There is no validation, it's just a plain string. And number 5, we have the coupon. Is it a percentage? Is it a fixed amount? Is it a coupon code? Nobody knows, because the type tells you nothing in this case. So we have 5 primitive, 5 bugs, 0 type errors, and PHP is perfectly happy with all of this. But let me tell you that your users will not be. So I don't know if you're aware, but this is not actually a PHP issue only. So NASA lost a mission that was worth over $100 million due to similar code smell. So a company called Lockheed Martin output thrust data in 4 pound-seconds, while NASA expected those in Newton seconds. Nobody caught that, and the Mars Climate Orbiter burned up in the atmosphere. So what if bad values could never actually exist in your code? Enter the value objects. So value object is a small type that refuses invalid values in the first place. So they're immutable. We use final, read-only, to make sure that when we create a value object, nobody can go ahead and change it in any way. They're self-validating, and that means that we check everything in the constructor, and we make sure that when you actually create a value object, this means that the value object you're holding is actually valid, and there's no need for you to do extra checks. Is it valid or not? No need for that in this case. We also have equality by value. And what does this mean? It means that if, for example, we have an email value object and we have 2 addresses that are the same, this essentially means that we have the same email. There's no difference if you have email value objects as different instances. If you have the same address, it means the same email in this case. And it also contains business rules. So any kind of formatting, comparison, or operations you might have, you can just stack them in there, you keep them in your value objects, and you don't have them scattered around your controllers or your services. There's no need for that. And this whole concept was popularized by domain-driven design. So you don't have to use DDD in order to use value objects in this case. They stand perfectly fine on their own. So take a look at this table here. As a quick rule of thumb, you don't need to memorize this, but this tells you when to reach for a value object. So if you have the same validation in 2 or more places, that's a value object. If you have 2 raw values, for example, that can be swapped by mistake, let's say you have latitude and longitude, and you don't know which one goes first and then second, and you always need to check, that's a value object. When you have value formatting or display rules, again, that's a value object. And last one, when you have operations on the value like add or compare, that's a value object. But if you have something like a short fixed unknown values of a finite list, that's an enum in this case. And enums and value objects pair very well together. And we're going to see an example later on. So let's go ahead and build a value object now. Let's do it live. So I'm going to stop the full screen here, move to my editor. And what I have here is a pretty basic value object. It's an email value object in this case. And I want to start very plain and build gradually on that. So let's go to untinkerable, and let's try new email. And we're going to pass not an email in this case. And if we run this, you can see on the right side, we actually got a new value object. So this obviously does nothing. It doesn't protect us from anything. So let's start building security for our system one by one. So let's go back here. And the first thing we're going to do again, final read only. So that makes sure that when you create a value object, it's immutable in this case. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to define public string value up here. And I did this because we do use read only in this case. And if we do more things in the controller that I'm going to show you, it's going to throw an exception PHP, it's going to throw an exception show. What do we want to check in this case? So we need to check to make sure that the email structure is correct, right? So what we do is if not filter var, and then we want to check the value. And the second parameter is filter validate email. So in this case, it means that our email is not correctly structured, right? So we want to throw a new invalid argument exception, and we do just that. And we say here, not an email, and we pass the value in this case, just as an example. But if it passes our check here, we want to do more things, right? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to convert all the string of the email into lowercase. So let's assign this in the value and say that everything is going to be lowercase in this case. Perfect. Now let's go back to integer when, and now I'm going to run the exact same thing. And you notice that we are actually getting an exception, which is what we actually need. It's not an email, which is correct. Now let's try to pass a correctly structured email, something like harris.attest.com. And this time, we actually get the email that we need, which is pretty cool. Now, as I said earlier, you have different functionality you can add inside your value objects. One of them is equality. So in this case, I want to make sure that I am able to check if two email value object instances are the same. So I have this equals function here. It accepts a value object. We check the value out of that, and we need to see if it is equal to the second value object. So going back to Tinero now, I'm going to assign this to A, and I'm also going to have the same thing, assign this to B, but this time, the first part of the email is going to be all uppercase. So let's see if those two are actually considered equal in this case. Yeah, and just like that, we now have equality, and we can see that our email are equal. So the system will make sure that if you're trying to register with a new email and it has different lowercase or uppercase letters, it will not consider it as a new one. So more things you can add here. For example, you can extract your domain. So what we do here is we just explode, get the value, and get the second element out of the array. So I'm going to check that by doing new email, and then I'm going to pass an email here. So let's say harris@laravelnews.com, and let's extract the domain out of that. And just like that, we are now able to add more functionality. This is just to showcase that you can add all your functionality that is binded to your value object inside it. So it can own its own functionality. That's pretty cool. Now let's go back in our slides here. So I'm going to full screen again. And this is actually the final result we have. So again, you see we have the final read-only because we want it to be immutable. And then I have two more things here that I didn't want to type because it's too boring, to be honest. So we have, but they are very essential. So we have stringable, and we have JSON serializable. So stringable is being used by the value object and your system. So whenever it needs like a text inside it, it makes sure that it doesn't give it the email, the value object, but it gives it the text of the email. Same thing for JSON serializable, but when you have a JSON format. They're very, very useful for value objects. One thing that does value objects such a breeze to work with is that it's very easy to test. So in this case, we have two tests. It's only 10 lines of code. And the test we do is that the first one is about, again, checking that we don't pass any valid argument in the email. We throw an exception. while the second one checks the equality. And it's that easy because we don't really need database, we don't need factories, no HTTP, and no mocking in this case. It's just pure logic. And that's what makes it a pleasure to work with value objects. Now, I've bundled all of this logic about creating the new value object, adding it into your model and everything in a package I'm going to show you at the end of this talk. Just a quick glance here. Now, remember I told you earlier that 0.1 plus 0.2 does not equal 0.3? So let's go ahead and actually check that live. I'm going to remove that. 0.2, 0.3. And it is actually false. So if I try to add some more decimals here, you notice it's actually 0.34441. And I want to showcase that because in PHP, this is not an actual issue. It's an IEEE 754 as far as I remember. So it's not a bug, it's a reality. So be careful when you use that in anything that has to do with money conversions, etc. So now, let's move to the money value object, where we actually use this logic. So the first thing we use in the money value object is we use cents as integers, and we just saw why. We can't use floats in this case. The second thing we use is currency, and currency in this case is an enum. And it's an enum because we have a finite list of currencies. We have euro, we have USD, we have JPY. So it's just a list that you know probably what you're going to get out of. Then we have some more functionality in this one. We have an add function, and what this does is it does two things. The first thing is it makes sure that when you try, for example, to add euro to Japanese yen, it's not working. It's going to fail in this case. You're going to throw an exception. And the second thing this value object does is, this function does is, it makes sure that when you add a new value, then, again, it's immutable, so you're getting back a new value object. Immutability in value objects is very crucial. So take a look at this side here. Value objects are making things very clear to read, making things very possible to understand. So on the left side, we have some static functions in this case, like USD or JPY. They accept cents, just one parameter. But under the hood, they use the value object, and they have the cents and the currency. And you can do that because you don't really remember many times, do I need to pass currency first? This is after that. You always need to go deeper and check what's first and what's second. But value objects make sure that everything gets more readable and easy to understand. And what we end up with is something like we have on the right side. So we have the money, and then we have the currency. We pass the value, and everything works as expected. So the currency is visible where the object is created. Now, on the top left corner, we have this order status value, which is an enum. As you can see, we have pending, we have confirmed, we have shipped, delivered, and canceled. 5 options in this case. So our value object is called order status in this case, and has this constant, this transitions. And we can go, for example, from pending to either confirmed or canceled. Confirmed can give you shipped or canceled. Shipped can get you to delivered, and delivered and canceled go to nowhere. These are finals. And this transition constantly in this case, and this whole logic is our mechanism behind the value object. So on the right side, you'll notice this transition method. And what this does, it makes sure it enforces the rule. It's not like data transfer objects that you just have in your code, in your controller, for example, and you pass them along in your database. Value objects enforces your rules, and this is crucial to understand. Now, you can see some more visualized state transitions in this case. Again, everything that is connected with an arrow works fine. So pending can go to canceled, pending can go to confirmed as well. But if you try to go from delivered back to pending, that is impossible. And not because you forgot, for example, to add validation in this case, but because the code will not allow it in the first place. Now, we have one more value object in this case. We have the coupon. So again, we can see we add final read-only at the beginning. We implement JSON, serializable, and stringable as well, of course, as always. And now coupon code accepts two parameters. The first one is the code, which is a string, while the second one is the expires at, which is set to null by default. So two things in this case. The first thing is, in our constructor, we make sure that the structure of this coupon code is valid. If it's not valid, your value object will never be created in the first place. We also have more functionality. This is our business logic. For example, we have this isExpired method down here. So the value object owns the business logic in this case. It knows when you run this function if it has expired or not. So it's everything included in that. Now, we have all those value objects so far. How do we wire them up in Laravel? So there are two ways to do that. The first one is you create a new file, and you use casts attributes, the one thing you see on the right side there. The second way to do that is you don't need to create a new file, and you use castable. And I usually prefer that way as well. And if you do that, it owns its own logic. So two things you need to use in this case. You have a get method and a set method. The get method actually gets the value, extracts the value from the database, the raw value, and creates the value object, while the set method does pretty much the opposite, extracts the raw value from the value object and shows it. Now, you have created your value object. How do you add this in your model? The way to do that is you add this cast array, and then inside that, you have your value object. So you can map, for example, email to an email value object. You can add your balance to the money value object. The status, in this case, is mapped to the order status, while coupon is mapped to the coupon value object. And if you try to access, for example, user arrow email, in this case, you're going to get back an email value object. Same for the rest of them. So raw database values get in, and the useful objects get out. That's why value objects are very useful to work with. Now, some things to look out for, okay, the gotchas. So there is object caching, because Eloquent caches cast object instances. So if you try to access, for example, user arrow email twice, the second time you try to access that, it will be served as cast. So you're going to get back a cast value object. There are many times you want that, but maybe you don't need, and you need actually a new instance of that. So the way to achieve this is by adding public bool without object caching, set it equal to true, and you're done. The second thing about value objects and what to look out for is dirty checking. So we use reference comparison, the triple equal, you see up there. And you need to let Laravel know what do you consider as equal in the first place. And the way to do that is by using this compares castable attributes. We're going to see an example later on. And you also add a compare function, and you'll actually have a Boolean out of that. And Laravel knows based on that if it's actually the same or not. So we also have multiple column value objects. So for example, if you have an address value object, you can get something out of the column for, let's say, country, another one for address line 1, another one for zip code. You can have that. And JSON serializable and arrayable that we saw earlier on are very useful for API responses, so use them. I'm going to have everything about that in a repo I'm going to show you at the end as well. So now, regarding the dirty checking we talked about, on the left side of the screen, you're going to see two emails. Again, one of the emails is everything has lowercase, okay? The second one, though, has Harris with all uppercase. This, for us, is actually, and for our application, is the same email, essentially. But Laravel may save that with Eloquent anyway. So we need to let Laravel know what does same means for us. So again, the way you can do that is by use compares castable attributes. And then you can also have a compare function. And inside this function, you can tell Laravel that, if email, the first email in this case, and the second email are equal, consider this as equal. And because beforehand, we actually switched everything to lowercase, this returns true, so we know that it actually works. But you can do that as you see fit, of course. So now, project structure. You can place your value objects under domain value objects. And you can also have, of course, your enums under enums, as you already have them, I believe. But if you're using castable, there is no cast directory. You don't need to create a new one in this case. So the value object handles its own casting. So now the honest part, when not to use value objects, because it's not all pretty and all. So if you have no rules, there is no need for value objects. For example, if you have a name value object, names rarely have universal values, universal rules in this case. So because every one of us have different names. So in that case, there is no need for you to create a value object. You can validate that in a different way if you want. If you have one-time validation, for example, you have a string, a plain string, and you store this in your database, you have validated only once, and it's there indefinitely, there is no need for a value object. A form request will do just fine in this case, and value objects earn their cost when the value moves across multiple layers. That's the idea behind them in your system. It's not only about requests. So don't fight the framework. Don't fight Laravel in this case. For example, we have Coulbourne, which handles dates. There is no need for you to wrap everything that has to do with dates under a date value object. And last but not least, stop at the pain. So if you're wrapping your third string in a value object this week and you haven't really found an actual issue, I think you might have gone too far with that. So try to use value objects to actually solve real issues and not imaginary ones. So remember this on the left side. We saw this, slide 3, as far as I remember. We had 5 primitives and 5 bugs. And what we end up with now is what we see on the right side. So we have the email value object, money, order status, coupon. And we actually have the currency inside money, as an enum in this case. And we have no primitive bugs. So if I have you to do one thing this week is pick one string in your code base, the one that's caused you the most grief, the most pain. Wrap it in a value object, write a couple of tests, and ship it. And now, since I have some time, I'm going to release with you a new package about value objects, a third package for Laravel called Ages for Laravel. And we're going to do this right now on stage. So I'm going to exit here. Going to come down here. Copy that. Paste. Perfect. And now it's live. So go ahead, scan this QR code. You can find it there. Play around with it. Let me know. Give me any feedback you have. Again, my name is Harris Raftopoulos. You can find me in all social media using my tag Harris Rafto. Thanks for having me. Arigato gozaimasu.
All right. Thank you, Harris. That was great.
Yeah.
So I love value objects myself, especially, I do a lot of parsing, so I do a lot of ingesting a lot of text in either XML or JSON or some other value language, and then parsing it. So I use a lot of DTOs and value objects and enums and stuff like that. Have you done a bunch of parsing, and what's the story like for sort of parsing from straight structured text into value objects?
Well, we actually do too much data aggregation, so it's really much a needed thing because everyone does their things their own way. Mm-hmm. So having value objects makes sure that we have some rules in place. That's the main concept behind it.
Gotcha. Do you also maintain Fuse for Laravel?
Fuse for Laravel, correct, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
OK, so Fuse for Laravel is something that has to do about your queues. It's pretty much going to save you some time. If you're sending requests to third-party APIs and everything goes down, for example, Fuse makes sure that it's never going to stop trying until they come back up. So you don't lose data. That's the idea behind it. You don't lose the data in your queues. You don't lose the jobs. Mm-hmm. And I think it make sure that your queues become perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it very much.
sure,
Thank
man.
you for coming out here. All
Thanks,
right.
everyone.
All right, everybody. We are going to take one more break right now. So we are going to be on a break for half an hour. So we're going to come back here at 3:30. And so at 3:30, we will return here. And then we'll have another speaker. Then we'll have lightning talks again. And then finally, at the end, we're going to have a panel with Laravel and VoidZero. So I'm looking forward to all of that. I hope you are too. So go take a break, get some coffee, go to the bathroom, and I'll see you back here at 3:30.
I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. 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 Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. 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 Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine.
everybody. How are we doing? Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. Yes? All right. That's what we like to hear. Cool. Well, we're going to take a quick moment here to thank one of our sponsors. So as you know, Laravel Live Japan is supported by all of our wonderful sponsors, who I think you've had an opportunity to talk to in the back of the room today and yesterday. But one of our primary sponsors is Laravel itself. So we're going to hear from Laravel, the company. And Laravel hired a really great Japanese developer. I don't know if you've met him. He's a guy I recently met, and his name is Hamasaki Ryuta-san.
昨日はオープニングトーク英語でやったので、今から日本語で話します。オーガナイザーなのになんかスポンサーセッションいるとちょっと変な感じですけど、ちょっとやらせてもらいます。で、今からやるのは、この間小田原で見た人もいるかもしれないんですけど、ララベルニューで新規のララベルアプリケーションを作って、ララベルクラウドにデプロイするまで5分でやるっていうのをやります。はい。で、時間がないので、もう今から始めます。で、一応ちゃんと5分かかりますね。はい、スタートします。はい、5分始まりました。まずはララベルニュー。はい。で、この美しいアスキーアートが出てきたので、ララベルライブ JP。はい。で、スターターキットがいろいろフロントエンドのスタック選べるんですけど、リアクトとか選ぶとちょっと NPM のインストールに時間かかるかもしれないので、ノンにします。でもこの会場の Wi-Fi 早いんで意外といけるかもしれないですけど、念のため使わないようにします。はい、フレームワークはテストですね。はい、ララベルブーストも本当は使いたいんですけど、時間かかるかもしれないんで、使わないです。はい、はい、でコンポーザーインストール始まりました。はい、で、早いですね、ここの Wi-Fi。で、データベースは、ね、もちろん SQLite を使います。はい、この間小田原でやった時はテザリングだったんで結構時間かかったんで、その感覚でやってたらめっちゃ早いですね、ここ。はい、で NPM インストール。逆にこれ時間余るかもしれないですね。はい、今ビルド。もう終わった。めっちゃ早いです。じゃあ、ララベル。はい。で、まずこれローカルで動かしますね。コンポーザー、デブ。はい。で、はい、で、これローカルでこの美しいララベルの、ページが出てきました。で、皆さん、ここにデプロイナウっていうボタンがあるんで、これ押してみると、このララベルクラウドのホームページに行くんですよね。で、昨日テイラーがいろいろララベルクラウドの機能を見せてくれたと思うんですけど、ちなみにあと3分あります。ちょっと画面上でポチポチやってたら間に合わない可能性があるので、実はララベルクラウドは CLI があるんですよ。このクラウドっていうCLI ツールがあるので、クラウドシップっていうコマンドを打つと、またこのかっこいい We must ship っていうのが出てきます。で、まだこのリポジトリ、このアプリケーション、Git のリポジトリも作ってないんで、そこからやってくれるんですよね。はい、Git のリポジトリ作って、で僕の個人の、GitHub アカウントに、このリポジトリを作りまして、パブリックにしておきます。ここまでやってくれると結構便利ですよね。はい、で、アートコミットしてプッシュします。はい、でこの間ちょっと小田原の時間違えてファーストコミットっていうコミットメッセージにしてしまったので、今日は、はい、ワークインプログレスにします。やっぱこの間1回やったんで、ちょっと今日はね間違えたくないですね。はい、で今これでもうリポジトリができたはずなんですよね。ちょっと見てみましょうか。はい、できました、リポジトリが。なので次はこれをデプロイすると、このアプリケーションネームっていうのはララベルクラウド上のアプリケーションネームです。はい。で、小田原の時と1個違うのが、今東京リージョンができました。なので東京リージョンにデプロイしたいと思います。この間はシンガポールリージョンだったんですけど、今日は東京リージョンにデプロイできるのが、Name must have 3 to 40 characters. It must be unique within the organization. さっき練習した時に多分同じアプリケーションネームで作っちゃったんで、間違いなく消したはずだったんですけど、消してなかったっぽいですね。これがライブデモの怖さですね。 はい、アプリケーションができました。で、ララベルのスケジューラーとか、ハイバーネーションとか、データベースクラスターとか、いろいろ、はい、ちょっと説明してる時間がないんで、ちょっと、データベースクラスターも作れます。はい。で、データベースはさっきちょっと作っておいたのがあるので、それをちょっと使うんですけど、はい、で、デプロイします。あ、間違えた。ノーにしてしまった。じゃあ、デプロイから、もう一回、デプロイから始めます。はい、始まりました。で、そうデータベースも、ララベルクラウドってサーバーだけじゃなくて、データベースとか、ウェブソケットサーバーとか、昨日テイラーが言ってましたけど、マネージと Q とか、本当いろんなリソースがあって、本当にララベルアプリケーションに必要な全部のリソースがあるんですよね。で、今ここに新しいアプリケーション、はい、できているので、今デプロイ中ですね。でデプロイ中なので、ちょっとこれを見てみると、データベースもつながっているし、今これ MySQL、サーバーレスの MySQL です。でそれ以外にも、キャッシュサーバーとか、ファイルストレージのバケットとか、ウェブソケットとか、はい、いろいろ本当にアプリケーションに必要なものが何でもできるっていう感じです。はい、今ビルドしてますね。ちょっといろいろ喋りすぎました。でもちょっと、ね、ここのタイマーにはあと5分って出てるんですよ。そうね、ちょっと見なかったことにしてもらって、デプロイするのを一緒にちょっとみんなで見守れ。はい、デプロイがありました。はい、ここに URL があるんで、これに、はい、アクセスできました。ほぼ5分ですね。ちょっとさっきいろいろCLI のオプション、ノーとかいろいろ間違っちゃったんで、5分でちょっと過ぎたんですけど、本当5分でララベルニューからデプロイするところまでできました。で結構ツイッターとかでララベルクラウドいいねとか聞くんですけど、でも個人アプリ、趣味アプリには良さそうっていう話をよく聞くんですよ。でも趣味アプリだけじゃなくて、本当にエンタープライズまで、昨日テイラーが本当にプライベートクラウドとかいろんなものを説明してくれてたので、オートスケーリングもありますし、あとスケールトゥゼロもあります。使ってない時間は自動的にゼロスケーリングするので、使ってない時はお金かからないし、あとプルリクごとに、プレビュー環境を自動で作って、プルリクを作ったら勝手にテスト環境ができる。しかもデータベースとかも含めてですね、そういうのもできるので、本当に個人アプリだけじゃなくてエンタープライズまで対応している。WAF とかもあるし、セキュリティもしっかりしているので、ぜひもちろん個人でも使ってほしいですけど、もし会社とかで何か新規のプロジェクトがあったら一回試してもらえたら嬉しいです。はい、以上です。ありがとうございました。
All right. Thank you, Ryuta. That was great.
Thank you.
I love it. I haven't really used the Cloud CLI very much myself, but it looks really mature and good.
Yeah, it's so good. And Joe Tannenbaum created, I think.
I like that guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
So good.
Awesome. Well, that's really cool. So does Laravel sponsor a lot of conferences and workshops and meetups and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, Laravel offers some sponsorships for the meetups. So if you run like meetups, local PHP or Laravel meetups, you can go to, I think, laravel.com/meetup, and you can submit some form to get support, like food and drinks or some swags. So Laravel team will send you some swags. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a PHP X Philly meetup in Philadelphia where I live, and Laravel has sponsored that in the past as well. So yeah, it's really great. Awesome, Ryuta. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Laravel for sponsoring Laravel Live Japan.
ありがとうございました。Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Our next speaker is the organizer of the Front End and PHP conference in Hokkaido. And I believe that's happening next week, right? Next week in Hokkaido. So if you had tickets to fly back to America or something, you should change your tickets, stick around one more week, and go up to Hokkaido for the PHP Hokkaido conference. Okay, she's here to talk to us about the tech community and what is the tech community to you. So please help me in welcoming Mukohira Kotomi-san. Thank you.
Hi, hello. 皆さんこんにちは。皆さんとまず私はセルフィーを撮りたいので写真撮らせてください。Okay. Oh wow, many people. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. そう、私はですね、テックコミュニティの話をします。今日は私自身がどういうふうにテックコミュニティと関わってきたのかとか、あとはですね、日本のテックコミュニティで出会った人たちに私はインタビューをしてきました。そのインタビューの内容もお話しできたらなと思っています。よいしょ、動かないな。OK、動いた。はい、私の自己紹介をまずします。私はコトミンと言います。よろしくお願いします。はい、ありがとう。PHP ララベルエンジニアとしてキャリアをスタートして、4年間ぐらいララベルで開発をした後に、今は SRE として働いています。先ほど紹介してくれたように、来週フロントエンド PHP カンファレンス北海道を開催します。オーガナイザーをやっております。私はですね、2022年ぐらいからこのようなテックカンファレンスで登壇するようになりました。で、多分数えたら14回ぐらいカンファレンスでは登壇していたんですけども、他にも登壇してない参加するだけのカンファレンスとかいろんなミートアップとか参加していて、もう1年に20回以上は多分毎月いろんなところに行っています。それぐらいテックコミュニティが大好きです。よろしくお願いします。今日はですね、私のまずテックコミュニティの出会いからお話できたらなと思っております。私はコンピューターサイエンスを学んでいる学生だった17歳の時に北海道でオープンソースカンファレンスというテックカンファレンスに友達に誘われて参加しました。その時はテックカンファレンスがどういう場所かをあんまり知らないで参加してみて、そしたらいろんな難しい勉強の話を聞くのかなとか話分かるかなとか思っていたんですけど、そんなことはなくていろんな人との出会い、コミュニティでエンジニアの実際に働いている方と出会ったりだとか学生と出会ったりだとか、そういう出会いが楽しいんだってことを初めて知りました。でそこから私はたくさんカンファレンスやこの北海道のローカルのコミュニティに参加していくようになりました。で私がどれぐらい学生の頃からたくさん参加していたかというと、就職活動の自己紹介のスライドに私は技術コミュニティが大好きでテックカンファレンスや勉強会によく参加しているんですと、そういう自己紹介をしているような、それぐらいテックカンファレンスに学生のうちから魅了されていきました。で就職のために東京、今住んでいるのは隣の神奈川県なんですけども上京してきました。で私がこのキャリアを始まったのはテックカンファレンスで出会ったエンジニアの人と初めましてで話して、その人の会社に就職しました。私の出会いがこのカンファレンスだったんですね。で就職してきた頃は2021年ちょうどコロナ禍で、このようなテックカンファレンスがあまり開催される状況ではありませんでした。1年から2年ぐらいあんまり参加できずに私はすごく悲しかったのを今でも覚えています。でそこから徐々に2年ぐらい経つと日本でもこのようなオフラインのイベントが徐々に復活し始めて、私は最初に PHP のコミュニティのイベントに行きました。これが私が働き始めてから最初のコミュニティでした。でそれがすごく楽しくて PHP のカンファレンスにもう毎月参加していました。でたくさん参加してたくさん登壇していろんな人と出会いました。もうとても楽しい。今日もすごく楽しかったです。OK、sorry。OK。そして、ですね、また話は変わるんですが、私は去年海外旅行に行こうって決めたんですね。で、海外旅行行くんだったら、 どの国に行ったら楽しいかなって思ってた時に、やっぱテックカンファレンスがある場所に行きたいと、せっかくならだからテックカンファレンスを探し始めました。どこに PHP のカンファレンスがあるんだろう。そしたらポーランドで見つけました。そしてこのペハペスデイというポーランドのポズナンで開催されたテックカンファレンスで登壇しました。CFP 出したのも、もうどうせ行くって決めてるんだったらもう出しちゃえみたいなそんな気持ちで出しました。ありがたく採択されてお話しすることができて嬉しかったです。私が最初にコミュニティのイベントに参加してから今8年ぐらいが経ちました。そこから私はいろんなコミュニティに参加し続けています。ずっとたくさんのコミュニティに参加していろんな人と出会って、それが本当に楽しかったです。私はこのトークをララベルライブジャパンでしようと思った時に、どんなテーマで話そうかと考えました。そしてなんで人々はこの技術コミュニティに参加し続けるのか、これをテーマに話そうと思いました。なのでまずは私がなぜ参加しているのか、私にとって技術コミュニティとは何か、そのところについてお話ししたいと思います。私にとっては技術コミュニティは人生です。人生にはなくてはならないものになってしまっています。人生というとちょっと抽象的すぎるので、もう少し具体的にすると、人生を広げてくれる場所、私の世界が広がる場所が技術コミュニティです。私がどんなふうに世界を広げてもらったのかお話ししていきます。私はまず就職した会社が PHP を使っていたわけですが、これが PHP 使っていなかったら、もしかしたら私は PHP カンファレンスに一回も参加してなかったかもしれない。たまたまテックコミュニティで出会った人が、働いていた会社で PHP を使っていたから、私が PHP のコミュニティに参加することができた。そして会社で新卒研修の資料を公開しました。これが X でたくさんリポストされて、それを見た私のコミュニティつながりの知り合いの方が、オンラインでこれのイベントをやらないかと誘ってくれました。そしてオンラインのイベントを開催すると、1000人を超える参加者の方に参加登録していただいて、すごく盛り上がるオンラインイベントができました。このようにコミュニティで出会った人から私がいろんなところに誘ってもらって、いろんなふうに世界を広げてくれたんです。そんなふうにしているうちに、私の人生そのものはテックコミュニティだけど、他の人の人生も広げることをやっていくようにしたい。私はいろんな人の人生を広げることを技術コミュニティを通してやっていきたいと思うようになりました。なので私は同い年の友達の人とテックコミュニティをジュニアエンジニアのテックコミュニティを立ち上げてミートアップを開催したりしました。多い時では60人以上の人が参加してくれて、10人以上の登壇者が毎回いました。そして他には、私は副業でギークプロジェクトという学生エンジニアを育てるプロジェクトのメンターをしています。ここでは学生のハッカソンのメンタリングだったり、オンラインでの勉強会の講師を務めたり、テックカンファレンスの運営など、本当に学生に直接寄り添いながらエンジニア学生を育てる、そんな活動のお手伝いをしています。そして私は北海道でカンファレンスを開催します。このように私一人だけじゃなくて、いろんな人にコミュニティに参加してほしいので、いろいろもう自分から開催するようになっていきました。本当に私の人生、テックコミュニティでできています。テックコミュニティで出会ったたくさんの友人が今日も参加してくれてますし、この2日間で世界中の人ともたくさん友達になることができて本当に嬉しかったです。sorry. Water time. Okay. では今日は世界 世界からいろんな人が来てくれているので、せっかくなので日本のコミュニティについても紹介させていただきたいと思います。日本でたくさん PHP カンファレンスがあると私は言いましたが、これぐらいあります。本当にたくさん。でもう本当に多い時で年に10回以上、日本で PHP のカンファレンスが開催されています。今日はその中でも、ピックアップして PHP カンファレンス小田原について紹介します。これは昨日トークをしたあすみさんが、私の仲良しなあすみさんがですね、主催をしているカンファレンスなんですが、このカンファレンスは彼女のアイデアがすごくたくさん反映されていて、いろんな企画やコンテンツが盛りだくさんの唯一無二のカンファレンスで楽しいと思っています。その中でも1分間フィードバックという企画が素晴らしいので、ここで紹介します。1分間フィードバック。テクカンファレンスでこのトークが終わった終了直後に、このスクリーンに QR コードを映し出して、参加者の皆さんがそれを読み取って、直接登壇者にフィードバックを送る時間を設けています。1分間。そうすることでカンファレンスのトークを聞いたその熱量をそのままスピーカーの人に届けることができる。そしてスピーカーには翌日にはもうそのフィードバックを届けている。そんな熱量の高い状態でスピーカーとコミュニケーションを取れる素晴らしい施策だと思いました。これはぜひいろんなカンファレンスで取り入れていってほしいし、もうすでに他のカンファレンスでも取り入れているところがあります。そして私の開催するフロントエンド PHP カンファレンスですが、これはもともと北海道でフロントエンドカンファレンスと PHP カンファレンスが別々で開催されていました。別々で開催されていたんですが、私が PHP のカンファレンスの人で、フロントエンドのカンファレンスの方とまたテックカンファレンスで出会いまして、そこで一緒に開催したら面白いんじゃないかっていう話になって、じゃあ本当に一緒に開催しちゃおうということで、今年初めての合同開催になります。そして PHP 以外にも日本には素晴らしいコミュニティがあるので、2つ紹介させてください。1つ目が岩県ラボというコミュニティです。これは私の友人の XR 領域でトップクラスのエンジニアの岩県さんという方が主催をしているコミュニティなんですが、技術好き学生のためのコミュニティで、学生が今60名ほど所属しているコミュニティになります。このコミュニティではいろいろな活動をしていて、ライトニングトーク大会で登壇の機会があったり、開発合宿を行っていたり、そして去年の関西万博エキスポでブースを出展したりなど、さまざまな活動をしています。この未来の学生エンジニアを育てているコミュニティとして素晴らしいなと思ったので、今日紹介させていただきました。そしてエンジニアアニメです。これは IT エンジニアがアニメの話をテーマにトークをする、そういう勉強会です。日本でも日本のアニメすごく人気なんですけども、そのアニメをテーマにエンジニア同士でトークをする、アニメから得た学びを発表する、そういうミートアップです。これは本当に面白くて、スポーツのアニメでチームワークが大事なところがあると思うんですけど、そのスポーツのチームワークを開発のチームワークに例えてトークをしたりとか、そういった発表があるそうです。技術コミュニティといってもいろんなものがある。それぞれ違う。そしてここからはインタビューの内容、私がインタビューをしてきた内容を皆さんに共有したいと思います。今回はですね、この12人の日本でたくさんコミュニティ活動をしている方に、お話を伺ってきました。ありがとうございます。Thank you。今日も何人か来てくれていますね。ありがとうございます。もちろん同じ会社で働いているとかではなくて、いろんな違う会社で働いていますし、住んでいる地域もやっているコミュニティもバラバラです。PHP だったり Ruby だったり、そして iOS だったり、いろんなコミュニティの方に話を聞きました。で、私はまずどのようなきっかけでコミュニティに参加したんですかって聞きました。初めての参加ですね。ある人は、私が大学生の時に技術の話ができる人が周りにいなくて、だからそういう技術の話をしたいから、そういうミートアップを探して参加したと。それが最初のきっかけだった人がいます。また 自分の会社以外のエンジニアの人と喋ってみたい。そして、情報交換だったり、そういうのができたらなという思いで最初参加した方もいらっしゃいます。他には今回話を聞いた人の中にはたくさん自分でイベントを開催している人が多かったので、どうして新しいイベントを立ち上げようと思ったのか理由を聞いてみました。一人は自分が参加したテックカンファレンスがすごく楽しかった。その3日間がとても楽しかったから、自分が普段触っている技術領域の人にも参加してほしい。だから自分でその面白いカンファレンスを作りたい。そういう思いで自分でカンファレンスを主催している方もいます。また、この方はシニアエンジニアの方なんですが、自分がもし地方の学生だった頃、東京で技術について話す勉強会があるのを知って、でも東京はちょっと遠くて参加できないから、自分のコミュニティを自分の地域で同じ大学の同級生だったり、同じ地域に住んでいる学生を集めてコミュニティを立ち上げた、そういう人もいました。そしてコミュニティやイベントで大事にしているこだわりはありますかと、そういう質問もしました。ある人はトークとかスピーカーを大事にしたい、そう言っていました。なぜなら彼女は自分が技術コミュニティ、テックカンファレンスを好きになった理由が他の人のトークを聞いてめちゃくちゃ面白かったからだと。そのめちゃくちゃ面白いトークのおかげで私はこの技術コミュニティを好きになれた。だからそういうトークを自分のカンファレンスでしてくれる人をとっても大事にしたい、そういう思いで開催している人もいます。そしてもう一人はキーノートトークを開催する、キーノートトークを行うことを大事にしている。キーノートトークとは自分たちが使っている技術を作っている世界のすごい人たち、ララベルだったらテイラー、そういう人たちを日本のカンファレンスに招待することで、日本の皆さんにその貴重なお話を聞いてもらいたい、そこでしか聞けないトークをみんなに聞いてほしい、そういう思いがあるからテックカンファレンスでのこのキーノートトークを必ずやるということを大事にしている、そういうカンファレンスもありました。とても素敵だなと思っています。そしてこのトークのタイトルでもあるあなたにとって技術コミュニティとは何ですか、この質問もしてみました。ある人は自分がリラックスして参加できる場所でもあり、とても楽しくて、人生にはもう当たり前に存在しているものだと、そう答える人もいました。仕事だったり普段の生活のように、その中の一つとしてもう技術コミュニティが自分の人生に馴染んでいる。で、自分でイベントを開催するのも当たり前だし、登壇するのももう普段からやっていて、もうないことが考えられないぐらい参加しているぜみたいな、そういう人生なんだっていう話をしている方もいました。そしてある人はこのコミュニティでの緩いつながりがすごく大事なんじゃないか、そういうところが素敵だと、そういう話をしていました。私たちは同じ会社で働いているメンバー同士でもなかったり、初めましてで会う人、コミュニティで会う人、そういう緩いつながりで我々はここに一緒にいるんじゃないかなと思います。その中であの人のトークを聞いて素晴らしかった、あの人の話はとっても参考になる、あの人には負けたくない、そういうような切磋琢磨できる、緩く切磋琢磨できる関係、これがすごくいいねと、そういう話をしました。このあなたにとって技術コミュニティとは何ですかという質問、皆さんに聞いたんですが、同じことを答える人はいませんでした。もちろん似たような内容を答える人もいたんですが、全く同じ言葉で喋る人はいませんでした。それはこのクエスチョンには正解がないということです。みんな一人一人経験してきたことが違うから、自分から 何ですかと聞かれた時に出てくる言葉が違う。自分が大切にしているものが違うから、人それぞれ経験してきたものから自分の人生はこうだと、自分にとってのテックコミュニティはこうだと答えてくれました。このスライドは大事なので日本語版もあります。はい、本当に日本で誰もやったことがないミートアップをやるのが本当に面白いから、いろんなコミュニティ、いろんなミートアップを開催していると、そういう人もいましたし、もうただ単に技術がすごく好きでコミュニティも好きだからもうなんかずっと参加し続けるのが当たり前、そうやって刺激をもらって人生がすごく楽しくなっている、そんな人もいました。 OK、 そしたら2回目のお水タイム。 OK、 よいしょ。私は技術コミュニティの中でいろいろな場所で開催されることが大事だという話を皆さんに伝えたいです。今日はここ日本の東京で開催されていますが、日本だと東京以外の地方で開催することも大事だと私は考えています。私は地元の北海道での1回目の参加がきっかけで今日この場に立つまでに至りました。8年前、あの時北海道でテックカンファレンスが開催されていなかったら、今ここで喋ってることはないだろうなと思います。このように自分の近くの場所で開催されるからこそ、誰かの1回目のきっかけになれる。今日もこのカンファレンスが初めてだという学生に出会いました。彼女の1回目はこの東京で開催されたから参加することができたと、私はそう考えています。だからこそ私は北海道で開催したい。自分の地元の北海道で開催して、その北海道に住んでいる学生だったり若手のエンジニアだったり、そこの地域に住む人たちが参加しやすいように北海道で開催しようと、最初のオーガナイザーを北海道でやりたいと思っていました。今は日本の話をしましたが、これは世界で見ても一緒かなと思います。今日は日本だから来れたよという人、私みたいにいると思いますが、世界でもね、たくさんのララコン US だったり、ララベルライブデンマークだったり、これから開催されるたくさんのカンファレンスがあるのは私は知っていますが、やはり気軽に参加することはできないなと思っています。だからこそ自分のコミュニティ、この近くで開催されているコミュニティを大切にすることが私は重要なんじゃないかなと思っています。本当にこのララベルライブジャパン開催してくれてありがとうございます。マジ感謝、ありがとうございます。はい、皆さん本当にありがとうございます。そしてこの技術コミュニティは当たり前に存在し続けるものではないということも皆さんにお伝えしたいと思います。カンファレンスが毎年毎年開催されていること、そして地域のミートアップが毎月のようにちゃんと毎月毎月開催されていること、そして初心者の人が参加した時に温かく迎え入れてくれること、これらは全然当たり前にあるものではありません。何年もずっとこのカンファレンスや技術コミュニティを守ってきてくれた人がいる、参加し続けて開催し続けてくれた人がいる。だからこそ今こうやってララベルライブジャパンのように素晴らしいカンファレンスが世界中に存在しているのかなと私は思っています。コミュニティは一人ではできません。みんなの参加が必要です。だからこそ自分たちでコミュニティの輪を広げていくことが大事だと思います。私は一緒に同僚を誘ってテックカンファレンスに参加したり、コミュニティで出会った人にこっちのコミュニティも楽しいよ、このイベントもあるよ、私と一緒に行こう、そういうふうに誘っていろんな人をコミュニティに巻き込んでいます。今日もきっと私に誘われてこのステージを見に来たという人もいると思います。コミュニティは永遠には続かない。私は 開催がされなくなってしまったコミュニティだったりカンファレンスをしていたりもするので、だからこそ今日のようにこの開催されているカンファレンスを大事にしたいと思います。そのためにこのカンファレンスを守る、コミュニティを守るために皆さん一人一人の行動が必要です。何か一歩今日から同僚を誘って次は参加してみようとか、このララベルライブジャパンについてシェアをしようとか、そういうことを始めてもらえたら嬉しいなと思います。そして最後になりますが、私の夢について皆さんに共有したいと思います。私の夢は世界中の技術コミュニティに参加することです。今日日本に来てくれたあなたたちの国に行ってみたいなと思っています。日本だけでもこんなに楽しいコミュニティがたくさんあるのに、世界にも素晴らしいコミュニティがたくさんあることを私はこの2日間ですごくよく知りました。だから、ちょっといつになるかわからないですが、皆さんの国にもぜひ行ってみたいと思っています。そこにいるエンジニアの人たちとたくさん喋りたいです。そして今日来てくれた皆さん、あなた方にとって技術コミュニティとは何ですか？皆さんの人生が少しでも楽しくなることを願っています。以上です。発表終わります。ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ質問やってみましょう。
質問、はい、お願いします。
じゃあ初めにコンフェレンスに来た人がいれば、ちょっと他の人に話すのはちょっと恥ずかしかったら、どうすればいいと思いますか？
そうですね。そういう人たちと話したときに、私は懇親会とか一緒の場にいたら、もうじゃあ誰と話したかったのとか、今日聞いたスピーカーで話したい人はいるって聞いて、もう一緒に話しかけに行きますとか、そう私がいない時もあると思うので、私がいない時はなんか自分で何を質問しようかなとか、一個もうこれを伝えようって決めて話しかけに行くとか、そういうことができるんじゃないかなと思います。
ありがとうございます。
はい、
そして、自分のコミュニティとかコンフェレンスとかを、始めたい人がいれば、アドバイスがありますか？
そうですね。やりたい人だったら、自分カンファレンス開催したいですって手を挙げてみんなに発信すること、みんなに口で言うことが大事だと思います。私もやりたい言ってたらできました。
ありがとうございます。
はい。
OK。じゃあ、up next。じゃあ、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
OK。So, coming up next, we have lightning talks once again. It's going to take us a second. We have a lot of speakers and a lot of laptops, so we're going to have to switch laptops fairly often, so please be patient with us as we're doing that. We once again have the gong. I hope you all remember our old friend, the gong. So the rules of the lightning talks are simple. The speaker will come up, they will introduce themselves, and they will begin their lightning talk, and they will have 5 minutes to complete their lightning talk. If they don't complete their lightning talk in 5 minutes, they will be unceremoniously booted from the stage using... Maybe louder, hold on. Oh, すごいやばいAll right, using the gong. So the gong is the end of the talk. And then they'll come off, I'll talk to them for a brief second, and then our next lightning talk speaker will come on. So hopefully that is a good system. Oh, and if they finish early, I will give them the mallet and let them hit the gong by themselves. That's their prize for finishing early. All right, we are ready for our first lightning talk speaker, so I'm going to invite them to come on up and introduce themselves. お願いします。どうぞ。
もう始めていいんですか？OK。あ、もういいんですか？もうすぐ始めていいんですか？あ、OK です。Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for coming to my talk today. Does anyone use Laravel MCP? Oh, Arito. Okay, today I talk about Laravel MCP. Here is today's agenda. First, self-introduction. Okay. About myself, I am Takayuki. My hobby is cosplay. Look at this picture. I love anime and Laravel. Okay, I talk about main topic. Next, the background. Why do we want to use AI for recruiting? Recruiters are very busy. They want AI to search for candidates, check progress, but letting AI touch the database directly is very scary. There are big risks. Okay. What are the specific risks? There are three major risks. So AI is not a god. We need a smart gatekeeper in front of the system. The solution is MCP, Model Context Product. In the past, we had to make custom APIs for each AI. That was hard. But MCP is a new world standard protocol. We built it once, and any AI can connect safely. Okay, next. MCP becomes a secure interface. AI can only access, authorize its operations, business logic, and log all controls on the Laravel side. MCP has three core elements. First, tool. There are actions like searching or updating. Second, resources. This is data for AI to read, like candidates' profiles. Third, prompts. These interaction templates, like SCART message templates. Okay, so now let's look at Laravel. This time, I implemented three tools. First, candidate search. Second, pipeline summary and SCART drafting. Okay, look at demonstration for cloud code. Look at this flow. Search for Laravel engineer typing. Found three people. Next, draft a message, send. Done. It is very smooth. This is I development demo screen by Laravel. We have recruiting dashboards and candidate list built with Laravel. We can connect to an AI client. Okay. Okay, go to Cloud Code demo. Okay, this one, Cloud Code connects to my MCP server Laravel application. For example, typing, please search candidate. It is result candidate. Next, please check get pipeline summary. It is summary and create
Cloud Code can create a graph summary. This one. Okay. 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 Next. Otto. A little time. Okay. Sorry. Finally, summary. The summary. The key. Designing how AI interacts. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Great job. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
So, Ja, I'm going to ask the question in English, and hopefully the translation and your understanding of English will be good enough. Okay, so what is the primary way that you're using MCP in the business? Who is the user?
I see. Actually, I work as HR recruiting company. For example, ATS tool on MCP tool. Do you know ATS tool?
ATS, yes.
Recruiting management tool.
Okay, that makes sense. And so is anyone directly interacting with the AI, or is it just being passed resumes and it's scanning them itself? So, or is someone talking to a chatbot like you were showing?
I see. For example, typing Cloud Code, automatic resume scan, screening complete.
All right, awesome. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have another lightning speaker. Come on up.
Hello. Yeah. So, hello everyone, good evening. I'm Ruchit Patel, I'm from India, and I'm a lead staff engineer in platform infrastructure team. I love stars and universe, I'm astrophile, so if anyone would like to know about more this, you can feel free to reach out to me. I'm chef at home. I love to do cooking apart from my day-to-day work, and I'm one of the co-organizers of the Laracon India. So officially, I'm going to invite you, whoever want to visit. Next year, we have a big event in India, is the Laracon. And last year, in 2025, I attended all the Laracons. It's like I completed the one Grand Slam of the Laracon. So let's next. So my talk is about the golden path of Laravel, the best practices. It is very easy. You guys are doing day-to-day in your life. But there are a few challenges which I personally face, and I think you guys it can be useful to you, because I have a 13 years of experience, and based on my experience with my team and the clients and what I feel, so here I'm going to deliver to you. So every project start with a simple, like a create repository, set up a CI/CD, configure environment, define deployment workflow, repeat again. So this is very simple. You guys are doing, everyone is doing the same thing. So building feature is really exciting, but rebuilding the setup isn't. So you don't like to do the same thing for each and every project at the same things on day-to-day life. Everybody don't like it, right? So haven't we already solved this problem? We already solved this problem. How? Laravel has solved many of these infrastructure and deployment challenges that once slowed teams down. So Laravel already provides the solution. They solve most of the problems which we have facing. And what are those? Those are Vapor, Forge, and the Laravel Cloud. So through these, our deployment process is very easy. So here we always think that our problem is solved and we don't have any other problem. No, there is one more big challenge which you can correlate in your day-to-day life. So those challenges are different project structure, different CI/CD pipeline, different deployment practices, different onboarding experience. So these are the things which you feel You can correlate with your ongoing different projects, that every project set up in a different way. Every like CI/CD pipeline of all the projects in a different, you are working with the big team, so you are facing such kind of issue. So that is really terrible for each and every one, right? So that challenge isn't tool or deployment. We already have a great ecosystem of the Laravel. The Laravel provides really amazing tools. But tool isn't a problem for us. It's a consistency. So we don't follow the proper consistency in each and every project. So that's created a big bottleneck for each and every one. So if the challenge is consistency, then the question becomes, how do we make the best way the easiest way? So here it comes, the Laravel Golden Path, which I have personally created, like a standardized workflow built on top of the Laravel ecosystem which we have. So every new services, like in your project, repository structure, CI/CD pipeline, infrastructure configuration, deployment workflow, team best practices, and production ready from the day one. Make the best way the easiest way. So here I'm going to represent from idea to production. So here you can meet the Orbit, a developer backstage platform built by the open10.dev. So I would like to give you a quick demo on this. Oops. My screen is not visible here. Wait a moment. Yeah, here it is. So here is a platform I have created. I will give you the quick go through over that. Here you can choose it, and Laravel Live Japan. Here you can write your GitHub username, the Laravel version, PHP version, preview, create, and here you can see the show logs, how it will create your Laravel projects very quickly, including the latest packages inside the composer. It will deploy on the GitHub as well, and it also deploy on the Laravel cloud. So within less than 5 minutes, you will get your project onboarded. I will quickly show you in the Laravel cloud here, the quick demonstration of that. Sorry, it's the last time I have a last time. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It's all good. How are you? Thanks for coming.
It's really good experience. So I'm traveling like around 5 light years in this 5 minutes. It's very less.
It's all good. So, okay, unfortunately you hit a 500 and you ran out of time, but what would we have seen if you hadn't hit the 500?
So you will see the deployment directly on the Laravel cloud with the proper repository structure, CI/CD pipeline, and all the basic configuration. Because this is a real core issue of each and every team, because every team and every project set up in a different way. At the end, you are not following the proper standardized pattern. So by using this, you can be on the same page of each and every project.
Awesome. And is this an open source project or a paid project?
It's going to be open source. I'm going to make this open source.
Okay, cool. And when do you think it's coming out?
By the next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's completely open source. For any technology, you can just implement the template. That's it.
Awesome. We met when I was in India.
Yeah.
So I've been with you at your conference before. So it's cool to have you here.
Now I'm in
India. Yeah. Laracon India is a blast. If anyone here has never been to Laracon India, I suggest you go. All right, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
All right. We have another lightning speaker coming to the stage now. Hi, onegaishimasu.
Oh, この画面ではないな。どうでしょう、出ますかね。いけるかな。大丈夫そう。もうこれでいきますか。はい、多分いけます。はい。 では始めさせていただきます。Don't just patch もったいない Learn Security from Laravel CV Diffs こちらのタイトルで始めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。早速ですが、こちらのクエリどのようなリスクを抱えているか想像できるでしょうか。これは2021年に実際 CV で利用された SQL バインディングスで利用されたクエリなのですが、実際セキュリティどのような問題があるか詳細把握してなくてもセキュリティパッチを当てれば脆弱性は解消してくれます。以前の自分も、セキュリティパッチ当てるだけで満足をしていました。ただ考え直すと CV などですね、どのような脆弱性があってどう修正されたのか情報がまとまっているのにそのままセキュリティパッチ当てるだけで終わってしまう、この状況に対して自分はもったいないと思っております。この言葉はですね、もっと有効活用できるのに、無駄なままで終わってしまっている。あとリソースに対しての敬意や感謝、もっといい待遇を受けてもいいのにっていうニュアンスが含まれています。あとこのもったいないという言葉は日本語でも英語でも同じくもったいないと呼ばれています。今日はこのもったいないの精神でララベルの CV を学びのきっかけにしていきましょうというテーマでお話しさせていただきます。時間が間に合えばですね、もう一回このワード出てくるので覚えておいてください。改めまして、秋戸塚原と申します。コトモンでソフトウェアエンジニアをしております。好きなフレームワーカーと聞かれたらもちろんララベルでございます。5月にですね、ララベルの本出版させていただきました。中身日本語なんですけど、よかったら日本旅行のお土産に1冊いかがでしょうか。今日の流れとなっております。早速2つの事例見ていきましょう。左側のコードですね、リクエストから ID を受け取っていて、それをウェア役にそのまま渡しています。一見問題なさそうに見えるんですが、ID が配列で渡されてきた場合どうなるでしょうか。これは以前のララベルの話なんですが、裏側で配列をマージしてしまってクエリバインディングがずれ込んでしまう問題がありました。そうすることで意図しないクエリが実行される問題がありました。それに対して配列が渡されてきた場合は1つ目の値だけ利用するという処理に変更されました。教訓としてはプリペアドステートメントは万能ではないなというところ、あとリクエストで与えられた値ですねはちゃんと型チェックをしましょうと。フォームリクエストバリデーション、キャスト、タイプチェックいずれかをちゃんと利用していきましょう。次の事例です。パスワードリセット URL を生成する処理なんですが、どこか違和感を覚えますでしょうか。これは攻撃者がですね HTTP ヘッダー改ざんしてしまって、この状態で URL を生成しようとすると改ざんされたドメインが含まれた URL になってしまいます。ユーザーがそれに気づかずにパスワードリセットするとアカウント情報が乗っ取られてしまいます。なので修正は config-up-URL を使ってサーバーに設定されているホスト名を使って URL を作るようになりました。教訓としては HTTP リクエストヘッダーは改ざんされてしまう可能性のある値だということを覚えておく必要があります。ではですね、実際どのようなフローで見ていくのかちょっと簡単にご紹介します。ざっと5つ分けるとですね、嬉しいか悲しいかですね、日々ディペンダボットアラートで CV が報告されてきます。それでキャッチアップをしていただいて、GitHub セキュリティアドバイザリーページですね、大体のこの概要を理解します。ただその中にはどのような修正がされたのか、どのプルリクとかコミットの URL はないので、その辺は生成 AI にお願いして情報収集をしてもらうと便利です。また要約をしてもらうことで、その後コードを見るときの外観をなんとなく内容を理解するのに役立ちます。あと学びがあればですね、ぜひ一緒に働いているチームに共有するとより学びが深まるんじゃないかなと思います。AI に渡すプロンプトはそんな込み入ったものではなくて、URL と要約と情報収集さえお願いしたら OK です。コードを見るときの勘どころはいくつかあるんですが、例えばラベルにおけるどこのレイヤーのコード修正なのか、あとは元のコードがどんな状態でどう修正されたのか、そこのチェックはしっかり見ていきましょう。あとテストコードを見ておくとですね、どのような脆弱性なのかという再現性を確認することができます。あとプルリクのコミットメッセージとか説明文もしっかり見ておくと良いです。あと余裕があればですね、プルリクのコミッターに感謝の意味を込めて、グッドボタンつけておくといいのかなと思います。直近の CV とかあるので、ちょうど練習台にいいのかなと思います。いろんなところに学びのチャンス、きっかけはあるかなと思っております。今日の登壇聞いていただいて、そ それでもセキュリティパッチだけで終わらせておくっていうのが、はい、もったいないと思っています。もったいないの精神で学びに変えていければと思っております。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ、
Yes.
That same じゃあちょっとこちら英語でやってみます。That same host header password reset vulnerability that you showed. Back then, I think in 2019, I was running a bug bounty for a company that I was working at. And somebody found that bug in our application. So I've actually had that vulnerability in a real live application before. But yeah, I love the topic, and I love reading CVE vulnerabilities. Do you look at like exploit code as well?
そうです。最近会社でセキュリティチーム任せていただくことになって、最近だいぶ好きになってきたというところ、かなり学びが多いし、最近生成 AI ができるようになってきたので、セキュリティを学ぶハードルが下がってきたので、かなり取り組みやすくなっているなと感じます。
Yeah, so we maintain a lot of applications for our clients because we're an agency, and so sometimes a new exploit will come out, and we'll need to go look at all of our clients' websites and make sure that they're all updated at the same time. So recently, there was an old vulnerability in Livewire, but a new exploit tool came out. And then when the new exploit tool came out, all of a sudden one day, like many sites were attacked all on the same day. Have you had that experience as well?
なるほど。自分が経験した限りでは、運がよく、攻撃はされたことはまだないんですけども、それは本当に運がいいだけだなと思っていて、最近いろんな有名なパッケージとかも攻撃されているので、万全にというか、できるだけ準備しておくのは大事だなと常に思っています。
なるほど。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
All right. We have another lightning talk coming to the stage right now. Go, 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 go.
Hello. No.
Seems like we're taking just a second here. Oh, are you good?
Almost there.
In the meantime, I guess we can talk about something else. Okay, so after this, we have this lightning talk, and then we have one more lightning talk after that. Then we're going to take a brief 5-minute break, just a 5-minute one, so go to the bathroom and come back quick. And then we're going to bring some nice fancy chairs on stage, and we're going to set them up here. And then we're going to have a panel with the Laravel team, so it's going to be Taylor and Joe Tannenbaum from the Laravel team, and then the folks from the VoidZero team as well. So that's going to be coming up after the lightning talks, so I'm looking forward to that. Okay, it looks like slides are good. All right, take it away.
Hello, hello. My name is Ian Patel, Principal Engineer at iSouth Ventures, New Zealand's most active venture capital. We have been listening incredible technical talk over the last 2 days, front-end, back-end, AI, security. But I'm going to talk something different. Design. So as Taylor always say, we must ship. And we are shipping faster than ever using AI agents. Even we can build an entire app within a minute. But there is a new problem. AI agents are becoming our designers, and they are taking design decisions without even we are realizing it. AI agent can build nice, but not yours. Let's say if you want to build a landing page, and you already know what you will get. Very basic components like purple gradients, side-tab cards, giant icons, and all those ugly-looking the components what we get. But if you use the Claude Code with the front-end skills, you will get something like this. Honestly, it looks very clean, very modern, but it's the same pattern, different vibe. OK, questions. Raise your hand if you ever copied a screenshot or UI or website, and you pasted in your chat and said, make it look like this. How many have copied and pasted? Yeah, I have done it too. It's because the AI is amazing at copying the patterns, but the copying the patterns is not the same as having the taste. And this taste is a new differentiator. So anyone, the bottleneck, it's no longer writing a code. The bottleneck is design. And everyone can generate UI these days, but not everyone can generate something memorable. So how we can make a better taste? So give AI agent boundaries. So AI-generated UIs are very messy and become like generic if you use the prompts are too open. So we need to give some boundaries like do not use more than 2 colors, or do not use gradients, or do not use XYZ fonts. So sometimes the better designs come from telling AI what not to do. Second, feed the AI better references. So AI is heavily influenced by the context, and we already know that. So if you give it the average references, you will get the average output. So tools like Impeccable, that helps developer to build designed vocabulary. And instead of guessing layout, spacing, typography, you just need to run one command, and that fixes for you. Second, test skills. Test skills is an interesting one. That puts a real design instruction. It references, and it creates the design test instruction for your agent. So the prompts are better and cleaner for the design. And third one, it's design.md. So what is the design.md? So it's a file where you put your visual rules for the AI agents. And maybe every project needs a design.md file. I'll tell you the reason. Because every single day, the AI agents are making design decisions for us. And we have Laravel Boost for writing a better code. We have documentation for our business logic. But what about the design? So it's a really good time to start writing a design taste in your design.md file. So you can drop it design.md file into your project and tell your AI to use it when you're writing a UI or any changes about the front ends. And there are a couple of the tools like getdesign.md. So that's where you can pull production-grade design.md file, just put it in your the project, and that works great for you. And the last one, if your website or products look like same as every other website, no one is going to remember it. And if no one is going to remember it, your product is not really useful. So please do not save AI slop and don't get stuck in the AI slop forever. And the last one, this is all the tools. I can't explain everything in 5 minutes. So there are so many tools here. I'm going to write the blog post about it this week or next week sometimes. So you can just follow me on Twitter or just use my website here, ian-patel.com. That was made within 2 prompts only. Done.
Perfect.
0.
Perfect timing.
Thank you so much.
You were telling me backstage, you're like, I might go over by 10 seconds. I might go over by 8 seconds. And I was like, I don't know, man. I'm going to hit the gong.
Yeah,
and,
I was waiting for that. And
you made it. You made it just under the wire. So great job.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
That's really cool. I really enjoy it. So what does your loop look like as you're developing your application and you're, say, developing a new feature that has more front-end requirements? Is the AI like designing in the browser, and then is it using like Puppeteer or Playwright or the Chrome MCP or something to like go audit its own work, or how is it getting feedback on its own designs?
I use most of MCP, so Figma MCP, and also there's a Google Stage. They also have MCP. So design there everything, and I use the MCP and that pulls in. That's one of the tools there. And another one is a Get Design. That's where you can get the production grade, all Apple, Google, pretty much all Microsoft. So design file already there. So we can just use those, put it in your project, and it runs really clean for you. And people get really tired of the purple gradients. And now using the Claude, the Entropix front-end skills, it's looking really good, but it's the same layout. Like it's the same big, giant hero, large icon, so it's pretty much same, but it's not user-touched website. Gotcha.
Okay, I got it. Well, thank you very much, and everyone remember to check out, what was your URL again, where all those links are going to be?
Ian-patel.com.
Ian-patel.com, and all those links from the slides are going to be in there.
Yeah, all good.
All right, cool. Thank you very much, Ian. All right, and we have one final lightning talk coming to the stage right now. Onegaishimasu.
Honestly, you look so dark. マジありがとうございます。やった。3、2、1。はい。ありがとうございます。クリッカーってもらえたりしましたっけ？まあ、なくても大丈夫。Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, let's get started. So this is a last lightning talk. So please relax and hear my talk. And actually, so hello from Rails, not Laravel. I'm not a Laravel developer. I'm a Rails dev. I'm not from Rails core, but I'm from Rails community. Like I've spent lots of time in Ruby and Rails community in Japan. And this is me. So there are lots of things written, but call me Masa. So my first name is Masafumi, but please call me Masa. And the most importantly, I organize a conference called Kaigen Rails. So let me talk about it a little bit. So Kaigen Rails is a tech conference focusing on Rails and web development. So actually, it's kind of similar to this very conference, Laravel Live Japan. This year, we welcome 2 keynote speakers, and one is actually DHH. I think you know DHH. He's a creator of Rails. And we also invite Dave Thomas as pragmatic programmer this year. By the way, it's just coincidence, but in Denmark, and Taylor and David, DHH, will have a chat in Laravel Live Denmark. And this year, so we have 2 keynote speakers, creators of Famous Wave Framework in Japan in the same year. It's kind of interesting. So, has developing software become easier because of AI? Do you think so? I don't know. My answer is no, unfortunately. We still have lots of problems to solve. Actually, we need to find problems. So we need to improve ourselves to tackle these difficulties, and we need to educate ourselves to do so. We need to equip ourselves. So in short, we need to be a better developer, although we have AI, and AI will help us, right? But the question is how? How can we be better developers? But I'm sure that you already know part of the answer, right? This place, right? It's a conference. However, it's not the exact answer for me. It's rather communication. When we communicate better, we can be a better developer. So this leads to the title of my talk, Conference as a Communication Hub for All of Us. I learned PHP for this code. actually, like yesterday, I had this Ruby. That was written in Ruby, but now this is PHP, right? Right? So in Ruby, we can have a question mark in method name, but right? So this is also PHP, and not Ruby style. This is comment, right? Okay. So conference is the best place for communication for us, but there are many different styles of communications. Not only talks, this is the main purpose we're here, but also like sponsor booth, parties, lunch, and hallway tracks. Do you know hallway tracks? Hallway tracks is like basically random chat on the conference hallways. So this is actual photo from yesterday, but with all different situations, right? It's cool. By the way, actually they are mostly like unexpected. Like talks are of course expected because we have timetable, schedule beforehand, but other than that, basically all the communications, all the conversations are unexpected. Especially the hallway tracks are really, really unexpected. And that's a good thing. Those kind of communication, like communication between new people to us and us, they makes us, they help us to make lots of friends, exchange ideas, and reflect ourselves, like after the conversation. So like basically that helps us to be a better developer and have fun. And the most important thing is like no matter who you are. So like if you are like not famous, not well known, don't worry. So have you communicated well? Do you think so? These 2 days? Just don't raise your hand, but just think. And if not, don't worry. We have a next chance. There are many conferences, including this one, right? This is in October, so please come. And one more thing is that organizing this conference is not easy. So we want to say thank you to the organizers.
Great job, great job. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you.
That was great. I love all of that. It's really cool that you learned a little bit of PHP for us. So thank you so much for doing that. What sort of venue is your conference in? What sort of venue, what sort of building or room is your conference in? It's in Shibuya?
For Kagen Rest, yes, it's a Bell South Shibuya Garden. Actually, we have two Bell South in Shibuya, and the one in the uphill of Dogenzaka. And it's like 1,000 people are the capacity.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I also love that you mentioned the hallway track. I'm a big hallway track guy. When I go to conferences, I really don't listen to very many talks. I mostly hang out in the hallway. And when I was younger, when I first started going to Laracon, like 2017 or something, I used to smoke cigarettes, and I would just sit outside and smoke cigarettes and talk to the other people who smoke cigarettes. And a lot of my best friendships in the Laravel community are from sitting outside Laracon smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, like I know that we have a strong relationships among the smokers, right?
Always, always. But short relationships. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, minasan. After this, we have the panel of Laravel and VoidZero people. They are going to, the stage folks are going to come set up some chairs up here. So we probably need 5 to 10 minutes to turn the stage around before the panel. So it's not an official break, but if you need to sneak out and pee, you can do that. But just hang out, and we'll be ready. We'll be with you in a second after we get the stage turned around. All right.
just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. Mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you.
let's go, everybody. We are back. Look at these beautiful chairs. These are some good chairs. You'll notice next to each chair, we have an Aquarius and a Pocari Sweat. So we'll be learning something very soon. All right, so this is going to be a panel with the Laravel team and the VoidZero team. So I'm going to introduce them, and they can come out and take their seats. I guess I'll sit first, sumimasen, and then I'll introduce. First, we have from the VoidZero team, Safi Red and Alexander Lichter. Come on out.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. All right, and then from the Laravel team, we have Joe Tannenbaum and Mr. Taylor Otwell. Folks. Welcome to my living room, everybody. This is going to be a great panel. Glad to have you all here. So I think first thing you'll notice is next to your feet, each of you has been provided with one each of the two leading electrolyte-laden hydrating sports drinks in Japan, Aquarius and Pocari Sweat. You can crack into both right now if you'd like.
This is the one you don't like?
I'm not going to poison the well, as it were. I would just throughout the course of this panel, take a sip from each, and at the end, I'm going to ask you all for your verdict on which the winner is. They're embattled in a bitter rivalry. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about VoidZero and about Laravel today. I guess in both cases, you both have open source projects, and you're also both running companies. So what does the open source team at each company look like? How many people are touching open source repos while on the clock? I guess we'll start with Laravel.
Yeah, so right now our open source team, and if I include myself, because I still work on the framework every day, would be a total of 9 full staff team members, which is actually bigger than the entire company was just 2 years ago. So yeah, it's awesome to have so many people working on open source full time. That being said, there are other people throughout Laravel that occasionally touch open source as it comes up. So if someone on the cloud team needs a framework feature or needs something in the framework, oftentimes they'll raise a PR, but 9, everyday full-time open source team members.
Cool. And I guess from Joe, while we've got you here as well, outside of Taylor, who famously is kind of waking up and doing pull requests in the morning, what is you're kind of leading the open source team. So what is the makeup of the open source team, and sort of how many repos are on your plate, and what does the workflow look like for managing all those repos?
I don't know how many repos are on our plate. I think in the org we have, is it 300 something repos or something? But they're not all public, so there's a mix of public and private in there. Now, that being said, some require more maintenance than others for sure. So the team is 7 people, and it gets divided up among them. So somebody's in charge of the VS Code extension, somebody's in charge of the starter kit. So we kind of group natural things. And then we have a couple of people on sort of active package development, new package development and exploration stuff. So that's kind of the divvy up, and Taylor and I work on which projects that we actually want to work on, and then Taylor will approve things, and then it gets kind of divvied up amongst who matches best on the team for that project.
Cool. And from the VoidZero folks, I guess I don't know what each of your roles on the team are. So could you first tell us a little bit about sort of what your role in the company is?
Sure, yeah. I'm a dev role at VoidZero, so that means I'm in touch with all the projects every now and then sometimes. And it's a lot of fun. So yeah, that's for me.
Right. So I'm a Vite core team member, and also working on Rodan as well. And sometimes send some PRs to Oxy as well. So mainly on Vite, and roll down and sometimes in other projects.
Gotcha. And then I guess sort of the same question to you guys as far as what is the team makeup and sort of like how many staff are like actually touching open source repos all the time, and how does that balance work?
Yeah, so we're 20 people, and actually I think all of us are touching like open source repos, at least on like a weekly base. I think like most of engineers daily, even people working on like Void or Cloud, for example, because in the end it all also belongs together, right? And also a chief of staff is contributing. So yeah, I would say all of us, but on a daily basis, like 18, 17, something like that, so a good chunk. But did you say like 300 repositories?
Yes, I think it's 300 something. I mean, a fair, there's a percentage of private ones, but we have a lot of repositories in the Laravel
that's
org.
huge. I mean, like just maintaining all of that. Like we see it with our projects. We don't have 300. We have like maybe open like 30-ish stuff. You might know it better, maybe more, but
Maybe 50.
maybe 50. Yeah. So like
Because there's some repos like just for testing or like templates or those kinds of like trivial ones rather than the main project ones. So projects-wise, I think it's like, how many projects do we have? Okay. It's 5.
Looks like 5.
and Void.
Yeah, and Void, so 6. Plus Alpha, some tiny ones, I guess.
I mean, I also guess like the Vite plugins, etc. It's a bit more fragmented, but yeah, it's a lot to maintain though. So don't let you fool by the number.
So speaking of all those repos that everyone's got, with all of those repos, I've heard from a lot of open source maintainers recently that there have been a lot of AI-generated pull requests to open source repos recently, and some of them are good, and some of them are bad. What has your experience been, and what has the support volume for all of those AI pull requests been like, and what is your general sentiment towards AI pull requests at this point?
Not all AI pull requests are created equal, right? Some are actually fixing a targeted specific problem, which is great. But we have had some cannons aimed at us. I think, Taylor, maybe you can speak on this, because I think the framework probably gets the brunt of it. So,
yeah, I think we're probably getting, we get AI-generated pull requests every single day. And just because they're AI-generated doesn't necessarily mean they're invalid. But I think that the main weak point of AI-generated pull requests that I see on a daily basis is the AI fixes the specific problem, but it's not good at thinking about how or the implications of that fix throughout the framework or the ecosystem. So in contrast to a human that deeply technically understands the problem, it's just a very surface level fix usually, but it doesn't actually understand, oh, if I do this one thing in the queue system of Laravel, that's going to break Laravel Horizon for some other reason. It just never gets that. And it's just much harder to trust those pull requests because there's not someone that's really thought about is this the right solution to the problem? Do I actually understand the component that I'm working in? And so it's, like I said, it's pretty surface level, which is fine for surface level bugs that are just very quick to fix. But for deeper issues, I feel much more comfortable if a human has understood the problem and really thought about, is this the correct solution for this problem?
to add to that, because you just said problem a lot, sometimes it's not a problem. Sometimes it's somebody who hasn't experienced a problem, and it's a theoretical problem that a robot found, and we go, is this your problem? And those are the best pull requests, right? The best pull requests are I experienced this problem, I have a solution for this problem, and I'm contributing back. That's great, we love that. But when you go, this could be a problem, and we go, is it? that's where it gets very gray very quickly, I think.
Yeah. What about y'all, the VoidZero team?
Yeah, we do get AI-generated pull requests as well. And we do have some invalid pull requests as well. So personally for me, the invalid pull request itself is not much frustrating for me. The thing that is more frustrating for me is that when I point out that those pull requests are not solving it in a way, or it's like that problem doesn't exist, or like sending those kinds of comments or feedbacks to that, I don't get the reply from them. So like it is what I am like, I'm trying to communicate with them, but then like what I'm well, like just feel sad about it.
Yeah, sometimes maybe it's fire and forget. So they like send off a pull request and they're not listening for comments or responses. They're not engaging in a dialogue.
Yeah, so I'm happy to help people that are trying to learn or like get involved, but those kinds of things makes me like difficult to do those kinds of things.
Yeah, it's a bit like just screaming into the void, right? Thanks.
Screaming into the void.
No, I also agree. I think the key part is like, what's the intention of the PR? And I think AI can help to fix a lot of issues, but it's more like it should be used as a tool. Fully automated PRs are rarely the way. Especially, to like understand the problem first of all and identify that. I'm 10 times more happy with an issue at first to say like, hey, this is my problem. Then please send a PR trying to fix that. That's great. But I had it recently where someone was like, okay, here's a panic and roll down. Something didn't work. And then it's like, okay, great. But is there any reproduction? Because we can't fix it if we don't know how you encounter it. And then someone just opened the PR. Oh yeah, it happened to me too. Here's the fix, which didn't address the problem. And I was at the same point as before. It's like, yeah, I don't know what to do now. You could just help me setting up any kind of reproduction. Eventually, Keinsol did, and we figured it out, and it was great. But that's why like an issue with like some actionable items is so much more worth today. Also, the length of like contribution is so interesting. If it's like, okay, 15 good PRs, usually like smaller encapsulated ones. In the past, pre-AI, like 15 bad PRs, they were not necessarily much longer. Nowadays, good PRs like this length, and bad PRs are like huge, right? So that's the other thing. And it takes a lot of time, and then it's of course frustrating if there is like nothing coming back, right? In the end, we always appreciate people trying to help, trying to fix problems, but yeah, this learning effect that Safi also mentioned, this is really key.
Yeah, well, the huge PRs have always been bad anyway, right? All right. Speaking of pull requests and AI, we're hearing a lot in the news these days about supply chain attacks. Both of you maintain maybe some critical infrastructure packages, or repos at least, that are dependencies for many, many, many applications. How scared should we be about supply chain attacks, and how are you guys thinking about supply chain attacks inside your organizations?
I'll let Joe answer some of the tactical stuff about like steps we've taken to try to like lock down how we do releases and stuff. But I think the fear is fairly justified. There has been, pretty serious supply chain attacks, even that have affected the Laravel ecosystem. Even recently, I think last week, the Laravel Lang organization, which is not a first-party thing that we maintain, but it's a popular thing in the ecosystem, had a supply chain attack that affected a lot of different stuff. I know other popular, I saw that other popular CMSs have had supply chain attacks. So it is a legitimate thing that I think people should be concerned about. We released a tool, I guess just a couple of days ago. Nuno released a tool to help like verify your GitHub organization is following best practices as far as proper security and things like that. And yeah, maintaining a lot of packages. I pretty much wake up every day like scared of the next supply chain attack. So it's a pretty serious thing. Joe, I don't know if you have anything to add, just like of how we've been thinking about it.
Yeah, I've lost actually quite a bit of sleep the last couple of weeks about this. And I wake up every day and I check my phone, like hoping that we are not the next target. I think what's the scariest thing about this is that we don't know what we don't know right now. So like something happens, everybody like sort of battens down the hatches and like make sure they're tight on whatever got exploited. and then try to like think about the next thing. But like they're stringing together like 4 different random exploits to make a crippling exploit happen, and that's really scary, right? And that's really hard to prevent. So things that we're doing, you know, it's like based on the TanStack stuff, we were sort of pinning GitHub actions to specific shock commits. You know, we're doing NPM trusted publishing, which only goes so far. They just introduced the stage publishing, which I think is a little better, but like who knows? Yeah, and then we're also, I mean, I think we're going to really audit our dependencies on both the PHP and JS side, because you're as weak as your third-tier dependency, right? Like, not even the first-tier stuff. It's like the dependencies of your dependencies are now a major problem. So it's something we're thinking about very actively every single day. There's always chatter about it, and yeah, we're trying our best. We're really working on it.
Yeah, true. Same as us, we are applying the common like security defenses, and so what I am thinking about is to like how to so it is important to like do the applying the best practices to our projects, but I also think that it is also important to apply them to the downstream projects as well. So what I'm thinking is to how can we like not enforce but like recommend the ecosystem to like follow the similar rules, like to like. Well, one thing I'm thinking about is like if the plugin is following the practices that we are listing, then they can like have some kind of like verified badge on the plugin list or something, like, and that would like probably help in a more larger scale, because you probably have some plugins in your project, not only the Beat core or the Oxy core. So that's what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean, to add on this from the JavaScript side, I mean, the NPM ecosystem is a bit of a mess. Like, if you ever try to publish a package on NPM, it is very simple. If you want to do it in the right and secure way, there is a long guide that most people also don't know about, because why would you need a, like, I don't know, 3 pages or a screen height of like guide to just publish a simple NPM package? So I think there's a lot that needs to be done, and also given the recent supply chain attacks and the ones before, like this, there has been like time to act for a while, but something should really happen now. And that's, for example, staged packages, like staged publishing that was introduced is already, it's a good move. The RFC for that, like someone suggesting it, a lot of people upvoting, was 5 years ago. So maybe if we can move a little bit faster, it would be pretty amazing. Just like to get it under control. Especially with AI nowadays, then things are getting like less and less secure in that sense. And yeah, dependencies is the other part, right? Trying to make sure to reduce dependency where it's not needed. On the other hand, if you just say like, oh yeah, I'll just use a new random package or package my agent rights, is that really more secure? Well, then you introduce possibly different bugs. It's always a trade-off, but it's definitely something to think of, cutting down dependencies. Also taking a look at like how many like maintainers are in your graph of a package, like how many people are enough to be infected to then cause damage to your package and then package to the rest. So if there's like a dependency of a dependency of dependency of Vite that's infected, we build a release with it. Yeah, but last but not least, some things that we added to some of our orgs is that we only release with a second human factor, as in someone requests a release and someone else really published that. So even if someone would be owned and it has like all the permissions, this is something that wouldn't work.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, pivoting a little bit from that, both of you run companies that sort of grew out of just open source projects and have sort of grown into companies with staff and payroll and money. And a lot of that is sort of funding and aiding in the open source development at this point, selling products and stuff like that. What do you guys think Is business required at a certain point to maintain a certain size of open source project? And if someone kind of came to you with an open source project that was like getting successful, but they hadn't yet quit their job and they were like looking at it, would you recommend this kind of route of like start building products that you can sell to support your open source?
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways to go about it. I mean, to answer the original question, like if an open source project gets to a certain scale and requires like a certain time investment just to maintain, it does become pretty difficult over like a long time frame to maintain it without burning out, essentially, because you're putting in nights and weekends and all of that to do pull requests and issues. So at that point, I think you have like a few options. At one, you're kind of like lucky to be in this position, but you could like go the donation route of like sponsorships. I think Evan did this fairly successfully with Vue, actually. And we had some success with this on Laravel, even with our early sponsorship program. Or you could work for a company that like is very invested in the product and sponsors it, which also Laravel has some history with. A couple of years after I first started Laravel, I actually got hired by a company that wanted to port stuff to Laravel. And for the first 6 months, I only worked on Laravel. And then, of course, you could build products around it, which Laravel did as well later. That like has its downsides and like risk when you start mixing like commercial and open source. Some people get like scared of like, is this going to like taint the open source offerings, or are they going to be like purposefully limited to encourage people to spend money and things like that? So, but for the original question, I do think if an open source project reaches a certain scale of users, it is just very difficult to make that sustainable without some sort of like money entering the equation, and funding it.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree with Taylor here. You have a lot of problems, like 0 to 1 problem. Like if you don't have a critical mass, why should people like, oh yeah, I sponsor this. Oh, open source is free. Enjoy companies. Like it's incentivizing. Why should you give money to something that you can get for free already? Like there are a lot of hurdles. Also, yeah, you mentioned Vue. That's I think one of the big exceptions there. Also because it's quite like user facing, developer facing. I think for other projects that are more in the background, it would be very difficult, so people might not even know or notice what's going on, again, like dependency of dependency. So that's definitely another challenge. I think there are ways, but yeah, I think sustainability is still one of the unsolved problems in open source, and I hope we get there. And also, all of you in the live stream, but also or like VOD, but also in the crowd, can make a difference to like, okay, the companies who can maybe spend part of their budget, whatever part it will be from, just to support maintainers, go to like open source projects, and also maybe not the ones that are super popular, but also like, as we said once again, dependencies of dependencies. There's a site called thanks.dev, for example, that lists all dependencies you might have, and then shows who's underfunded, which is almost everyone. So that's also a way to contribute back.
Awesome. That makes sense. As you're growing an open source project, if you reach a point where like you've got a lot of users, right? How do you go about starting to turn those users into contributors? How do you sort of develop a community of people who like your work into a community of people who contribute to your work?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Laravel has always had a variety of ways to contribute. I think there's ways to contribute to open source ecosystems that aren't necessarily like pull requests to the code, right? Like I think of like in the Laravel world, like Jeffrey Way starting Laracast at the very beginning of Laravel's history was like a massive contribution to the open source ecosystem. But when it comes to contributing to like the core code, I try to encourage people to find like really high leverage pull requests. And what I mean is like contributions that have high user impact in terms of like improving the experience of most users that use the tool for very little amount of code like added to the tool. Because once the code has been sent to us, we kind of have to assume that we have to maintain it forever. And I know often when people contribute, they might say, you know, I'll be around to help if there's any problems, and that may be true for a while, but eventually it may not be true if they change careers, they change jobs. So I'm always looking for like minimal amount of code, high amount of impact. It's like instant merge, you know, for something like that. And the opposite of that, or what I would discourage from people that want to contribute to open source, is like huge code changes that affect like 0.01% of users of the library. That's like the worst kind of pull request. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how we try to encourage that, but just like as I encounter people and they ask like, how can I get involved in the project? That's sort of the kind of thing I encourage, is just like high impact, low overhead changes.
Yeah, I definitely made some low impact, high overhead pull requests around 2017 or so, and you might have merged one of them, so you're stuck with that one now. That's your support burden.
Oh, sweet, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Same actually. Yeah, I also did some like array methods. I remember that one. Like just changes, like slight behavior change, but it worked out. I think this is a really good one, especially like, yeah, high impact is always a good candidate. I also want to emphasize the no-code contributions, like docs, for example. If you read through something as someone learning a new technology, framework, whatever, you're in a situation not many people are, and often also not as maintainers, because we know things like inside out, or well, at least pretty okay. So you go there with a fresh pair of eyes, and you might not understand certain things because you're missing context that we might have based on experience, based on working with this, based on common, like you might come from a different programming language before, et cetera, et cetera. And contributing there, it can be like a simple sentence to add that like, oh, this is something I didn't understand before. Now it clicked because I asked for help, et cetera. Now I can go back, and if you have the problem, very likely other people will too, and then it makes a difference to change that. So that's a big one. Same with like content creation around that, from like blog posts, videos, etc. Also like hosting events and meetups. This is all the way contributing to the whole ecosystem to, well, create platforms where developer can talk, and this is super key. So yeah, not only focusing on code, but everything around is important. And also being part of the community, sticking to it, being available in like, I don't know, the Discord or Slack or wherever your favorite community is around, and being helpful is super important, because also we can't do that every day. We can't read every message, even though we try. So yeah, and it also helps with like teaching is an important skill, and explaining things to people in simple words is so key nowadays.
Cool. All right, so one thing I've been thinking about recently, both of y'all have sort of like cloud offerings, right? Where you're sort of offering sort of hosting for applications. Seems like a real good time to be in the hosting business, huh? It seems like a lot of applications are getting made at a rate that they weren't previously getting made. How has like the advent of AI affected sort of the cloud application hosting business?
Yeah, I mean, I think like you're right that the theory is that like there's much more software being created, so it's great to be a place to host that software. I do think we see that reflected in the data that we see. I think like how it manifests is just like, you know, with AI, it's easier to just like take a project off the backlog and do it that you might not have done before, or maybe build that thing that you've been putting off for a few months, and that has to be hosted somewhere. So I think I agree. It's like a great time to be in like the software deployment hosting business, because there's lots of software being made. Hopefully a lot of that software like actually has legs and like sticks around. There's probably a lot of software being made that is fairly like transient and will not last.
But you got scale to zero, so.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Scale to zero, managed queues solves that problem.
I'll just add one thing, like an interesting thing is that building tooling for agents to use to actually get your application to the cloud is like a shift that's happened in the last, like, I would say a year or so, to make sure that like a CLI has always been useful for like humans, because like, great, you can do whatever you want to do right from the terminal, but to enable like AI and agents to actually use that tooling to get to the cloud is more useful than it's ever been. And so that's kind of a shift in mindset and what we need to develop as well. So.
Yeah, agreed. Like CLIs were underrated, and now especially with agents, they're the most powerful ever. I think one thing that works for both humans and AI is like good developer experience. Like if I can manual ship something with just one CLI command, that's amazing for me and my agent. So I think that's another part, and reducing the friction as much as possible. I think I'm always a big fan, like I believe much into helping agents and humans in a similar way if possible. So if I can improve something for all users in that sense, and agents kind of also count as that, then that's a big plus. So yeah, considering that more good docs still, or like also FAQ, help, etc., is also more important than ever, because people might not read it, but their agents do. So at least someone will. Yeah, that changed, I think.
Okay, and I guess my last question is sort of, how do you balance sort of the profit-seeking part of your organization and the open source creating side of your organization when it comes to like resource allocation, time allocation? I'm sure obviously the community wants you to put all of your time into open source, and your investors probably want you to put a lot of your time into making some money. And how does that balance feel? Does it feel like you're hitting it?
I actually do think we've handled this fairly well. And like I said, the full-time open source team at Laravel is now 9 people, which it's a pretty big team actually. Like, you know, compared to it's actually bigger than like the Laravel Forge team, for example, which I think is like 5 people. So we do actually have a pretty big investment in open source, and I think that commercial and open source can work super well together, and it should just be a big virtuous cycle of, you know, money comes in through the product, which allows us to fund open source development, you know, and keep making the framework better and better, which is great for the commercial products if there's more users using the framework. So I think it all works like in harmony together really well, and I think, you know, at Laravel, I'm probably like the biggest advocate for like devoting resources towards open source, because I do sort of like see it as my responsibility to kind of like keep banging that drum of like, you know, like Laravel cloud users are using cloud because they use Laravel. They didn't just like pop out of a vacuum with like the need for a Laravel cloud platform. Like it starts higher up as users of the Laravel framework, and if there's no users of the Laravel framework, there are no users of Laravel cloud at all. So I think it's just like a point we have to continually remind ourselves of. It's just like that is actually the most important part of the entire ecosystem. And if we're failing at that, then the whole company will fall apart essentially over time.
Yeah, I think that's kind of similar for us as well. Like, oh, if we would just be degrading, or people are very scared of like enshittification stuff, then business models wouldn't work anymore. And same for like a lot of other projects, same for V+, OXC, and so on. And on the other way around, if like we build amazing open source things, more people will adopt it, use it, and eventually be a potential target group for services, no matter what it is in the end. So I think in a way, well, people often say, okay, this is kind of cannibalizing, and of course resources, yeah, people can't work 24/7. Well, they shouldn't in general, but people can't work like 7, 5, whatever days a week on open source and on the business side. Like, it is difficult. And for example, for us, we have a couple engineers working on Void directly. We have the majority work in open source tools because there's still like a lot to do. And we, for example, V+ is still in alpha, so we're working on that to try to ship that further. But on the other hand, then I also like take the chance to say, okay, I work a bit more on Void, shipping some features there. I work on open source. Like we don't have a like fixation on what exactly, also because everybody has a feeling for like what needs to be done. Of course, we have people mainly responsible for projects, but we don't silo it off in that sense, and that works pretty well, because then, for example, Isafa said that before, oh, something in Vite needs attention and roll down, OXC, and you can go down the chain without necessarily waiting for anyone or having any roadblocks, and that's quite key.
Great. Awesome. Well, that's all of the tech questions I have for you. I have one final question for you, which is, you've all had a chance to sample our lovely Japanese sports beverages. I would like from each of you a verdict on your favorite.
All right. There we go. Yeah, it is Aquarius for me, actually. Yeah, sorry to Christoph on our team. He said it's absolutely wrong choice. I concur.
Well, I'm the same. I'm a curious person. Like, I don't know why, but I prefer this one from my childhood, I guess.
Same. I mean, it's a very subtle difference. I don't know. Maybe my palate is not so refined, but I do like Aquarius better.
Yeah, I think I overall like the Aquarius, but neither one is bad.
Yeah.
I would say what makes me most uncomfortable about both of these drinks, actually, is the fogginess of the drink.
Yeah.
Something we don't really have in America, actually, is like these sports drinks. It looks like salt water.
Yeah.
Which, like, my brain doesn't want to drink that.
Yeah.
You know, but it does taste good.
Although you did drink your
Yeah.
whole Aquarius and none of your Aquarius wet. So
Like I
revealed
said,
preference.
It tastes good, so.
I can now reveal my own personal preference. I too am an Aquarius boy. So it turns out I was right. Aquarius is the best. So thank you all for playing my game. All right, I am going to now ask you all. Oh, I am going to lose my mic. I'm going to ask you all to go ahead and exit the stage, and Ryuta's going to come up, and we are going to close this baby out. Thanks, guys. That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Ryuta, do you want to come on now, or? Okay. So I think we have slides up next. Okay, cool. I'm going to come on over here.
It's off.
It's off. Now it's on. All right. Cool. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming to Laravel Live Japan. It's been great having all of you here. I'm obviously honored to have been asked to be your MC. It's been humbling having to show off how bad I am at Japanese. But it's been exciting getting to speak to all of you, getting to come home to the place where I grew up, and getting to bring my favorite community to my favorite place. So thank you so much. Obviously, this place and places like this are about connection, right? Like, it's about making connections that will last for years and that will carry you through your career and help you build your career and your network and will help support the projects that we love. You know, I first came to Alaricon, I believe in 2017 in New York, and I've gone to, I believe, every single one since then. I've spoken at 5 Laricons. I've spoken at every single one in US, Europe, India, and Australia. I've gotten to bring my wife along to these Laricons to meet the people who I only knew from the internet, and they became our real-life friends. And so I was able to connect my real life to my professional life and the tech community that I'm a part of. So I'm super grateful for the way that the tech community has shaped my personal development and my relationships, and as well as my career and my ability to put food on my plate. So thank you all for that, and I hope that you've been able to make connections as well here while you're here, and just know that the connections that you make here will carry you forward into the rest of your career and the rest of your involvement in the community. You can go to laravel.com/community to find all of the smaller Laravel communities that do exist if you want to get involved in those. And we want to specifically shout out Larabels. Usually at every Laravel conference, there's a Larabels representative, but the people who would normally come weren't able to come to this one, so we want to shout it out. Larabels is a wait for it, a community for PHP and Laravel developers who are underrepresented due to their gender. It's run by a bunch of lovely folks who I have known for a really long time. So if you'd like to get involved in Larabels, please just go to larabels.com/hello. A couple of things. Laravel Live JP/Twitter and Laravel Live JP/Discord. If you want to keep the connection going after the in-person connection, you can connect via social media or via Discord, and that will be great. Use the hashtag Laravel Live JP to find each other on Twitter. And if you're posting things to Instagram or Twitter from the conference, we would love it if you would find the Laravel Live JP hashtag and use that as well so that we can see what people are posting. We have a speaker feedback form. So the speakers themselves would love feedback A lot of QR codes, by the way, so got to be quick with the camera. We would love feedback for individual speakers, and we'll be sharing it with the speakers themselves. So if you would be willing to fill out the speaker feedback form, you can just pick which speaker you're giving feedback for and fill that out. We also would like feedback on the event as a whole. And so if you could go to Laravel Live JP/feedback/event, you can give us feedback on the event as a whole. Ryuta, would you like to take over now?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Did you all enjoy Laravel Live Japan? Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed a lot. Maybe I enjoyed the most, yeah. So actually, as an organizer, I had no experience like organizing like conferences. Like I didn't have, any experiences like doing conference stuff. So I had no idea how to do this conference, but I just wanted to do it. So, so it's like junior developer building Netflix by himself or herself. But we made it. So it's been a lot of challenge, securing the venue and finding the agencies and finding the speakers and all those things. But today, yesterday and today, I've been super happy to see you all, connecting with each other. And for this conference, one of my biggest missions was to connect the Japanese PHP and Laravel community with the global Laravel community. And actually, I actually saw that, over these 2 days. I'm super happy to see you all, talking to each other, learning from each other. So keep in touch. And this event wouldn't be possible without the support of Laravel, sponsors, speakers, all the volunteers. I think you saw a lot of volunteers out there. They're super helpful. And staffs. And big thanks to the Eggworks team as well. They handled all the logistics and lighting and technical things. But there's one important person we cannot forget. I'm not sure how he managed to avoid coming on the stage over 2 days. But he is my co-organizer. And so, two years ago, 2024, we went to Laracon, Australia in Brisbane, and we enjoyed a lot. We had a great time. And we had a chat, like, wouldn't it be cool, like, if we do this kind of conference in Japan, but we are, like, joking. Yeah, because we had no idea how to do it. But I think 3 months later, clicker, this guy tweeted, would 2025 be the year that we get a Laravel Live conference in Japan? Looks familiar? And this went viral, and this sparked interest from the global Laravel community. So we started seriously thinking about organizing this conference. Yeah, and as I told you earlier, it's been a lot of challenge and a lot of chaos to organize this conference. But David, he's been there all the time supporting me, so it wouldn't be possible without him. So do you want to say something, David?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, that was really sneaky. I have actually been on this stage, mostly when nobody was here. So yeah, but yeah, again, I only have, well, basically I have one question, and I'm gonna ask the question first to the audience, actually first to you and then to the audience. Okay, so, did we do it?
Did we do it? Yeah, we did it. We did it.
So I guess I can already see your response, but what do you think? Did we do it?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, yeah. So again, yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Obviously, a lot of work as well. So I think, yeah, thank you to Ryuta, everybody that has been involved here, the technical team, the volunteers, all the crew members. Our MC, please give an applause for MC. Fantastic. All the speakers, of course. And obviously, it wouldn't be much of a conference if nobody came. So thank you to you all. Right. Yeah, then from my side, just one more question. Do we want another Laravel Live Japan?
Yay!
Right. Cool. All right. Thank you.
But you still have to fill out the feedback form.
Oh yeah, that's important. Fill out the feedback form.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Yep.
that's it.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Like David said, yeah, big thanks to each one of you here in this room. I think you learned a lot. Did you get inspired, motivated? I hope so. So if you get inspired, maybe you want to take some actions, like just small action, like tweeting about it, or maybe writing a blog post, or starting a side project, or joining a new community, things like that. Yeah, which is what happened to me when I first attended Laracon US back in 2018. Yeah, so, yeah.
Oh, I have actually an idea. How about if you tweet about this conference, also add the hashtag inspired. Can we do that? All right. Okay. I'm looking forward to see many, many tweets. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're not sure if it's going to happen next year, but no slides. Oh, it's okay. But I don't know when, but see you again. Thank you so much.
See you again.
皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
ありがとうございました。